Good morning. Calling this today, February 3rd meeting of the Senate Ways and Means Committee to order. We have a large number of bills on for public hearing. We plan to go straight down the list, probably not taking breaks. Members will just rotate out as they need a short break. So let's begin. Senator Wilson.
Good morning, Senators. You'll need to waive the 5-day rule this morning. Sorry. Madam Chair, due to the short time the committee has to hear bills, I move that the Senate Rule 45-1, requiring 5 days' notice to hear bills, be suspended for all the bills on today's agenda.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we suspend the 5-day rule. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-day rule has been suspended. Thank you. With that, we will start with the first bill on the list, Substitute Senate Bill 6273. It looks like Sarian's ready to give us a briefing.
Senator Sarian Scott, staff to the committee. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6273, an act relating to conducting an audit of the juvenile rehabilitation system. This bill comes to you from the Human Services Policy Committee. The bill before you requires the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee, JLARC, to do a number of things, to include review the JR existing processes and staffing methodologies used for staffing ratios, review procedures and protocols for staff hiring and recruitment, professional development and training, review best practices from other states regarding safety and security measures, review JR's existing processes for responding to critical incidents, including communication and cooperation with law enforcement. JLARC is required to report their findings and recommendations to the governor by June 30th of 2026. In terms of fiscal impact, a fiscal note is not available to the substitute Senate bill before you. I have received yesterday information from OFM on the impacts associated with both JLARC and JR, so I'm going to speak to those impacts. The 2-year total fund impact is estimated at $1.2 million. The 4-year general fund state impact is $1.7 million. Fiscal impact is identified by JR, assuming a workload to complete the audit of 2 FTEs and $452,000 in fiscal year 2025, and 2.1 FTEs and $1.1 million in fiscal 26. Excuse me. These costs include staff costs and contracted consulting services costs for the consultant costs for effectiveness of safety and security measures and to identify best practices. If, however, JLARC has the capacity within their existing budget, then the cost would be reduced to $400,000. So while it does reflect a higher fiscal note, if they have the capacity, then the number would be reduced. But that's dependent on all the different workload they have that biennium. Juvenile rehabilitation assumes a staffing workload. They've identified 6 FTEs are necessary and $746,000 in fiscal 25, 6 FTEs and $710,000 in fiscal 26, and 3 FTEs and $355,000 in fiscal 27. Their staff are assumed to be necessary for the workload associated with the audit and coordination between the department and JLARC. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sarian, I wasn't completely paying attention. What were the first, just sort of summary fiscal impact at the 2 agencies?
So the 2-year total fund impact is $1.2 million, and the 4-year general fund budget outlook impact is $1.7 million.
Okay. Any other questions for Sarian? Thank you. Senator Binky, is this your bill? Do you want to?
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, just thank you very much for the fiscal and getting everybody up to speed on that. I do believe we got to go back to a baseline and where we understanding where we can protect kids in this situation, especially young people that have gone through behavioral health treatments, the housing, all these different sectors have changed since the last study. And when we were looking at this, and touring some of the sites over the summer. We had the staff out there and everybody else kept coming back to. We kind of get a baseline of where we're at so we can have more of a long-term strategy coming out of this. And I like the idea about having that conducting baseline to, if they do have it, the capacity, like you mentioned, in the fiscal budget, that we could reduce some of that, because I do believe we can reduce some of that staffing if we're looking at it. But offer this to the body for a great bill.
Thank you. And we have one person signed in to testify, Nicole Gomez.
Good morning and happy Saturday, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Nicole Gomez and I work for the Washington Federation of State Employees, which is 48,000 members strong. We're here today in support of SB 6273, and in short, we support this legislation as it addresses many of the concerns the members of our members working in juvenile rehabilitation centers, specifically the current staffing ratios and also safety protocols. I know that this has been a top concern for folks working there, and we want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. We urge it be passed out of committee, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 6273. We'll move on to Substitute Senate Bill 5864. Sandy.
Good morning, Senator Robinson, members of the committee, Sandy Stith, staff to the committee. Before you, you have Substitute Senate Bill 5864. This is relating to assisting individuals diagnosed with a rare disease with accessing existing support services and programs. This comes to you from Health and Long-Term Care. By way of background, the National Institute of Health estimates there are over 10,000 known rare diseases. The Orphan Drug Act of 1983 defines a rare disease as a disease that affects fewer than 200,000 people in the United States. Rare diseases include genetic conditions, infections, some rare cancers, and autoimmune diseases. It's estimated that approximately 1 in 10 people have a rare disease. Lastly, DSHS has a tool they use to document a client's functional ability, determine eligibility for long-term care services, evaluate what and how much assistance a client will receive, and develop a plan of care. This is called the Comprehensive Assessment Reporting Evaluation, or CARE. So what this bill does is it requires DSHS and Healthcare Authority to study the feasibility and cost of implementing a point of contact for individuals with rare diseases. The purpose of the point of contact would be to increase access and reduce barriers in navigating programs and services offered by both agencies for folks with rare diseases. Healthcare Authority and DSHS must submit a preliminary report of findings and recommendations by December 31st, 2024, and a final report by June 30th of 2025. And the report is required to include a variety of things, including but not limited to how staff can improve understanding of rare diseases, possible educational materials, assessment of service delivery and barriers to navigating the delivery system, an implementation plan for reducing barriers, and a development plan to increase awareness of existing resources. DSHS must also evaluate its care assessment and authorization process to include how they factor in rare diseases. In terms of fiscal impact, a fiscal notice has been requested.
We have no.
I'm sorry, no.
Well, that's disappointing.
I'm trying. I promise.
Okay. Are there any questions for Sandy? There is no, the prime sponsor is not on the committee, so it's not here, and no one is signed in to testify on this bill. So if you have any questions. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. That concludes the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 5864, and we will move on to Senate Bill 5802. Maria Hovde.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee, for the record, Maria Hovde with committee staff. Senate Bill 5802 comes to you by way of the Health and Long-Term Care Committee. For a little bit of background, there are 4 components of the Medicaid nursing home daily rate: direct care, indirect care, capital, and a quality incentive. The direct care and indirect care rates are rebased every 2 years in odd-numbered fiscal years using cost reports that are submitted to DSHS. The direct care rate is also adjusted every 6 months to reflect changes in client acuity. The methodology associated with this case mix adjustment is specified in statute. As of this fall, the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services is discontinuing the use of the data that is required in statute for these case mix adjustments and is shifting to a patient-driven payment model, or PDPM, data system. This bill does 3 things. First, it removes language associated with the discontinued data source. Second, it eliminates language that specifies how the discontinued data source is to be used for calculating case mix adjustments. And third, it adds new language that requires DSHS to establish a method for applying case mix to the rates and to implement rules to that effect. There is a fiscal note that is available, and DSHS has indicated that the costs are indeterminate. However, case mix changes will impact the level at which adjustments are made to the direct care rates that are paid to providers, with funding levels remaining a decision of the legislature. The governor's supplemental budget proposal does include $6.6 million in total funding in fiscal year 25 for a 2.5% cap on the impact to case mix adjustments from the shift to the new data system. Costs for the governor's proposal in the 4-year outlook are estimated at $6.1 million general fund state. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Maria? I don't see any. Thank you. Senator Mazzal, would you like to speak to your bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is agency request legislation. I'm hoping this is the first step toward remedying some of the issues that we've seen with long-term care and reimbursement. We've seen way too many go out of business, and thank you for hearing the bill.
Okay. Thank you. We have 2 people signed in to testify. Both are remote. So if we could call up from Zoom, Karma, Maddie Jackson, and Peter Graham.
Morning, Chair, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. Case mix is a core policy to our nursing home system, and it was put in place about 20.
Could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Karma Maddie Jackson, here on behalf of Washington Healthcare Association and Leading Age Washington, here in support of 5802. Case mix is an important part of our system. It links acuity to payment. It says if you take higher acuity, you get a higher payment. And delinking this would be very bad policy because it doesn't incentivize people to take individuals from the hospitals that are high acuity. While this data switch to PDPM will eventually need some funding to effectively implement, we do not need funding for this bill or even in this budget. Holding providers harmless can be done by capping winners and using the funds to keep losers from getting cut. This is a proven concept. We've done it before. However, some new funding helps us soften implementation, so if you have some spare change, we would gladly put it to good use. It looks like I'm running out of time, so I'll send the rest of my testimony to you in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Graham.
Yes. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Peter Graham with DSHS's Aging and Long-Term Support Administration, and I'm here to testify in support of this bill. I would like to thank the staff for their briefing on the RUG to PDPM transition. Because of the unique situation of statute being so specific and prescriptive with RUG data, and with RUG data no longer being available, this legislation does 2 things. Cleans up language to remove reference to the now obsolete RUG data, and gives DSHS also the flexibility needed in statute to continue setting acuity-adjusted nursing facility rates on July 1, 2024. The long-term goal, which will be brought back to the legislature next session, will be a proposed implementation plan where the nursing facility rate methodology phases in the new PDPM data while minimizing large adverse impacts for facilities. This bill can be implemented with no additional appropriation while also ensuring the continuation of Medicaid rates that reflect the investment made by the legislature this last year. We have heard some concerns about giving the department full ongoing authority to set this calculation and rule. We would be happy to work with any interested parties to work around that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And I neglected to mention that we have a 1-minute timer on for the day. So when you see the light turn yellow, start to wrap up, and when it turns red, your time is up. Thank you. All right, we are closing the public hearing on Senate Bill 5802 and moving on to Senate Bill 6308. Monica, please give us a briefing.
Good morning, Senator Robinson, members of the committee. For the record, I am Monica Fontaine, staff to the committee. Before you is Senate Bill 6308, an act extending the timelines for implementation of the 988 system. By way of background, Congress passed the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act of 2020, designating 988 as the universal suicide prevention and mental health crisis hotline. In 2021, House Bill 1477 passed, which directed the Department of Health and Healthcare Authority to develop technology platforms. The platforms are required to include a call center system to manage calls, texts, and chats that come into the system, as well as a behavioral health integrated client referral system. Both platforms are required to integrate with each other. The bill established several deadlines for implementation. The Department of Health was required to have a fully funded platform by July 1st, 2024. The Healthcare Authority was required to have a data integration platform developed and implemented by June 30th, 2025, and the steering committee, with advice from the Crisis Response Improvement Strategy Committee, was tasked with reporting on progress and recommendations related to designated contact hubs by January 1st, 2025. This bill extends these three deadlines by 18 months. The department would be required to have a fully funded platform by January 1st, 2026. The Healthcare Authority would be required to have their data integration platform developed and implemented by December 31st, 2026. And the final report by the steering committee would be due July 1st, 2026. There is no fiscal impact to this bill, and with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Are there any questions? Again, no one is signed in to testify. Senator Dingra, who sponsored the bill, is not here. I will just very briefly say that in the process of budget development, we realized that moving out the timelines would make it feasible to continue to budget and do the work that we set out for the 988 program. So that's the purpose of the bill, as far as I know. All right, thank you. That concludes the public hearing on Senate Bill 6308, and we're moving on to Substitute Senate Bill 6110. And Monica, I see you just stayed right there. Go ahead.
Yes, you're with me for a little while this morning. So again, for the record, Monica Fontaine, I'm staff to the committee. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6110, an act modernizing the child fatality statute. Excuse me. This bill comes to you by way of the Human Services Committee, where it was heard on January 25th. By way of background, a child fatality review is a process completed by a local health jurisdiction to examine factors contributing to the death. Contributing to the death of a child. This may include a systematic review of medical records, interview of parents and caretakers, and analysis of individual case information. Thank you. The information collected during a child fatality review is confidential, and identifying information is redacted during the review process. The Department of Health assists local health jurisdictions with reporting and provides technical assistance during the reviews. This bill would allow the Department of Health and local health jurisdictions to retain identifying and geographic information for the purposes of identifying trends and performing analysis. If a child fatality team identifies a current, reportable, and unresolved concern about child abuse or neglect, a team member may make a report to the child abuse hotline. However, it does not impose the duty of being a mandated reporter. This bill also specifies the information that may be requested by the local health jurisdiction to include autopsy reports, law enforcement and social service records, school records, and criminal records, among others. The department may use these reports in development and coordination of statewide child fatality prevention and interventions. A fiscal note to the bill is available. This bill has a 4-year cost of $388,000 to the general fund in the Department of Health, and there are indeterminate costs to the Department of Social and Health Services. The indeterminate costs at DSHS relate to the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, also known as TANF, block grant. DSHS is required to operate a child support enforcement program to be eligible for the block grant, as well as Title 4D funding. As the bill stands, it may violate the Title 4D state plan, as DSHS would be sending information about people on child support cases outside of the Division of Child Support for non-child support purposes. The costs of the Department of Health are for staffing to develop new standards for reviews, coordinate reviews across offices and agencies, as well as data engineering. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Senator Wagner.
So right now, current policy is you must be a mandatory reporter to report. That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't have that information right now, but what the bill does is it gives the fatality teams the opportunity, or it allows them to call a hotline and report any suspected abuse or neglect. But I do have Allison Mendiola with me here today to maybe help me answer that question for you.
That just is new language. It's added to the fatality review. They're not currently required, or there's just no language about it. So if they feel that there's something to report, that they can report it, but doesn't make anyone a mandated reporter.
And without that language, they wouldn't report?
Well, anyone can make a report to law enforcement, DCYF, or to the hotline. But this just puts it in there that if, when they're going through the review, that they feel that there's something that could be something worth reporting, that they could do that and they would not be mandated reporters.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Senator Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for hearing this bill. It really is a simple bill to try and align our child fatality statistic data gathering with other states and national standards through our public health services. So hopefully we can all get on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. We have two people signed in to testify on this bill, Jamie Bodden and Russell Brown. Begin whenever you're settled.
All right. Good morning, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. For the record, Jamie Bodden with the State Association of Local Public Health Officials. 6110 provides important modernization updates to our current child fatality statute, and we hope you'll join us in maintaining population strategies aimed at protecting our children from injury and death. We've identified where our statute is a bit out of step with national practices and standards. This bill aligns that work for our state. You'll note that we don't have a local fiscal note for this work, and that is because we funded our local review teams through Foundational Public Health Services funding. In addition, we've been able to get additional local programs established, so right now we have 17 local programs currently. Thank you for this funding. We've also been working with additional advocates to improve this bill further. We'll likely see some suggested changes for your consideration, and thank you for your support. Available for any questions.
Thank you. Russell.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. I'm Russell Brown, the Executive Director for the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. Here testifying, signed in other, in support of the proposal and policy. I just want to highlight there are a couple provisions in the bill that we would suggest or encourage you to consider removing, and that is the items that restrict this material from being involved in a criminal proceeding. Senator Wagner may remember in about 2013, there was a case of Hannah Williams, who was a young woman who was tortured and starved to death. That report came through a child fatality review. I believe it was from DCYF. DCYF has a statute that is slightly different and only restricts civil or administrative hearings, the material to be used in a civil or administrative proceeding. It doesn't restrict it in a criminal matter. And again, we're not trying to get the work product. We just want to make sure if there's material that's been reviewed that could be helpful in a current and reportable matter, that isn't restricted from a criminal case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. That concludes the public hearing and the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 6110, and we'll move on to Substitute Senate Bill 6134. Monica.
Again, Monica Fontaine, staff to the committee. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6134, an act preventing overdose and the use of illicit opioids in Washington State. This bill comes to you by way of the Health and Long-Term Care Committee, where it was heard on January 19th. By way of background, the Department of Health provides programs and services to protect and promote public health in Washington State. In response to the opioid epidemic, health agencies in Washington and the Governor's Office issued and updated the Washington State Opioid and Overdose Response Plan to prevent, detect, treat opioid misuse, and support individuals in recovery. The Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant is a source of federal funding to support criminal legal system improvement and community advancement programs. This bill directs the Department of Health to work with local health jurisdictions, EMS providers, emergency departments, state and local law enforcement agencies, sheriff's offices, medical examiners, and coroners to create a system or use an existing system for mapping incidents of fatal and non-fatal drug overdose and synthetic opioid poisoning. This bill establishes data reporting requirements for emergency departments, law enforcement, and coroners. The Department of Health is required to examine existing reporting systems to avoid any duplication of work or creating unnecessary data reporting requirements. The Department of Health is also directed to establish a state opioid trends review committee that must identify and review fatal and non-fatal drug overdoses, identify causes, and conduct a review of other factors. This bill does include a direct appropriation to the Criminal Justice Training Commission, also known as CJTC, so that the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs can administer a grant program for multi-jurisdictional task forces. A fiscal note is available. There's a 4-year cost of $10.9 million to the general fund. Of that amount, $7 million in fiscal year 2025 is the direct appropriation to the CJTC. The ongoing annual cost is to the Department of Health at $1.3 million general fund state. Reporting by the CJTC to the Department of Health can be done within existing resources. The cost to the Department of Health includes staffing to facilitate and coordinate the work group, review and retain information, conduct policy research and analysis, as well as engaging with staff and local agencies. And they estimated a need of 9.7 FTEs to complete this work. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Senator Mullet has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The JAG, the Justice Assistance Grants, we used to have those, right? When did those lapse and go away, and now we're trying to bring them back, or do you know the history of?
I don't have that information available, but I would be happy to follow up.
Any other questions for Monica? Thank you. Senator Gildon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all know that the opioid epidemic is probably one of the top crises facing our state right now. And so during the interim, I had staff look out across the nation for best practices. And so this is a bill that's based off of one that passed recently, I think almost unanimously in Colorado, that seeks to gather intelligence on where overdoses are happening, form a plan, and then also try to get a lot of these drugs off of our streets so that we have fewer overdoses. And so I would appreciate your support. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 people signed in to testify. Both are on Zoom, so we'll go to Mary Long and Ann Anderson. Ann, are you available? I see Mary Long, so let's start with her.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and committee members. As a Spokane area resident, I appreciate the opportunity to provide remote testimony. My name is Mary Long, testifying on behalf of Conservative Ladies of Washington, testifying in support of Senate Bill 6134. We believe this bill will be a good step in the right direction for addressing the drug crisis in Washington. Gathering the information on fatal and non-fatal overdoses would allow the Department of Health to provide recommendations to the legislature for policies that could really help our citizens and reduce the number of overdoses. This comprehensive approach would be an excellent start for tackling this important public health and safety issue. The grant program and funding included in the bill will also give our law enforcement access to tools they need to begin to address this crisis. We appreciate Senators Gildon and Wilson for bringing this bill forward fully support changes by the Health and Long-Term Care Committee, and especially the use of existing data systems as possible and avoiding duplication of work. And we will be supporting this bill as it moves through the legislative process and hope you will pass Senate Bill 6134 out of committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ann.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Ann Anderson, Washington State Narcotics Investigators Association, here in support of Substitute Senate Bill 6134. Traditionally, multi-jurisdictional task forces have been funded through federal justice assistance grants. We were disappointed to learn that Commerce redirected these funds elsewhere. Currently, no state funds are used for these task forces, and without this bill, these teams on the front line of large-scale drug interdiction will be defunded. It is much less expensive, both financially and in human lives, to interdict drugs to prevent supply than to treat for substance use disorder and combat increased criminal activity that the drug trade brings to our communities. Drug interdiction also prevents weapons trafficking and human trafficking and decreases violent crimes and property crimes. Passage of 6134 would also allow regions that lost their multi-jurisdictional teams due to Trump-era withholding of funds to apply to reestablish their task forces. Our state leads the nation in opioid fatalities, and while most states are seeing dramatic decreases in violent crimes, including homicide, we are one of only a few seeing increases. This is not the time to defund drug interdiction efforts in our state. Please pass Substitute Senate Bill 6134.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 6134, and we'll move on to Senate Bill 6286.
Good morning again. For the record, Monica Fontaine, staff to the committee. Before you is Senate Bill 6286, an act addressing the anesthesia workforce shortage by reducing barriers and expanding educational opportunities to increase the supply of certified registered nurse anesthetists in Washington. This bill comes to you by way of the Health and Long-Term Care Committee, where it was heard on January 26th. By way of background, the Board of Nursing regulates the nursing profession and currently operates the Washington State Student Nurse Preceptor Grant Program to address nursing workforce demands. The grant program is currently funded at $3 million per fiscal year and provides grants to nurses who precept students in advanced registered nurse practitioner, registered nurse, and licensed practical nurse programs. A certified registered nurse anesthetist is an advanced registered nurse practitioner who administers anesthesia and other medications. This bill does two things. It directs the Board of Nursing to establish a preceptor grant program to provide incentives to CRNAs, also known as certified registered nurse anesthetists, to precept nurse anesthesia residents subject to appropriation. Grant funds are to be distributed equally among qualified applicants that dedicate at least 80 hours per year to precepting. It also directs the Health Workforce Council to study the workforce shortages in anesthesia care in Washington State. The study is to be completed in collaboration with the Board of Nursing and Washington Medical Commission. An annual report shall be submitted to the legislature beginning June 30th, 2025, detailing findings and policy recommendations, with the final report being due June 30th, 2029. A fiscal note is available. This bill has an estimated four-year cost of $1.2 million to the general fund. Of that amount, $721,000 is estimated for the Workforce Board for staffing and contracts. The staffing hired with this funding will manage the research project, conduct research, prepare reports, and coordinate stakeholder meetings. It also includes a contract with the University of Washington Center for Health Workforce Studies to assist staff with research and report preparation. This includes completing qualitative and quantitative analysis as well as research design. Costs to the Department of Health are $486,000 for the Board of Nursing to provide grants to preceptors. The Board of Nursing assumes 40 qualifying preceptorships each calendar year at a cost of $1,000 per preceptorship. This would start in fiscal year 2025, and there's an annual cost of $162,000 per fiscal year. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Monica on this bill? Senator Rivers, yeah, there you are. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill comes out of a crisis that we're currently facing in Southwest Washington. And as it turns out, across the state. And so I appreciate you hearing this bill, because we are looking for everything that we can do to expand workforce. Please note that this bill was constructed only from concerns raised by the CRNAs throughout the discussion of another bill. And so it may not be perfect, but it's a pretty good place for us to start. And we'll address those concerns that they had while giving us more data that we need in order to figure out how we can further expand the access to anesthesiology services, which will allow for the restoration of a maximum amount of elective procedures for our hospitals, which is, of course, their bread and butter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to public testimony on this bill. Amy Brackenberry and Carolyn Logue, I see you're both here with us, so please come up and begin when you're ready. And then Ebony McNeil is online. We'll follow them.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Amy Brackenberry. I'm here today on behalf of the Washington State Society of Anesthesiologists in support of Senate Bill 6286. We think that investing in student nurse anesthetists is one way to address a workforce shortage among this profession. This bill complements other legislation that the Senate may consider to expand capacity in the anesthesia profession, and we support this bill as is before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Carolyn Logue here for the Washington Academy of Anesthesiologist Assistants, also here in support of the bill. While working on the other bill that is moving through the body to license CAAs, this did come up in several discussions we've had over the past couple of years. And so we do support doing that. It didn't fit within the scope of our bill and knew that it needed to be in another bill. And so we're here to support that process as part of our negotiations. But also, we know from working in all the other states, maximizing the number of anesthesia providers is not something you can ever avoid. It's something that we need to make sure we are doing everything we can in all of the states, and Washington included, to make sure there's enough anesthesia providers out there so that we can do all the services and surgeries that are needed for people. Thank you. It's important to patient care.
Thank you. Ebony.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Ebony McNeil. I serve as the Vice President for the Washington Association of Nurse Anesthetists. I'm here today testifying in support of this bill. I want to start by thanking Senator Rivers and the other co-sponsors for bringing this bill forward and for demonstrating that the legislature understands the existing workforce constraints nurse anesthetists face and that it contributes to the broader anesthesia workforce shortage. Nurse anesthetists are independent anesthesia providers, although not always able to practice independently, depending upon which practice model is used at each individual hospital. This bill takes the necessary steps to improve nurse anesthetist training and education pipeline. We appreciate that this bill is linked to Senate Bill 5184, which authorizes anesthesiologist assistants licensure. We also hope that the legislature will continue to prioritize passage of both bills. We have requested an amendment, which Senator Rivers has graciously agreed to offer to refine and clarify the study focus. We are still at the table striving to offer solutions that benefit the entire anesthesia workforce and looking forward to continuing the conversation. With that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public testimony on Senate Bill 6286, and we'll move on to Substitute Senate Bill 5937. Monica, you are still with us.
Yes, don't worry, this is the last one. For the record, Monica Fontaine, staff to the committee. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 5937, an act relating to supporting crime victims and witnesses by promoting victim-centered and trauma-informed responses. This bill comes to you by way of the Law and Justice Committee, where it was heard on January 15th. By way of background, the Department of Labor and Industries operates the Crime Victims Compensation Program, which assists victims with costs associated with violent crimes. The program is required to pay for sexual assault forensic examinations and examinations for victims of domestic violence, including non-fatal strangulation. Victims, survivors of victims, and witnesses to crimes have rights provided in the Washington Constitution and in statute, and crimes have associated statute of limitations, which are time limits for initiation of prosecution. Once the statute of limitations has expired, a prosecutor cannot bring charges against an alleged perpetrator. This bill makes several changes related to sexual assault, sex trafficking, and domestic violence with and without fiscal impacts. The changes that have a fiscal impact relate to the Crime Victims Compensation Program and the statewide Forensic Nurse Coordination Program that would be established in the Department of Health. The changes to the Crime Victims Compensation Program include providing eligibility for compensation for victims of sexual assault, sex trafficking, and domestic violence regardless of cooperation with law enforcement if the director determines that cooperation may be impacted due to several factors, including but not limited to the victim's age and physical condition. It also expands travel compensation to include round-trip travel to L&I examinations, interviews, and treatment. It will also pay for forensic examinations performed to gather evidence for possible prosecution of sexual assault or domestic violence involving non-fatal strangulation, regardless of where the offense occurred. It will also allow L&I to attempt to request reimbursement from other states for the cost of forensic examinations for sexual assault or domestic violence involving non-fatal strangulation for non-Washington residents. The statewide forensic nurse coordination program at the Department of Health would be established subject to appropriation and would include but not be limited to providing technical assistance to adult, adolescent, and pediatric sexual assault nurse examiner programs and forensic nurse programs. It would also oversee the supply, distribution, and content of standardized sexual assault kits and assess and maintain standards for forensic nurse training curriculums. This bill includes other changes that are not estimated to have a fiscal impact at this time, which include but are not limited to removing the statute of limitations for the crime of rape by a first responder in the first, second, and third degree. It would also expand the definition of rape in the first degree, require pretrial motions concerning relevancy of the victim's past sexual behavior, and it would allow minors aged 13 or older to consent to a sexual assault forensic examination conducted for the purposes of gathering evidence for potential prosecution, as well as STD testing related to sexual assault. A fiscal note to the bill is available. There's an estimated 4-year cost of $3.9 million to the general fund between the Department of Health and the Department of Labor and Industries. Costs of the Department of Labor and Industries include staffing for adjudication, medical billing, and coordination with other states, as well as increased compensation payments. The department assumes that medical costs will increase by 5% and that claims would increase by 2% for an additional cost of $605,000 over the next 5 fiscal years. Costs of the Department of Health are for the establishment of the statewide forensic nurse coordination program, which would include staffing to maintain and provide resources for sexual assault nurse examiners, coordinate statewide forensic trainings, as well as maintaining and collecting data and developing standards of care. To implement the work outlined in the bill, the department included costs for staffing and contracts, so this would include 4 FTEs, as well as one-time and ongoing contracts. The ongoing contracts are for sexual assault kits, which are estimated to be $75,000 per fiscal year. And with that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Monica on this bill? I don't see any. Thank you. Senator Dingra, would you like to speak to your bill?
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I'll be very quick, and I'll keep it only to the 2 parts that have the fiscal note, and that is the compensation fund for crime victims and the coordination required for SANE nurses across our state. Both of these are issues that have been brought up and were recommendations from the Sexual Assault Forensic Examination Task Force. In terms of the claims, we really have to make sure that our survivors are getting the resources they need in order to recover. I was actually quite surprised to hear that last year there were 26 claims for survivors of sexual assault that were denied because they refused to cooperate with law enforcement, and 12 were domestic violence offenses where they were denied claims because they refused to cooperate with law enforcement. Requiring cooperation before we as a state help survivors is not okay. We do have to put in some language because federal law requires us to do so, and so we're trying to thread that needle where we are acknowledging that not everyone is safe or comfortable with reporting their abuse, and so that's where the language on the Victim Compensation Fund comes from. And just given the disparity across our state in terms of access to sexual assault forensic nurses, we really do need a coordination position statewide so we can actually get a handle on the training, the compensation, and availability of SANE nurses. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Let's see who we have here. Russell Brown, would you like to come up? And then we will go online to Laurel Redden and Ridi Mukudepade. Russell, go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning again, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. I'm Russell Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, testifying in support of 5937. There's a tremendous amount here that we think is really good. I wanted to highlight one piece that is related to costs for prosecutors, which is in Section 17, and this is a requirement for every prosecutor to have an MDT. In many of your communities, you don't have the required components that lay out in this particular bill. And in fact, in many of your communities, you may have had them in the past and don't have them now. So I would just encourage you to consider either making this permissive, encouraging language, because even some of your mid-sized counties where you might have been able to do this currently, we're just seeing a dearth of support services outside of prosecutors' offices and within them. And so it would be very difficult to comply with this in many counties right now. And I've had those conversations with Senator Dinger. We're working together.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Laurel Redden.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much, Senator Robinson and members of the committee, for hearing this today. I am the Director of Communications and Policy at the King County Sexual Assault Resource Center. Our community nonprofit assists 5,000 survivors and their family members each year, and we wrote to this committee earlier to make sure that this important bill didn't get lost in the many important proposals before you. We are so grateful for your action to make sure that it continues its journey through the legislature. I know this committee is evaluating fiscal impact, not policy, so I'll just share that investments in survivor services and in what they need to recover touch on so many other areas you're trying to address, things like homelessness, mental health, behavioral health, physical health, just to name a few. I'd simply like to thank Senator Dinger and all the co-sponsors of this bill, as well as this committee again for making sure 5937 is considered. We hope you'll agree it's a worthy investment for the state to strengthen response to survivors of sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you. Ridi.
Good morning. My name is Ridi Mukudepade. I'm a victim rights attorney at the Sexual Violence Law Center, which is a statewide nonprofit. And on behalf of the survivors we serve, we're asking you to pass 5937. The science and research on trauma confirms the importance of removing barriers for a victim to participate in the legal system, not only for their own healing and to hold serial perpetrators accountable, is important, but because short-term investments will lead to long-term savings for the state and the victim. Without timely responses, according to the CDC, the long-term debilitating financial impact for victims include medical care, mental health services, loss of work, other legal, social, and public health costs. And according to Johns Hopkins, without the appropriate early support, lifetime costs for a survivor can be as much as $1 million per victim, with the state being burdened on average annually $9.3 billion. 5937 removes many barriers and prioritizes survivor agency and survivor justice, and please pass.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 5937. We're moving on to Substitute Senate Bill 6220. Corbin.
Thank you, Senator Robinson and members of the committee. For the record, Corbin Nemeth, staff to the committee. The bill before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6220 concerning high THC cannabis products. The bill is sponsored by Senator Salmon. The bill provides legislative intent to provide funding to the Department of Health to allow them to contract for targeted public health messages and social marketing campaigns directed towards individuals most likely to suffer negative impacts of high THC products. That includes persons under 25 years of age, persons reporting poor mental health, and persons living with mental health challenges. By July 1st of 2025, the Department of Health must develop an optional training that cannabis retail staff may complete to better understand the health and safety impacts of high THC cannabis products. The Liquor and Cannabis Board must define high THC by July 1st of 2026. Licensed cannabis retail outlets may not sell a cannabis product with a high THC concentration to a person who is under age 25 and who is not a qualifying patient or designated provider. And the bill sets penalties for violations. Subject to amounts appropriated, the University of Washington's Addiction, Drug, and Alcohol Institute must develop, implement, test, and evaluate guidance and health interventions for healthcare providers and patients at risk for developing serious complications due to cannabis consumption. Additionally, the bill provides that the governor may seek government-to-government consultations with federally recognized Indian tribes regarding raising the minimum legal age of sale of cannabis products with greater than 35% THC in tribal state cannabis agreements. The Office of the Governor must report to the legislature regarding the status of consultations by December 1st of 2025. A fiscal note is available. It indicates costs of $800,000 to the general fund in the 23-25 biennium and $2.7 million over the 4-year outlook period. Those costs include $120,000 in general fund state over 4 years for the Liquor and Cannabis Board enforcement provisions under the bill. Additional expenses include $570,000 for the Department of Health's training development and $2 million to the University of Washington for the development and evaluation of interventions for people at risk of developing a psychosis associated with high THC cannabis. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
I see Senator Saldana has her hand up, her little yellow hand.
Thanks. I'm only to say that I am working with the prime sponsor. I'll be listening to testimony and working with the prime sponsor to work on an amendment to address some of the fiscal impacts that we heard in the report. And so just wanted to alert you to that, Madam Chair. And also, as we hear testimony, if people want to follow up with me directly with their comments, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for letting us know that. I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Corbin. We have a number of people signed in to testify on this bill. We'll start with Amy Brackenberry, if you'd like to come forward. And is John Kingsbury with us? Okay. Amy, go ahead. And then following Amy, we'll have Vicki Christofferson and Ezra Eichmeyer. If you're in the room, you can start moving to the front. Go ahead, Amy.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm Amy Brackenberry here on behalf of the Washington State Public Health Association in support of this bill. The fiscal note on this bill, as you heard, is in two parts: the loss of revenue from people ages 21 to 24 not purchasing high concentrate products, and the cost of the public education point of sale campaign side of things. I want to reiterate that the public education piece is really needed for whatever intervention the legislature decides to take with regard to these products. The public understanding of THC is actually very low, not just the health of the high potency products, but also the knowledge of one's own tolerance and limits is also very low. So whatever you decide to do, we would encourage you to maintain the public education piece of the bill, but we support the bill as it is in front of you today, and thank you.
Thank you. Vicki and Ezra.
Hey. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Vicki Christofferson here today on behalf of the Washington Canna Business Association. Unfortunately, at this time, opposed to the legislation, and it simply comes to the piece that prohibits the sale of products. I'll start with that and then talk about it a little bit more. But essentially, these products existed in the illicit market prior to legalization, and they exist today. And prohibition doesn't work. That was the whole premise of Initiative 502, was to bring these products into a regulated, safe market. So we oppose prohibition. However, we do support extensive public education. That was a promise that was made under Initiative 502, and we would encourage you to move forward with even more education for folks, support those parts of the bill. We'd like you to really focus on the bill you passed off the floor yesterday that looks at changing the tax structure to create higher taxes for higher THC products and lower for lower, so that we can influence public behavior that way rather than trying the prohibition route. With that, we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Ezra Eichmeyer here, representing Producers Northwest. Speaking in strong opposition to this legislation as written. Again, to kind of echo what was just spoken, it is estimated that 25% of all cannabis sales in our state are still happening in the illicit market. The illicit market has the ability to create any and all of the products that the licensed cannabis industry has the ability to create. If we ban any types of products out there or try to regulate them beyond the current regulations, the illicit market can move right in, increase operations, and get those products out to people. Now, we wholeheartedly enthusiastically support the House version of this bill because it's all about getting resources out to get teenagers to quit experimenting with drugs and alcohol, especially cannabis. One thing we can all agree on is we don't want young people using cannabis. We want that to stop. It has not stopped or decreased since the legalization of cannabis in Washington, and we need to get enough money out to the prevention programs to get teenagers to stop wanting these products and to let them know about the dangers. Thank you so much. Please support the House version.
Thank you. We will go to remote testimony. We have Linda Thompson, Beth Ebel, Beatrice Carlini, and Caitlin Ryan. Linda.
Thank you. I'm Linda Thompson with the Washington Association for Substance Misuse and Violence Prevention, WASAP, testifying in full support of 6220 to help reduce the health and fiscal impact on our state's collective public health associated with high THC cannabis products, especially for those under 25. Science shows those young brains are still developing, and the impact can be from cannabis hyperemesis to psychosis. The cost benefit to our state will be the savings in our healthcare, mental health, criminal justice, and many other systems. Please pass 6220 for a strong investment in the health and safety of our citizens. We support the regulated system that the voters voted on, but we do need to watch out for the health and safety of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth. Beth, we can't hear you. Can you, I can tell you're talking, but it's not loud. We can't hear it.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you, but that's fine. So, Madam Chair, thanks. I'm Dr. Beth Ebel. I am the president of the pediatricians in the state of Washington, and in strong support of Senate Bill 6220. You know, our journey with legalization has come at expense of health problems for kids. And the language that this is, quote, prohibition is just not the case. This is sensible regulation. And the reason it's being fought hard by industry is because it works. Regulation works. We need to know what's in these products and reduce them getting to kids. And that's why they're fighting hard against this law. These products, the regulation works best and education works best around knowing what's in there and limiting access for young people whose brains are developing under 25. Irrespective of industry pressure, we have a chance to reduce the risk of substance use disorder, the injuries associated with it, which I'm taking care of today at Harborview, psychosis, and really lifelong concerns. So while reducing the money coming into the coffers on selling these really untested, unknown, high potency products to kids is money well spent and will be money saved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go away, Senator Kaiser has a question for you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sort of. Go ahead.
As a doctor, do you know of these incidents where there's been harm to people using high THC? Do you know what the age of those people have been? Because as you know,
it's been at many ages, but it's a highest risk for kids whose brains are developing between
I understand
15
that.
and
I'm
25.
just asking.
I've personally taken care of patients who had attempted suicide in the middle of one of these psychotic breaks after high potency products, sometimes even after the first or second use.
Do you have any information on the age of those patients you've taken care of?
Yes, I entirely take care of pediatric patients, but there is national data showing that it increases the risk of psychosis in general, but it has a particular impact on the growing brain. But we'll be happy to provide that information to you. There are several good studies that have looked at this.
I understand. My concern is we have already a law against selling these products to people under the age of 21. If people under the age of 21 are getting these products, where are they getting them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the risk includes kids up through 25, that developing brain, that's what we've seen. And that's one important piece of this law. But kids who are younger also tend to get them from adults, young adults who are close to their age.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beatriz.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Robson and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dr. Beatriz Carlini, Research Associate Professor at UW Medicine. While analyzing recent survey data from 2,700 Washington state cannabis consumers, I learned that 32% of them were harmed by their cannabis use. 32%. This is 1 out of 3 people. They reported panic attacks, fainting, vomiting, hallucinations, psychosis, and flashbacks. 20% of them felt so bad that they went to the emergency room or called the poison center for help. Long term, some of them will develop long life psychosis disorders like schizophrenia. This is the current reality in a state that has not actively curbed cannabis products containing 60 to 90% THC. This reality costs money to taxpayers in the form of healthcare services and missed day of work and study. It causes a lot of suffering. I hope that this bill is seen by this committee as a good investment for our public money. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson, ranking members, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Caitlin Ryan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cannabis Alliance. We're the largest cannabis association in Washington State, representing a broad coalition of not just industry, but consumers and patients as well. I'm here to urge you not to move forward with Senate Bill 6220. According to the JLARC study completed and presented at the beginning of January, prevention, education, and treatment received a little more than $283 million from the dedicated cannabis account, which was nearly $170 million more than local governments, agency administration, research, and equity initiatives combined. We believe there are significantly better offerings this session, including Senate Bill 6271 addressing this issue, and we request you consider the House amended Companion Bill 2320 as the vehicle to attend to these concerns. Specifically, House Bill 2320 features an RFP process for the proposed research to ensure a more rigorous and fiscally responsible approach to funding meaningful data, which would impact policy. In conclusion, while we appreciate the concerns that have led to this introduction of this bill, we respectfully urge you not to let this bill advance any further. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing and the public testimony on Substitute Senate Bill 6220, and I'm going to turn it over to Senator Wynn.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We'll bring up Corbin for Senate Bill 6251.
Thank you, Senators, members of the committee. For the record, Corbin Nemeth, staff to the committee. The bill before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6251, Coordinating Regional Behavioral Health Crisis Response and Suicide Prevention Services, and is sponsored by Senator Dingra. The National 988 Crisis Line was implemented in Washington State in July of 2022. The Department of Health, or DOH, has oversight of contracting with 988 call centers. A Behavioral Health Administrative Service Organization, or BHASO, is an entity contracted with the Healthcare Authority to administer behavioral health services using state funds within a regional service area. BHASOs oversee regional crisis lines and designated crisis responders, which jointly provide the portals to the involuntary commitment system. Every county in Washington is served by a regional crisis line, which are call lines administered or contracted at the regional service area level by BHASOs. Regional crisis lines provide behavioral health crisis response services. The bill before you provides that a BHASO must establish coordination within the behavioral health crisis response system in each regional service area. The BHASO must establish comprehensive protocols for dispatching mobile rapid response crisis teams and community-based crisis teams. Additionally, a BHASO may recommend the 988 contact hub or hubs within a regional service area. The Department of Health must certify recommended 988 contact hubs if those hubs are able to meet federal and state certification requirements. The hub or hubs must be able to collectively provide the full set of culturally appropriate services to meet the legal requirements for the call centers within the region. The Department of Health may only certify a new hub when needed to fulfill an articulated need identified in the regional crisis system protocols required under the bill. A fiscal note is available. It indicates costs of $11 million in general fund state in the 23-25 biennium and $35 million in general fund state over the 4-year outlook period. I'll note that it is my understanding that those costs are indeterminate. The Healthcare Authority indicates $2.5 million per fiscal year to provide $250,000 to each of the 10 BHASOs for the protocol development and coordination outlined in the bill. The Department of Health indicates costs of $8.7 million per fiscal year for activities outlined in the bill. The indicated driver of those costs is to expand the diversion work to regional crisis lines under Section 4 of the bill, and for the development of crisis protocols also under Section 4 of the substitute. I will note that those costs do not appear to be directly required by the bill, as the bill says that the department may provide those resources. Impacts to regional crisis lines or new 988 call center hubs would be indeterminate if new 988 hubs were designated under the bill. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Dingra.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. The HCA cost on this is a little confusing to me because the bill says that the BHASOs are supposed to do this work within existing resources. So do you know where that extra dollars are coming from?
It was the assumption of the authority in the fiscal note that the ASOs would require additional resources to do that work.
Okay, but the bill specifically says.
The bill does outline that those protocols are to be developed within available resources. It doesn't necessarily mention within existing fiscal resources, but it does mention within available resources in the region.
And I would love to get additional information on the fiscal note by Department of Health, because nothing in the bill changes their rulemaking or anything around designating 988 hubs. So do you have any additional information on where money's coming from?
I do not. We got the fiscal note last night, so I'm happy to do some additional follow-up and provide that to the committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Corbin. Senator Dingra, would you like to speak on your bill?
Yes, thank you so much, Vice Chair Nguyen. After Rep. Orwell and I worked on the 988 bill, we actually spent like a year and a half traveling all across the state and really trying to get an understanding of the regional crisis system. And what became very clear to us very early on is that there's a lot of great work happening in a lot of different places all across the state. And shockingly enough, most people don't know about it. And so this is something that came about after all of that to really make sure that our BHASOs are working collaboratively within each region to really understand what the crisis response needs are and who is doing that work, so that we have a plan which can then be sent to DOH and HCA so that the state is aware of the work that's being done. And in those areas where the BHASOs may not be able to do that collaborative work, our agencies then know that those are areas that they need to spend a little bit more time in and give a little bit more attention to. So this is really about regionalizing a lot of this work so that there's collaboration and there's information sharing from the locals to our state agencies. And with that, I would love to continue having conversations about this very interesting fiscal note. Thank you.
Sounds like you will. Thank you so much, Senator Dingra. We'll bring up Brad Banks, and online we'll have Richard Van Cleve. Welcome, Brad.
Good morning, Vice Chair Nguyen, members of the committee. Brad Banks here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organizations, here in support of Senate Bill 6251. Really appreciated the briefing from staff and from the prime sponsor. If we zoom out on our behavioral health crisis system to the sort of that 5,000-foot level, what we see is a partnership between the Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organizations and the healthcare authority through a contract to administer all of the major components of our crisis system except one. That's the 988 crisis call centers. That exists over at the Department of Health. This bill does not change that. What it does change is allow the ASOs to better determine which of those call centers can best meet the needs within the individual regions and which protocols and other coordinating efforts need to go in line to ensure that can work. We are equally puzzled by the fiscal notes on this bill and look forward to working with the prime sponsor and the agencies to kind of figure that out. But ask for your support.
Thank you so much. Richard.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. My name is Richard Van Cleve, and I serve as the account director for Carillon BHASO here in Pierce County. We support Senate Bill 6251, and we do appreciate the work of the sponsor. We believe the current 988 implementation plan does not fully support the BHASO's ability to efficiently coordinate crisis care at a local level. And as you know, BHASOs already manage all aspects of the crisis systems in the regions we serve. We know what the local needs are, and we spend a significant amount of time and resources addressing those needs. As the local experts, BHASOs should be the ones deciding which DOH contracted 988 hub will best meet the needs of our regions. The current plan does not allow for this important regional choice. Pierce County currently utilizes Crisis Connections for our regional crisis line, but Volunteers of America was assigned to be our 988 hub. At the same time, just by way of example, King County will be able to use one entity, Crisis Connections, as their hub and regional crisis line. Pierce County was not given the same option. So all we're really asking for is that each BHASO be given the ability to select the option that best fits their regional needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions from members of the committee, we'll go ahead and close up the hearing for Senate Bill 6251, and we'll bring up Josh for the next one, Senate Bill 6171.
For the record, Josh Hinman, staff to this committee. The next bill up is substitute Senate Bill 6171, Child Care Non-Standard Hours. By way of background, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, known as DCYF, administers the Working Connections Child Care Program, which provides child care subsidy for eligible families to allow the parent to participate in employment and educational activities. DCYF reimburses child care providers on a per-child basis, which in some instances may include a non-standard hours bonus incentive payment for providers who care for a child outside of normal business hours in excess of 30 hours per month. Turning to the bill, substitute Senate Bill 6171 requires DCYF to conduct a feasibility study for a pilot program to award startup grants to assist in establishing and operating child care programs that would serve individuals in high-demand professions which traditionally operate during non-standard hours. This includes law enforcement, construction, medical, first responders, and others. The feasibility study would focus on areas with a population over 100,000 and the report would be due July 1, 2025. There is a fiscal note. DCYF estimates 2 FTEs devoted to the feasibility study one time in fiscal year 2025, as well as $189,000 for consulting fees to conduct research and prepare reports, for a total fiscal impact of $543,000 one time. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Josh. Seeing no questions. Senator Wilson, would you like to speak to your bill?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we all know that there's an issue out there with childcare, the availability of childcare, and the issues that we're having with workforce right now. And I want to explain that the reason why I brought this forward was because a detective in the Vancouver Police Department that I work with a lot of times on a lot of different things, came to me and told me about the problems that they were having in the childcare arena for the police department. And most times this affects the women in the police department because the shocker of all shocks, right? Women are the ones that have to go home to take care of the kids. So she has many women in the police department where they've not been able to accept the promotion or actually had to quit because they couldn't find childcare. A few statistics here. The lack of childcare is real expensive in the loss of productivity for employers, which is about $13 billion a year. Working parents lose about $9,000 a year in lost earnings because they don't have childcare. And it's an estimated 20% of stay-at-home moms would enter the workforce if they had childcare assistance. It affects women and communities of color most often, and of course, mothers that are women in the ages 25 to 54 are more likely to quit their jobs when their children are young than the fathers are. And so the goal of this is to further, I have to say, further advance women in these particular professions. I mean, it's not, and it started out as law enforcement and first responders, but it has expanded the study now to include those that demand in their professions different hours or different hours that are more unique or beyond the regular 9-to-5 job. So I appreciate, this is going to be a study for a pilot program, and they're doing it in 3 different states right now. Legislation went through, and they're actually working on the pilot program. So I'm hoping that we can do the same. We certainly need the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Wellman.
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming, but would like confirmed, that the purpose of the study is to make recommendations for what we might do to fill in the gaps as to where there might be a need for additional supports for childcare providers who can expand their hours, or some coming in just to handle those irregular hours in order to be able to expand the workforce. Am I correct?
Generally.
I don't understand what it's for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Seeing nobody signing. Oh, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this is limited to cities of 100,000 or more. That kind of only gets at about 9 cities that are all, at least in terms of population, the same. For the bill sponsor, I guess, would it be better to sprinkle this around a little bit so you got some different sized municipalities? You might get different answers as you get more rural. Just a thought.
Well, the original bill started out at 250,000, and we dropped it down to 100,000 because my own city wasn't even included in the number. So I think because it's a pilot, we wanted to start where there's probably more police in the area. That's where I started with, was because it was police in the area. So, and because it was my city. So whatever.
Okay, thanks. It's none of mine, I noticed.
Senator Billig.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Wynn. If Senator Wilson would be willing to engage, I was curious just about, it sounds like you've already expanded it beyond just first responders, but I know in my community, there's some manufacturing that goes 24 hours and has the late shifts. That's really challenging for childcare. So, I mean, this is like a really big problem. So I appreciate you kind of focusing on it, but just curious if you considered doing it even broader. And, you know, if somebody's going to do it childcare in non-standard hours to take, you know, for police officers, kids, yes, they're probably going to have capacity for other kids as well. But just curious if you had thought about broadening it even further.
It actually is already broadened. So it will include those people in different professions that have, like you're talking about, manufacturing.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Perfect. And then with that, we'll close the hearing for Senate Bill 6171. And then Josh, you'll still be back for Senate Bills 5780.
For the record again, Josh Hinman, staff to this committee. The next bill before you is proposed second substitute Senate Bill 5780, Public Defense and Prosecution, offered by Senator Torres. The bill referred to this committee includes a Section 6, which is a student loan repayment program for public defenders and prosecutors. The proposed second substitute I'll speak to today removes Section 6, and the remaining sections 1 through 5 are unchanged. Proposed second substitute Senate Bill 5780 establishes both a training and internship program for both public defense and prosecution. Section 2 establishes a rural and underserved areas internship program for public defenders at the Office of Public Defense, known as OPD, while Section 5 establishes a similar internship program for prosecutors at the Criminal Justice Training Commission, known as CJTC. Section 3 expands training for public defenders at OPD, while Section 4 establishes a training program for prosecutors at the CJTC. These sections are all subject to appropriation. Turning to the fiscal impacts, Section 2's public defense internship program generally mirrors Section 5's prosecutor internship program. Both programs require monthly compensation and a housing stipend for interns and allows for partial reimbursement for supervising attorneys. Both OPD and CJTC provide a cost estimate that assumes 12 internships per summer, and both agencies estimate approximately $400,000 per year for these programs. OPD's internship program is similar to a governor's budget request in Senate Bill 5950. The difference is that the governor's budget provides for OPD to award $200,000 in competitive grants to county and city governments to administer their own internship programs, while the bill directs OPD to offer these internships directly. There's no prosecutor internship program in the governor's budget. Section 3 expands an existing statewide training program that OPD currently offers on a limited basis. While Section 4's prosecution training program would be a new program, CJTC would contract with an entity to provide this service, while OPD would offer the trainings directly. Both OPD and CJTC provide a cost estimate for 2 statewide trainings in fiscal year 2025 and 4 per year thereafter. Due to OPD's training program being an expansion to an existing program, OPD projects a lower cost of $600,000 over the 4-year, while CJTC estimates $900,000 over the 4-year to contract for these trainings. Additionally, OPD estimates 3 FTEs to oversee both the training and internship programs, whereas CJTC does not include FTE costs. This adds $700,000 to OPD's 4-year cost estimate. To note, there would be no fiscal impact to the Department of Commerce due to the removal of the student loan forgiveness program in Section 6 under this proposed second substitute, so you can disregard the Commerce portion of the fiscal note. And total fiscal impact is therefore $2.1 million to CJTC and $2.5 million to OPD for a total of $4.6 million over the 4-year. And a reminder that each section is subject to appropriation. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, Senator Torres, if you'd like to speak to your bill.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, you did a great job explaining that. As mentioned, it does remove that Department of Commerce fiscal note that you'll see in the note. But the work group met during the interim, and what we found is that we were trying to address a shortage that we're seeing statewide, not just in our rural, but it is impacting, I would say, our rural communities even more because we have a shortage of public defenders and also prosecutors. So we came up with a couple of recommendations, and part of that was the internship for both public defenders and prosecutors, as well as cross-training for those that are new to public defense that want to help out as well. But you'll hear some more testimony from our experts in the field. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then with that, we'll bring up our first panel, Larry Jefferson and Russell Brown. And then as they come up on deck, we'll have Commissioner Ladon, Juliana Rowe, and Paul Kelly, who will be online.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. My name's Larry Jefferson, and I'm the Director of Public Defense for the state of Washington. Unfortunately, our state is suffering a crisis in regards to both public defenders and prosecutors. We need this program. This program opens the door and creates pathways for from law school to rural and underserved areas to address these shortages. The bill creates new pools of public defense attorneys in communities that desperately need them. Further, the bill ensures critical training to attorneys across the state to develop and grow their skills to be more confident and effective defenders. And with OPD management and oversight, we can efficiently use state funds to support both student internships and ongoing professional training for the benefit of rural and under-resourced jurisdictions. We look forward to having some internships and also, paying an hourly wage for up to 12 interns a year. And then for the Criminal Defense Training Academy, we hope to expand that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Russell.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Russell Brown, Executive Director for the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, here in strong support of Senate Bill 5780. I appreciate the opportunity to see both public defense and prosecution on this And we, like OPD, had a training program last year for our basic attorneys, and we'd like to see that more properly funded and expanded. Let me just highlight, many of your communities want to see or need to see a response to an increased level of crime, particularly violent crime. And you may think that that is strictly a prosecutor issue. I am here to tell you that that is a public defender issue. There are many communities around the state that cannot file some significant crimes because there are not enough public defenders. Many of your communities want to see increased therapeutic options. And that is not simply a public defense issue. That is a prosecutor issue. If there are not enough prosecutors in your community, there's not enough gatekeepers, there are not enough ways to process those in a way that allow some therapeutic responses. These are symbiotic. They work together, and we would encourage you to continue to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is the first time I've seen the prosecutors and defenders testify together in pro, so nice work. We'll bring up... There you go. We'll bring up Commissioner LaDon Lind, if you are there.
Yes, good morning, Chair and the members of the Senate Ways and Means Committee. My name is LaDon Lindy, and I'm a Yakima County Commissioner. I'm here to testify and give my full support for Senate Bill 5780. I appreciate the fact that this is addressing training and internship programs on both the defender side and the prosecutor side. As a previous witness testified, yes, there is a need and a shortage on both sides of the equation here. And so both of these provisions will help that in that matter. I wish that we were able to keep in the student loan provision as well, because I think that's something that could actually get to the heart of the matter even in quicker fashion than the training and internship. But I support the bill in its current fashion and hope we can continue the conversation later on to be able to help with the student loan reimbursement as well. As I see this as a critical component to be able to hire defenders and prosecuting attorneys in Yakima County and other counties throughout the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Juliana.
Good morning, Senator Robinson and Vice Chair Wynn and members of the committee. My name is Juliana Rowe, and I'm here on behalf of the Washington State Association of Counties in full support of this bill. We appreciate Senator Torres's work on this and the extra attention on public defense this year. You have heard us testify for many years about the state of the trial court public defense system. Because the system is strained, counties are faced with issues that have come to a head, like being unable to hire or retain new or experienced public defense attorneys. And as Russ stated, prosecutors follow this as well. This further exacerbates the backlog court system as it makes it more difficult to process criminal cases through the system. This is amplified in rural areas where there are smaller pools of applicants from which to hire, among other factors. So we are very supportive of this bill that provides opportunities for law students and recent graduates to serve as legal interns for public defense attorneys and prosecutors, and we encourage you to pass the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Paul.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Paul Kelly. I'm the Yakima County Public Defender, the director of the Yakima County Department of Assigned Counsel, and I also am a member of the WDA. The Yakima County DAC supports 5780. I can tell you right now, as we speak, I just had to get away from an online recruiting event sponsored by Northwest Law Schools. I'm currently recruiting for summer interns. Two questions come up during that recruiting: compensation for living expenses so that these interns can survive during the summer months, and temporary housing. Law schools are in major metropolitan areas: Portland, Seattle, Spokane. It is a impediment to them and a barrier to move without having some sort of relief for these expenses. Hands-on experience is vital, and relocating to these areas, or these rural areas and underserved areas, is vital. I ask that you support all of the provisions of 5780. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to the next panel, Carrie Reardon and Austin Field.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Carrie Reardon, and I'm here today on behalf of the Washington Defender Association and Washington Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers Legislative Committee, and as a member of the WDA board that Paul Kelly, our president, just mentioned. We are in support of 5780. As with the prosecution, and you'll hear a lot about, we're in crisis right now in indigent defense and finding attorneys to represent individuals accused of crimes. From looking at the fiscal note, which is obviously the point of our testimony today, there are costs, and there are costs to ensuring that rights are protected, that people are not wrongly convicted, that people are not sitting in jails forever without having an attorney or being able to have access to counsel. And this bill addresses this in our more rural communities where the need is the highest. Obviously, training and always learning best practices is a necessary feat. And so we highly support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Austin, if you are there. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Austin Field. I'm a King County Public Defender and a member of SEIU Local 925. I'm testifying on behalf of the members of my local. We strongly support the public defense components of Bill 5780. Rural public defenders are essential. King County public defenders frequently represent Washingtonians who have ongoing cases or convictions from rural jurisdictions. And we've seen firsthand the harm that the rural defense crisis inflicts on our clients. We hope that a new generation of public defenders will zealously advocate for Washington's most vulnerable people. And this bill will preserve state resources by preventing unjust and unnecessary prosecutions, convictions, incarceration, probation monitoring, and years of appellate litigation. We would strongly urge you to reinsert the student loan forgiveness provision. We believe it's illogical to invest in training new public defenders who will be forced to leave the profession because they cannot repay their loans on a public defender salary. And that's especially true for rural public defenders whose salaries are likely to be significantly lower because of county resource limitations. So removing that provision undermines the goals of this bill. That said, we do support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and wrap up testimony for Senate Bill 5780, and we'll bring up Jed for Senate Bill 6052.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matt Shepard, Conning-Source, staff to the Environment, Energy, and Technology Committee. Substitute Senate Bill 6052 relates to petroleum supply and pricing. The substitute bill before the committee creates a division of petroleum market oversight within the Utilities and Transportation Commission, or UTC. The division must be led by a governor-appointed director and include a staff of economists, fuel market experts, and legal investigative staff. The bill specifies several powers and duties of the division, which are outlined on page 4 of the bill report. It also establishes several reporting and record retention requirements of refineries, oil terminal operators, major marketers of transportation fuels. These relate to transportation fuels and crude oil supply and price information, spot market transaction information, maintenance turnaround activity information, and others. These requirements begin January 1st, 2026. The bill requires the division, in consultation with the Department of Commerce, Energy, Resilience, and Emergency Management Office, or EREMO, to gather, analyze, and interpret the submitted industry information and other information. It also requires the division to publish a public report and beginning January 1st, 2027, submit a quarterly report to the legislature and governor with a summary analysis and interpretation of submitted information consistent with confidentiality and cybersecurity requirements. It requires the UTC to post specified information on its website, including beginning August 1st, 2024, preliminary information including a comparison of retail gasoline prices and cost components in Washington and other jurisdictions, the historical relationship between in-state transportation fuels and the price of crude oil, and other information. It directs the division and ecology to prepare a transportation fuels transition plan by January 1st, 2027. It establishes a cybersecurity requirements applying to all state agencies beginning September 1st, 2025 that have authorized access to the collected data, which may be considered critical energy infrastructure, and each agency is responsible for implementing IT infrastructure and procedures and receive an annual audit. And the bill also contains several provisions on information confidentiality and penalty authority for the UTC. And finally, the bill contains emergency and null and void clauses. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jed to stress fiscal impacts.
Hi, Jed Herman, your Ways and Means Committee staff. So to the fiscal impacts, there is a preliminary fiscal note that is now in the EBB. It just came in this morning. So if you were looking at this last night, just know there's an updated version that's on the EBB. The only thing that's missing in there is an estimate from the Department of Ecology, and the amounts that are in this, because this is a preliminary fiscal note, are likely to change. But given what's in the EBB and borrowing some data from the first fiscal note to round out the Department of Ecology costs, which we estimate probably haven't changed too much, but we'll leave that to Ecology to confirm. If you take all that into assumption, the impacts of this bill on the 2-year is around $15.8 million total budget, with a general fund component of that of around $12 million, and on the 4-year outlook of $29.1 million for this bill. And that's for all those costs that Matt just outlined, and as he indicated, the bill does contain a null and void clause. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Banky.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As part of that the new update, I'm just reading through the bill, does that include, or can you specify how much is that into the data analysis and the cybersecurity computer science component of that?
I'd have to, well, the one piece I could pull from you is because that was added in the substitute bill. I can just do a quick comparison for you to the original fiscal note, which that didn't have.
Yeah.
And I could get you kind of side by side for that. I don't have that with me in front of me.
No worries. If you could get that for the committee, that'd be great.
It about doubled. I can tell you that, but just about doubled it.
Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and bring up the panel for testimony. Becky Kelly, Jason Lewis, and then Clifford Traceman. And then we'll have Becky go first.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Wynn, and members of the committee. I'm Becky Kelly, Senior Climate Advisor to Governor Inslee, testifying in support of this governor request legislation. We have visibility into electric sector pricing, but little transparency into what determines what we pay at the pump and the reason that prices swing wildly. As of yesterday, the statewide average price of gas was down $1.20 from last year's highest price on October 1st. The transition from petroleum to electricity and other clean fuels in the decades to come will have major impacts on our state's economy and state budget and consumers' pocketbooks. Transparency for petroleum pricing and supply will benefit consumers, and planning for the transition will help us manage it effectively. But we have to build state capacity to do this important work, as we've done for other sectors of the economy. As you've heard from staff, that requires considerable state investment. The substitute bill includes significant new cybersecurity protections to ensure that sensitive data is protected. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. I'm Jason Lewis, Legislative Director with the Utilities and Transportation Commission, testifying in support of 6052 concerning fuel accountability. My primary role today is to assist in answering questions. However, I did want to raise a couple notes. In the updated partial fiscal note, there's an error on the UTC FTE count. The dollars are correct, but the FTEs are incorrect, and that's going to be corrected and updated in the fiscal note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clifford. Oh, sorry. Senator Wagner, if you want to. Okay, Clifford.
All right. Thank you. Clifford Traceman, State Lobbyist for Washington Conservation Action. This piece of legislation, Senate Bill 6052, is also one of the environmental community priorities that are made up over 25 groups, and we're testifying pro. I'll just be very brief. We're environmental advocates, so why do we care about this bill? Because people do care about the increased prices of gas, food, home ownership, healthcare, and we are supporters of consumer protection. So as it relates to gas prices, having a watchdog that would look over the math of the industry to see if it's accurate, to be a watchdog for independent oversight of transportation fuel markets is a good thing. And finally, to look at the law and potentially have strong financial penalties for oil companies who may withhold information, who may give false information, who may conduct illegal acts or practices related to the sale of transportation fuels. We see this as little more than a consumer protection mechanism, and we urge your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Wagner, and then I'll get some other folks as well.
Thank you. You said that we need to do this as we have done with other sectors. So which other sectors are subject to similar requirements?
Thank you, Senator. As I mentioned, the electricity sector is heavily regulated by the UTC. We have a lot of transparency into all aspects of their costs and pricing. And as we are making this transition off of oil, we think there will be a lot of pressure in all directions on prices and consumers, and want to have more transparency. Thank you.
Senator Conway.
I guess my question kind of follows that, because natural gas has also been regulated by the UTC as well. And I guess what I'm wondering is there's pretty big cost here involved in shifting the UTC work over to oil prices. And I'm curious, why is that? In other words, you're going to put a whole new group together when you've been doing work on natural gas as well.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And really, the core of the costs come from two primary components from the UTC's perspective. The first being the cybersecurity critical infrastructure component, and then the second being the expertise in this specific area. While we're very good at what we do currently does not involve the transportation fuels. So we can get the math, but we still need the expertise in that specific industry.
Thank you. Senator Wellman.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of the general public, and we've been doing a lot of talking about the price of oil or gas. And that is one of the products, I guess, that is the most transparent to the public, because it's a product that we actually use every week, and therefore know. And yet, within that, we don't know what the actual cost of the base product is coming in. So the price at the pump, there's very little relationship to the cost of the product development, producing it, et cetera, because within one block, you can have a $2 change in what is being charged. And so it's one of those things where we charge as much as we can get, or we use it as a loss leader, or whatever is going on, but the public has no idea. And now that we're involved in the market to some extent as citizens of this state, it would be kind of good to get really an understanding of what could the price be based on the development, the production of the product, and then the differential between what the price could be and what is being shown as the profit margin, what's being paid at the pump. I don't know if that's in your bailiwick or whatever, but I, as the public, would very much be interested in knowing that differential.
Thank you, Senator Wellman. Excuse me. You've just, I think, really well articulated the reason that the governor brought the bill forward is because we don't have that. We have the end point, and we can read in the newspaper about crude oil prices, but everything in between is not as transparent. Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize this is in the realm of the UTC, but I'm curious, if we open this up to the government going in and looking at the books of a private company, doesn't that mean that down the line that kind of sets precedent for asking the government to go into any private business to look at what their costs are, and doesn't that kind of open this up?
Thank you for the question. I think anything that doesn't already have authority to be requested by the government would require new statutory authority case by case. And so we're looking at the particular reason for the oil industry, but future such decisions would be up to the legislature. Thank you.
Senator Mullet.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess this is for Becky. Did you guys make any attempts to just kind of create, I guess, a financially more affordable version where you just have like a few, 3 or 4 people who are really focused on trying to get more information? Or do you think it's kind of like it's this all or nothing kind of approach like we have in front of us here?
In part, we modeled the legislation, although we have made significant changes from what California did last year, and they passed legislation, they're implementing it now to request this kind of information. I think the reason it can't be kind of anecdotal is because it is such a giant market. There's a ton of transactions. Things can happen kind of anywhere in that chain. And so, I think there's kind of study approaches to look at it big picture, but to really dig in and get the data requires considerable infrastructure. And then, we took very seriously the industry's appropriate criticisms of the need for increased cybersecurity. So that's a significant chunk of the cost, is taking in protecting confidential data, which over time I think we believe will probably need in this state greater cybersecurity infrastructure across a number of fronts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess the California model you referenced, how many years have they been collecting data in this space before their legislation, though? I mean, it seemed like it had been ongoing down there for decades, right? Or
that's true. They have collected more information than we have. The bills they did in late 22 and then last year in 23 significantly increased the amount of data they were collecting, but they did have underlying infrastructure that I think they started back in the 80s.
Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So following on the previous questions, given the significant cost, the cyber risk, have we thought about, and the fact that California, who's been doing this for a while and has increased in the recent years, have we considered looking at their data to learn some of what we are interested in rather than repeating it? I mean, their supply chain obviously is somewhat different, but the mechanics are largely the same. And before we spend all this money, take all this potential cyber risk, is there a method to just look at the data they have and ferret out from that what information we need at a cheaper, at a lower cost and much lower risk?
I think the reason thank you for that question, Senator. I think the reason that we wanted to look at it here is, as you mentioned, the markets are different. There are different supply dynamics, pipelines, and so forth, but understand the question.
Thank you so much.
I was actually looking for an answer to the question, though, not just that you understood the question.
We did not. You asked if we considered that. We did not consider it. We felt like it was important to provide this, begin building this infrastructure for Washington. The substitute bill doesn't even have oil companies, providing information to the state until January of 2026. So during that intermediate time, we can certainly be learning from the California experience. So we wanted to get the system up and running. The cybersecurity takes some time to set up as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator Schessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For, guess any of you, we were told yesterday that we had to keep the speculators in the cap and tax program secret, but yet we're going to go into the energy companies and take them out. Why are energy companies different than speculators under the CCA?
I think I understand your question, Senator, about the general market participants in the cap and trade, cap and invest market. I guess I think it's a little bit of apples and oranges. The reason that the information is kept confidential with regard to the functioning of the cap and invest market is so there can't be collusion amongst market players and improper practices that might harm the participants in the market. This is about requesting data so that the state can provide oversight, but it will be kept confidential.
Thank you so much for that robust discussion. We'll bring up the next panel, Greg Hannon and Diana Carlin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Greg Hannon, representing the Western States Petroleum Association, speaking in opposition to the bill this morning. I'll speak to fiscal issues only, but I'm available to discuss any of the policy issues as well. The original bill established a new division at the UTC with a total of 29 new FTEs at various state agencies for a cost of about $9.2 million. We found out this morning that that's increased to $15 million and more in the out years. And what does the state of Washington expect to receive for that investment? The California Energy Commission has been reporting similar data collections for the last 6 months. In that time, the net gasoline refining margin has averaged 11 cents a gallon. 2 of those 6 months, the company's report, the net margin was reported in a negative number. Lastly, the bill invests the UTC in the new oversight division with broad investigative powers that already exist in the Attorney General's office. And please note, the AG is currently investigating the industry, yet another reason why this bill is unnecessary. We urge you to not advance the bill, but I would say that even though we continue to remain far apart on the need for this bill, I have appreciated the many substantive discussions with the governor's office, the UTC, and the bill sponsor. They've been, I think, very, very well received, and we've made some progress, but still remain far apart.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Diana Carlin here on behalf of the Washington Independent Distributors of Energy, the oil marketers selling and transporting gasoline. Our members are family-owned, small to mid-sized businesses. We are here opposed to Senate Bill 6052. First, we are concerned that the fiscal note might not be accurate because it's unclear who the bill regulates. For example, the definition, sorry about that, of major marketers is left to the discretion of the UTC. So we don't know who is actually regulated under the bill. So how can the fiscal note accurately determine the cost to collect and analyze that data when you don't know how many businesses will be reporting? My members already report to the Department of Licensing for fuel taxes, revenue for B&O and sales tax purposes, and ecology. We're unsure of if the intent of this legislation is to require distributors to file a transaction report for each sale of fuel that traces every gallon of fuel from the acquisition price for the distributor to the final sales price. So lots of concerns about the traceability and how we would do that. We don't think it's feasible. We would ask that you not move this bill out of committee at this time.
Thank you, Dana. Senator Conway.
This is a question for Greg. But Greg, I think the citizens of this state are a little bit troubled by the fact that we have some of the highest gasoline prices in the nation when we actually refine gas. And it just is an issue here of why when we move gas hundreds of miles, they get a lower price when we refine gas here in this state, we actually have the highest prices. And so it has such a dramatic impact on food prices. As you know, everything that moves has to move by transportation, and gas prices are really one of the big causes of food inflation as well. So I invite you to come by and maybe you can explain to me why it is we have the highest gas prices in the nation. Thank you.
If I can interpret that as a question, because I think there's been a central theme to all the questions that have been presented today, and that has to do with what information would answer the questions that you're asking. And I would draw your attention to the 2008 gas price study from the Attorney General. And I'm just going to summarize, and I pulled it up this morning because I thought this question might come up, and just very briefly. The investigation, which included an in-depth analysis of the factors influencing prices at the pump, found variations across Washington communities are due to the cost of obtaining and transporting fuel to stations and local competition, not illegal price manipulation. Increasing worldwide demand for oil and an inability for regional refineries to meet local supply demands are the primary contribution to erratically climbing prices. My suggestion is a much more financially efficient way to address the issues that the committee has raised today with much more substantive responses would be to update that 2008 Attorney General price study. Good information is, and I would invite you to pull it up and look at it to see the length and the depth of the information that's detailed there without going in and gathering highly confidential data from the companies that if it were released puts consumers at risk with that information being released as well. So just a much better approach to answering these very important questions.
Thank you, Greg. Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Greg, you mentioned a profit margin. That was 11 cents-ish? Do you know how much the state makes on the same gallon?
Well, that was the information in California under a very similar system. Now, the combination that the state receives in the state of Washington is, a combination of taxes and policies. For example,
In the state of Washington, we have the MOTCA tax, the hazardous substance tax. That represents about 3 cents, right? And then the compliance cost for environmental programs such as the LCFS and the CCA also represent a cost. That goes to the state as well. It totals somewhere around $1 a gallon.
Compared to 11 cents was what you referenced before?
Well, again, this information was the reporting of similar information for the last 6 months in California. Unless there's something substantially or materially different in the state of Washington, I don't know why the results would be different.
Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Greg, where can you get the information on how many gallons that the state sells per, where's that public?
Department licensing, and on the federal level too, EIA. There's a lot of this, as I read the bill, there's a portion of it too that's available from the AAA, right? I mean, this information is out there and widely available in a way that doesn't introduce the competitive issues and the concerns about the release of sensitive data.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions, and I do reciprocate. I'd appreciate, I know this is a tough conversation. I know it's a contentious bill, but I appreciate the conversation and the engagement as well.
Thank you.
And then next, we'll bring up our remote testifiers. I think most folks may not be there, so I'm just going to call out all the names to see who is there. Jeanette McKesney, Marianne LaFontaine, Bobby Moody, Bobby Vergone, Carmelinda, and Wiley. I don't think any of the users are there. So we'll bring up Jeffrey Pack and then Leah Missick as well. Jeff, I see you first, so feel free to start.
Okay, here we go. My name is Jeff Pack. I've been a crude oil and gasoline futures trader for well over 35 years. This bill just represents an extreme arrogance and ignorance of the subject. It's arrogance in the aspect that you folks think you can oversee a worldwide commodity. It's ignorance in the aspect that you think this is going to have anything to do with the high cost right now. If you want to know why our gasoline is high right now, you can look at spot price. It's easily available. The difference between spot and what you pay is going to be the cost in there, and not cost of the production or anything. It's costs that have been added on top of it due to things like, for example, cap and trade. Last year, you folks ran cap and trade down our throats. We told you that it was going to increase costs of gasoline, and you swore up and down that it wouldn't. Guess what? It did. So if you've got an unfriendly federal administration, you've got an unfriendly state administration on fossil fuels. And you folks, I listened to the governor sit back and blame crude oil or blame the oil companies for the high costs, and oh, look at all the profit those people are making on the tops of all the citizens. That's not it. It's your actions that are doing it and adding to the cost of it. Listen to a previous speaker talk about almost $1 in there being added on top of it. Again, like I said, you want to know what the cost of crude oil, cost of gasoline is? It's easy. Spot prices out there and readily available. When it's being sold to you, that's where the difference is. So anyways,
thank you.
Take a look at yourselves there. Okay, bye.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for your feedback. Leah.
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Leah Missick with Climate Solutions in support. We know certain things about gas prices. We know that they peaked in the summer of 2022, which was a record-breaking profit year for the Western oil majors. And we know, for example, that the global trading price of crude oil is the biggest factor in the price at the pump. But there's a lot we don't know. We don't know costs and profits at different levels of the supply chain, from production to refining to transport to rack. We don't know how different supply constraints exactly impact price or exact reasons behind geographic price variability. And even economists who study this issue specifically don't have a complete picture. So it's important for the state to have this information. Washingtonians are impacted by gas prices and want to know what's going on. And the information alone is very helpful. And if there's any malpractice, the state should know so it can protect consumers. Protecting Washingtonians from any pricing malfeasance and providing more transparency on this large part of our economy is a worthy state investment. And I will note that a large chunk of the fiscal note is thanks to cybersecurity, which was an ask of the oil industry, and understandably so. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't believe we have anybody else. I'm getting confirmation that's the case. So that'll wrap up our testimony for Senate Bill 6052. We'll bring up Jed for Senate Bill 6039. Nope, and Kim.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Kim Cushing, staff to the Policy Committee. The bill before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6039, an act relating to promoting the development of geothermal energy resources. For brief background, the Department of Natural Resources, through the appointed state geologist, is responsible for maintaining the Washington State Geological Survey, which includes the preparation of geological and economic maps. Under the bill before you, it directs the survey to complete and maintain a comprehensive database of publicly available subsurface geologic information related to Washington State. It requires, as part of this database, the survey to provide specific data and coordinate with federal, state, and local agencies to combine existing information. It directs the Department of Natural Resources to update its geothermal resources lease rates to be competitive with the federal and other Western state geothermal lease rates. It directs Commerce to establish a competitive geothermal exploration cost-share grant program to incentivize and offset direct costs associated with deep exploratory drilling to identify locations suitable for the development of geothermal energy. It requires specific criteria for allocation of these grants, including that grant awards should not be more than 1/2 of the overall project cost for private applicants and not more than 2/3 of the overall cost for public and tribal applicants. It directs the Department of Ecology, in consultation with the Department of Commerce and DNR, to engage in a collaborative process to identify opportunities and risks associated with the development of geothermal resources in 3 locations with the highest geothermal potential in Washington, beginning November of 2024 and reporting back by June of 2026. It requires Ecology, as part of the collaborative process, to engage in meaningful government-to-government consultation with potentially affected federally recognized Indian tribes and to provide grants to support their evaluation of impacts and participation. With that, I'll turn it over to Jed.
Good morning, Jed Herman, your Ways and Means Committee staff. So to the fiscal impacts of the bill on the EBV is a updated fiscal note that is reflective of the substitute that's before the body. And in that fiscal note, there's a total estimated cost of $2.1 million across all accounts. To the general fund portion of that on the 2-year, about $1.1 million with a 4-year outlook impact of about $2.9 million. As Kim indicated, there are a number of pieces in this that drive the costs, and one of them, I'll just flag for you, there are 2 things that are in this bill that are not reflective in those dollar amounts, and there's 2 different grant programs that are identified in the bill. One is a grant for incentivizing geothermal exploration, and another one's for grants for the participation of tribes in the collaboration, and the fiscal note makes a conclusion of indeterminate costs. So therefore, it's up to the legislature about what appropriation put to that, and just want to flag that that's not contained in those cost estimates.
Thank you, Jed. Senator Mullet.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And this could be user error on my side because my kids always remind me I'm bad at technology. I couldn't get the fiscal note to update for some reason, the EBB. I don't know if it's just me or other people. Oh, got to refresh the whole page. Okay, there you go. User error.
Senator Goss got to the
rescue. He's a generation ahead of me and much wiser. I guess, Jed, in your opinion, if this sort of bill, could this be an eligible use of CCA dollars if you were to pay for what's in this bill? That sort of
Yeah, because I could have also flagged for you that the Department of Ecology portion of this does indicate they're suggesting the use of CCA dollars. The other agencies recommended general fund state, but I think that's a discretionary piece for you all to decide.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll head and go into testimony. Thank you. We'll bring up Scott Hazelgrove, and then there's a number of folks that are online as well, but we'll have Scott go up. Just as a heads up, Casey Hannell, you'll be online, Rosemary LeClaire, and Tim Gates, you'll be in the next group of folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Scott Hazelgrove before you today in support of Senate Bill 6039 on behalf of the Whatcom PUD. I've shared with the committee via email before the hearing a map of geothermal potential within the state. I think you'll see the extent and the opportunity that this type of energy generation poses for the state as a whole. I want to speak specifically to Part 3 and 4 of the bill, which are the grant programs. We believe these are important tools in helping us take the step to start to explore and develop this technology. We note that this program complements a budget request from the Nooksack tribe, working with Whatcom PUD of $500,000 to start to explore the Whatcom area geothermal potential. We urge you to consider investment in this proposal and to advance it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Casey, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Casey Hennell, and I am the state geologist and director of the Washington Geological Survey at the Department of Natural Resources. I am here on behalf of the department to testify in support of Substitute Senate Bill 6039 and its intent to further the understanding of geothermal resources in Washington. High-quality information about the subsurface is fundamental to geothermal resource identification and characterization in Washington. This information can be expensive to collect and is typically a barrier to entry for geothermal development. Investment in gathering all existing information in a single public location and making it easily available will greatly expand returns on exploration investments and reduce entry costs. This will also make the identification of data gaps more efficient, allowing for targeted collection of new information going forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Substitute Senate Bill 6039 today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Tim.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I am Tim Gates with Ecology Shorelands Program. We support Senate Bill 6039. We are signed in other today because the bill has fiscal impacts that are not in the governor's budget. I wanted to highlight that our fiscal note for the substitute is $1 million less than the original, and that's because the substitute narrows the study area from a statewide to 3 areas identified by DNR. We also wanted to flag that we have concerns with the timelines in Section 4 and are discussing options with the sponsors, and appreciate them working with us. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Rosemary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or as my people say, a swale, good day. I am Rosemary LeClaire, Chairwoman of the Nooksack Indian Tribe. I hold 2 ancestral names, Eamutol and Wolasoit. And Nooksack is still here. Nooksack traditional lands range from Mount Baker down to Bellingham Bay. The changing climate impacts our treaty rights, such as fishing, hunting, and gathering. We are interested in transitioning to clean energy. We understand that Mount Baker has high potential for geothermal. Nooksack wants to know whether this is feasible and what the benefits and impacts would be, especially for our tribe and our ancestral homelands. In the past, Nooksack and other tribes have been borne the negative impacts of development, often with little to no benefit, and we ask that Washington State approach clean energy in a better way. 6039 will allow tribes to fully participate in geothermal projects by funding staff capacity, and let me tell you, Nooksack is definitely in need for the funding of staff capacity. This is why we ask that you pass 6039. Thank you for your time, Vice Chair, and I am open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for joining us today as well. We appreciate it. And that'll wrap up our testimony for Senate Bill 6039. We'll go ahead and open up for Senate Bill 5444 concerning, and that'll be Jed and Joe.
And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Joe McKittrick, Staff Counsel to the Law and Justice Committee. The proposed substitute to Senate Bill 5444 before you now concerns firearm-sensitive places. For background, it's a gross misdemeanor for any person to enter certain locations while knowingly possessing a weapon or knowingly having a weapon under their control. These places are the restricted access areas of jails, law enforcement facilities, and places used for the confinement of persons, the areas of buildings used in conjunction with court proceedings, the restricted access areas of public mental health facilities, the portions of any facility that's classified by the Liquor and Cannabis Board as off limits to anyone under the age of 21, and the restricted access area of commercial service airports. It is also a gross misdemeanor for any person to knowingly open carry a firearm or other weapon while knowingly at a permitted demonstration or within 250 feet of a permitted demonstration after being directed by a law enforcement officer to leave the area until the person is no longer in possession of a weapon. While carrying a weapon at these locations is generally prohibited, there are multiple site-specific and group-specific exceptions to these prohibitions, including members of active duty military, law enforcement officers, and correctional personnel. If enacted, the proposed substitute to Senate Bill 5444 would restrict the possession of weapons at the following locations: public libraries, zoos and aquariums, cities, towns, counties, and other municipalities, neighborhood, community, and regional parks where park facilities where children are likely to be present, transit stations and facilities, and state and local public buildings. However, these restrictions at these new locations would not apply to any person who is carrying a firearm pursuant to a valid concealed pistol license. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to Jed to discuss the financial impacts.
Yeah, actually, Senator Gildon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Does the bill prohibit the open carry of weapons for people doing things like honor guard, 21-gun salute, military honor ceremonies?
So those groups are not contemplated under this bill. However, the Law and Justice Committee did have another bill that exempted honor guards and veterans affairs or veterans groups from the specific prohibitions related to the Capitol campus and other government locations. But that's not contemplated in this bill particularly.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this says, and parks where children are likely to be present. So that means not all parks, right? And so it's up to the general public to figure out whether there's going to be a kid in the park or not?
Under the language of the substitute, it does list or provide a non-exclusive list of facilities that would fit the definition of facilities where children are likely to be present. And it also directs the local authority to indicate which of their facilities they believe meet that definition. But you're correct, it would not apply to all parks in total.
One follow-up.
Senator Wilson, yep.
Yeah, I just want to know then, how would they know? Because I think in the bill, it just said that periodically or around the park somewhere that the sign had to be placed. So if they miss the sign that says it's not allowed, then.
Yes, so under the language of the bill, and if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking whether or not a person who enters into one of these locations but doesn't know that location is a place where children are likely to be present. So the language of the bill requires the person to knowingly carry this while knowingly in that location. So if they didn't know that they were in there, I would think that they would not be in violation of the law.
Thanks.
Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Senator Gildon has piqued my interest. So the bill that allows for open carry here on the campus does not extend to cemeteries anywhere else in the state. And there are often veterans ceremonies performed in those cemeteries, some of which are owned and operated by cities. Would this prevent those ceremonies from continuing?
I would have to look into that more detailed. At first glance, I would believe that it would not. I think that could potentially fall under two prohibited locations here, whether it's considered a park where children are likely to be present, or a state or local government building, which I don't think it would fall under that exception, specifically related to a cemetery. So my first impression is no, I don't think that this would prohibit honor guards at cemeteries, but I'd be happy to look into that further for you.
Jed.
All right, Jed Herman here, Ways and Means Committee staff. So to the fiscal impacts of the bill, it primarily falls into that category about signage at state facilities. And so on the system, on the fiscal note, you'll see there's several pages listing many state agencies that did the fiscal analysis, and a number of them identified costs for signage for posting the firearm sensitive place on this, and that's what this pertains to. And to that, those costs total an estimated cost of $554,000. The general fund impact on the 2-year about $279,000, with a 4-year impact of around $300,000. With that, we'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Seeing no further questions, we'll go ahead and move on to testimony. Thank you so much. Chetan Soni, Liz Helsmith, and Dr. Gwen Loosemore as the first panel. Welcome. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hi, everyone. My name is Chetan Soni, and I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Youth Alliance. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 5444, which will extend existing safeguards to protect public parks, transit, libraries, and other locations from gun violence. The motivation behind this bill is clear: to create safer environments for all Washingtonians by limiting the presence of firearms in certain sensitive areas in which youth like myself would like to go but are too afraid of being shot. I have a friend that works in an aquarium in Seattle. After the Ingram High School shooting, she didn't go to work for a week because she felt unsafe. By specifying certain locations where firearms cannot be carried, this bill works to reduce the likelihood of violent incidents and increase the overall safety of our communities. Please, I'm asking you to protect our youth by voting this out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz, if you'd like to go next.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Liz Jomseth. I'm from the 40th District in support of this bill. When my daughter was a toddler, we go to a park in Bellingham that had a fun play structure. One day a man showed up. He didn't have a child. He had a gun strapped to his body. Kids got scared and parents were rightly concerned. They asked him to move on. He refused. They called the police. The police came. An argument ensued and the man was arrested. Later I found out that he won a settlement because of that arrest. In essence, he was paid for scaring children at a playground. Fast forward a few years and I'm leading a class at our public library. When I opened the door, that same man entered along with 5 other people, all open carrying. At the end of the meeting, they wouldn't leave. They told me I couldn't make them because they had the law and guns on their side. There's only one reason to open carry a gun in public: to create an unequal power dynamic, to intimidate those around you. There should be places in this state where kids and families can go and be assured that kind of intimidation will not happen. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Loosemore.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Wen and members of the committee. I am Dr. Gwen Loosemore of the 41st Legislative District, here today representing the Washington State PTA, our state's largest child advocacy organization, in strong support of Substitute Senate Bill 5444. Last fall, our members amended our top 5 legislative platform to support prohibitions on firearms where families and youth gather in public places. Our members understand that accidents happen and that a simple restriction like this can reduce the risk of accidental discharge and facilitate a less aggressive atmosphere. We've all seen events in public spaces that escalate out of control. Imagine just for a moment that you and your child or grandchild are at a zoo and there's a lot of pushing to see a particular animal. The jostling leads to one child being pushed too aggressively or even falling down. The adult reacts and brings out a gun, and the situation escalates until someone is wounded or worse. This bill is a common sense approach that these situations don't escalate into violence that can't be undone. Please pass this bill on behalf of our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we'll call up, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Question for Dr. Loosemore. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
So, which is more dangerous, a snake you can see or a snake you can't see?
I'm here on behalf of the parents that come to talk to me that are concerned, the students that are concerned.
The reason I asked the question is because the example that you gave, which talked about being at a zoo and jostling resulting in somebody pulling a gun, under this bill, it doesn't prevent a gun from being there. It only prevents you from knowing if one is there.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you for considering my question.
Thank you. Yes, I know that our families and our youth are asking for restrictions or prohibitions on firearms where families and youth gather in public places. And we believe that this is an innovative, common sense approach that will address this public health problem that is killing our children. So thank you so much for hearing my testimony and for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll call up the remote testifiers. I think there's a number that are missing. So I'm going to call up a bunch of names. We'll see who's here. And then I know the two that are. So Eric Pratt, Klein Aveen, Michael McKinley, Gordon Luckenote, James Lechner, and Michael Nowak. And I believe, Eric, you are there.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Eric Pratt, and I'm speaking in opposition to 5444, most definitely. I'm up here in the 24th Legislative District, and I've got some questions. The first question seems to be, what is this even addressing, really? The criminal element in any number of these spaces isn't necessarily prevented from carrying a firearm in this bill. What it seems like is we don't have any data that supports this idea that somehow open carrying causes these places to be any more dangerous. So I don't really know what the utility of this bill is in its current form. And I'm afraid that what this really will do is it will create further constitutional impairments that the people who are trying to uphold their constitutional rights will have to spend energy and resources in trying to rectify. So I urge you to do not pass 5444 and find out a way to target the real problem in our communities, the criminal use of firearms, not the law-abiding, constitutional embracing community in our state. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Klein.
No, it's Abine.
Oh,
Morning, for the record.
Aveen, my bad. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Aveen Klein, State Director for the NRA. The NRA is strongly opposed to the policy behind Senate Bill 5444, but I'll keep my address to the fiscal impacts for this committee. In June of 2022, the United States Supreme Court ruled on Bruin that firearms restrictions must be consistent with text, history, and tradition. Since Bruin, there have been dozens of lawsuits filed challenging the provisions of 5444 and these so-called sensitive places. A challenge to 5444 will certainly cost the state and taxpayers considerable money to defend, which has not been accounted for. Our founding fathers weren't concealed carrying their rifles, and open carry prohibitions are not consistent with this history or tradition of our country. Only one provision of this bill requires signage, parks, which will remove considerable access for hunters. Hunters contribute millions of dollars to the state for conservation. However, there's other changes in this bill that conflict with current Washington law, including postage, signage, consent, and permission in public buildings and transportation. Open carry of firearms is a self-defense choice protected by our Constitution, not armed intimidation. Those who are intent on causing harm simply ignore signs. I urge your opposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, I don't believe anybody else is online. And with that, we'll close the hearing for Senate Bill 5444, and we'll bring up staff for the next one, Senate Bill 6092.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Adam Brunmeier, staff to the Policy Committee. SB 6092 is a bill relating to disclosure of greenhouse gas emissions. For some brief background, the SEC requires publicly traded businesses to file certain climate-related disclosures. The SEC is currently considering a proposed rule which would establish new disclosure requirements based on an emission accounting standard that defines categories or scopes of emissions subject to disclosure. Under the bill before you, Ecology is directed to research and deliver a report to the legislature on the SEC's climate-related disclosure requirements, specifically those described in the proposed rule that is currently under consideration. The report must be delivered by January 1st, 2025, and address several topics, including how Washington can align its own reporting requirements to the program described in the SEC's proposed rule, how disclosures should be filed, accepted, and published, including the possible acceptance of disclosures filed under other state or federal programs, and whether the SEC's climate-related disclosures will be sufficient for purposes of complying with Washington's climate-related policies. Special consideration is to be given to the adequacy of reporting requirements related to Scope 1 through Scope 3 emissions under the SEC program, and determining which entities should be obligated to file for purposes of Washington law. And I can now turn it over to Wendy Brown to discuss the fiscal components of the bill.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wendy Brown, staff to the committee. The fiscal note that's available and in the EBB is on the underlying bill, which estimates a $1.3 million impact to the general fund in fiscal year 25 and $3.9 million across 4 years. In the original bill, Ecology was required to develop rules and create reporting guidelines for all 3 scopes of emission disclosure. Currently, only scopes 1 and 2 are required in the state, and implement those guidelines by January 1, 2025. This would have required between 8 and 9 additional staff to conduct emergency rulemaking and new program implementation in a relatively short time frame. Given the change in scope of the substitute to requiring study and development of recommendations for greenhouse gas emission disclosure, I would expect that the costs would be significantly less. And with that, Adam and I are available for questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll go to our one testifier, John Worthington.
Thank you, committee members. John Worthington, Squim. I'm a no on the bill. I had hopes for it, but they just didn't want to put in that language that's found in WAC 173-26360, Section 12. Transportation, ocean transportation includes shipping, transport of other goods, commodities, offshore ports and airports. That's a requirement that's never been met because all the port cities belong to the ICLEI. They don't want to disclose and bring in that world economy shipping into the pie chart that we have running all these Climate Commitment Act and the HEAL Act. And they didn't want to get out of the Paris Accord. They don't want to give the statutes to allow ecology to go out and reel in these free pollutions. And you got these contracts to build capacity for India and China, and this is how you do it. Why are we paying ecology to continue a flubber and magic bean pie chart that doesn't include the shipping emissions? You got so many ships out there right now, they could almost loan each other Grey Poupon. And somehow that's not an environmental damage to us?
Thank you, John.
Them out? No, that's not right. Never has been right. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And I don't believe there's anybody else, so that'll wrap up our testimony for Senate Bill 6092. We'll go ahead and move on to Senate Bill 6121.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Matt Shepard, Conning Source, staff to the Environment, Energy, and Technology Committee. Substitute Senate Bill 6121 relates to agricultural and forestry biomass. For background, under the Washington Clean Air Act, outdoor burning is generally prohibited in certain areas where air quality standards are not met and in other specified areas. Restrictions on outdoor burning do not apply to certain silvicultural and agricultural burning activities. The Departments of Natural Resources and Ecology and other jurisdictions issue permits requirements under the Clean Air Act for a variety of outdoor burning activities in their respective jurisdictions. The substitute bill before the committee defines flame cap kiln in the Clean Air Act to mean an outdoor container used for the combustion of natural vegetation from silvicultural or agricultural activities, meeting certain structural and size requirements. It also authorizes these combustion activities in portable flame cap kilns under agricultural and silvicultural burning permits. And finally, the use of portable flame cap kilns is added to the list of priorities under which DNR must encourage landowners to develop and use in logging and alternative silviculture practices to reduce the need for burning. And with that, I'll turn it over to Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy Brown, staff to the committee. The fiscal note on the substitute indicates indeterminate cash receipts resulting from the authority to permit the use of flame cap kilns in the bill, and any new revenue would be deposited into the air pollution control account. Impacts to the operating budget are estimated at $145,000 in fiscal year 25 and $538,000 across 4 years from the air pollution control account, and these costs are for Ecology to do rulemaking. The fiscal note also shows indeterminate costs to Ecology to administer the permit program, given uncertainty around the number of permits expected and how much enforcement would be required. And with that, we are available for questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Vanderway, would you like to speak to your bill? Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll bring up the two folks to testify, Jake Daly and then Karina Stark. And then I don't believe the folks who are signed up remote are actually here. Someone just call out their names to confirm. Jeanette McKenzie, Raymond McCord, Bobby Vergone. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Robinson and Vice Chair Wynn and honorable members of the Senate. My name is Jake Daly. I'm an Iraq War veteran, and I was a combat medic in the Army. I came home with PTSD, and I found healing by doing regenerative work in the forest. I'm now CEO of the U.S. Rake Force, satirically named after Donald Trump said, "Rake the forest," and started the U.S. Space Force. Part of our work in the forest is fuel reduction in an effort to prevent catastrophic wildfires, protecting our communities. Flame cap kilns can be very effective tools that help us safely pyrolyze the excess wood biomass in our forests. Flame cap pyrolysis is cleaner and safer and it releases less CO2 than standard open burning, which still is legal. It doesn't touch burning. It adds to it, and produces a carbonaceous soil amendment called biochar, which also earns carbon credits. So this bill allows us to step forward into the carbon market, developing small-scale carbon markets with these flame cap kilns. And this also is a huge step forward in managing our hazardous fuels, which affects you guys, because firefighting is expensive, super expensive. And right here, an ounce of prevention is worth tons of cure. You already know that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jake, for being here. Karina.
Hello, committee. Thank you. My name is Karina Stark, and I'm one of 200,000 small forest landowners in Washington State, and I strongly support Senate Bill 6121. Our 20 acres of forest land is in Chelan County, one of the nation's top fire sheds, and our forest management plan, reviewed by the DNR, includes hazardous fuels reduction by thinning, limbing, cleaning brush, and dealing with the resulting slash piles promptly, rather than letting the fuel load build up over months and years. Cost share programs are available, but they need to do the work in about 12 months, and you can only do them about once every 15 years. So we need a solution for the other 14 years that we have all this biomass build up. This approach is affordable, almost smokeless. It contains the fire, requires a smaller footprint, reduces the burn time, and by design, it's quenched with water. So it's really appealing for small folks like us. We think this is going to actually allow us to reduce more fuel because more people will do it, which means that the over $153 million we spend every year on forest fires, hopefully we can bring that down a bit. Thank you.
That would be nice. Thank you so much. I don't believe any of the remote testifiers are here, so go ahead and go and close the hearing for Senate Bill 6121, and I'll hand it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nguyen, and thank you for being here. Just members, if you haven't noticed an email from Liza, there is lunch in ABC. You can cycle back and grab a bite to eat. Okay, and we are going on to the underground economy, Senate Bill 6085. If we could get a staff briefing, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee members. For the record, Tian committee staff. The bill before you now is Senate Bill 6085 concerning re-establishing the Underground Economy Task Force. For some brief background, the underground economy means all activities in the construction industry that would be legal if fully reported to local, state, and federal authorities. The legislature created a joint legislative task force on the underground economy in 2007, which developed findings and recommendations that were incorporated into legislation. In 2023, the Washington State Institute for Public Policy, WISUP, was directed by a budget proviso to undertake a study for the underground economy. The report was released in September 2023. The bill before you now would re-establish the task force to study the nature and scope of the underground economy and to recommend what policy changes, if any, are needed to address the underground economy in the construction industry. A report of findings and recommendation to the legislature is due October 31st, 2025. This task force expires on December 21st, 2026. The fiscal note available in your EBB shows cost of $226,000 out of general fund state in the 2023 to 25 biennium, and total funds of $480,000 for the 4-year outlook period. The amount would cover cost for staff of the Attorney General's Office, Department of Revenue, and Employment Security Department to support the task force. There are also indeterminate costs if the task force chooses to contract with WISUP or other entity to assess WISUP report required in this bill. With that, I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions for staff? I don't see any. Senator Conway, would you like to speak to your bill?
Very briefly, I was on the original Underground Economy Task Force back about a decade and a half ago. We've been trying to fix these problems through an advisory committee, but we still have major problems with our underground economy. So we're basically reconvening the task force to see if we can work out some solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 people signed in to testify, Mark Struley and Christopher Ellis. Please come forward and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Mark Struley here today in full support of the bill on behalf of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 5. In our view, the underground construction economy is back in full swing. The report that staff mentioned when they gave their report, I'll just highlight 3 bullets from that I think really make this task force a great investment. One, it highlighted that 14% of the current construction economy on average in this state is now made up of the Underground Economy Task Force. Second, almost $60 million is being lost to unemployment and workers' compensation. And third, about $197 million is lost in wages to workers in this state, and that was in 2021 that came out of the report. We think this is a great investment. We think the issue cries out for direct legislator involvement to work with stakeholders. We hope you'll pass this bill. We've got great contractors and awesome workers out there that are getting hurt by this underground construction economy, and we think this bill is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Robinson, ranking members and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christopher Ellis. I'm a vice chairman and field representative for the Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers Local 1 of Washington. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 6085. As you heard, the Washington State Institute for Public Policy completed the study and found that 1 in 7 workers were part of the underground economy, resulting in $60 million lost to state agencies. More striking to me, though, is as a representative of working families, is that the same year almost $200 million were lost by workers in underpaid or unpaid wages, unpaid overtime, leave, fringe benefits. That's $200 million that could have been used by these working families in their communities to pay for housing, food, clothing, and other necessities. That's healthcare coverage that they may not have to go to the doctor or get medicine for their families. And the retirement funds that they don't have so they can retire with dignity when their bodies are worn out and can't work. The crafts that I represent, and especially the trade that I am trained in, is heavily affected by this. And the return on investment of the fiscal note is well worth the cost of the benefit for the working families and their communities. I ask for your support in passing Senate Bill 6085. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Senator Wellman.
Yes, Mark, would you have any idea in the underground economy that you're speaking specifically to in construction? Is there any sense of the impact on permitting that is supplied by any of our community, cities and towns in terms of getting a permit to do the work? Is it less likely that permits are asked for and paid for? Do we have any numbers in that?
Yeah, great question, Senator. To be honest, I memorized those 3 bullet points. I can get the report for the committee, but I will say this. The folks that are skirting the rules and regulations that folks that are playing by the rules are abiding by are not getting the permits and are, causing problems. And they leave folks with no recourse when something goes really wrong. And there are examples out there where it's even happened to local municipal governments that where this has hurt them. So you're spot on. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Senate Bill 6085, and we'll move on to substitute Senate Bill 6158. Jeff Mitchell.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jeff Mitchell, staff with the committee. Substitute Senate Bill 6158 relates to public facilities districts. It comes to the committee from the Local Government Land Use and Tribal Affairs Committee. By way of background, public facilities districts, or PFDs, are special purpose districts created by cities, towns, or counties to own and operate various types of public facilities, such as convention, conference, or special events centers, museums, and various types of recreational facilities. PFDs are authorized to impose several taxes, fees, and charges, including a state shared sales tax credit. Under a state shared sales tax credit, the state forgoes a portion of its sales tax, but the overall tax rate does not increase for consumers. There are 2 statutes authorizing state shared tax credits for public facilities districts. The tax rate under one statute is generally 0.033%, and then the other statute provides for a rate of either 0.02%, and I think this is specific to a PFD in Cowlitz County, or 0.025%, which is specific to a PFD in Yakima County. There are about 24 public facilities districts in total in Washington. In fiscal year 2022, PFDs collected about $41 million from these sales tax credits. As some final background information, when originally enacted, PFDs were authorized to impose a sales tax credit up to 25 years. And then in 2017, the legislature extended the time frame to 40 years. And then the bill before you today would extend the 40-year time frame to 65 years. The bill makes 2 other changes. First, the amount of compensation for the board of directors of a county PFD for attending meetings and conferences is doubled from $50 per day to $100, with the maximum annual amount increased from $3,000 to $6,000. The amount would also be adjusted for inflation every 5 years beginning in 2029. Second, the county PFD that operates the Washington State Convention Center shares a portion of lodging taxes with King County as well as certain cities. Under current law, the county must use the funds to support affordable housing programs. The bill adds community-initiated equitable development as an authorized use of funds. This change makes the language consistent with the use of proceeds requirements for cities receiving similar funds. A partial fiscal note is available for the substitute. While the bill would impact state revenues, the impact associated with extending the public facility tax district tax credits are beyond the time frame of the fiscal note. Again, as some context, in fiscal year 22, PFDs collected about $41 million from the tax credits. With that, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Are there any questions for Jeff? Thank you for that briefing. I don't see any questions. We will have public testimony from Jim Hedrick and Betty Erickson. Begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Senator Robinson, members of the Senate Ways and Means Committee. I am Jim Hedrick today with the Association of Washington State Public Facilities Districts. Mr. Mitchell just gave you my life story. Here with me is Betty Erickson, our State Board Chair. We're in support of Substitute Senate Bill 6158 today. There are, in fact, 24 local PFDs across the state that do great things like convention centers, event centers, and aquatic centers. We are not here on behalf of the Seahawks Stadium or the Mariners Stadium. Just want to make that very clear. So why the bill? Why is Jim Hedrick before you with this tax bill with no revenue impact? The highest and best use of this credit extension is to allow PFDs to refinance. We lost 2.5 years of revenue, steady revenue from not being able to be open. So maintenance on our facilities has been deferred, and the credit extension now gives PFDs a certainty for the future revenue to refinance, to finance, and to plan for the future. Please allow the PFDs to have this tool to expand the credit and to refinance their debt. Our bond counsel has asked for a quick amendment. The reference to the regional center, singular, has at times been confusing, so he would recommend changing that to a regional center. Thank you.
As Jim said, my name is Betty Erickson, and I'm with Cowlitz County Public Facilities District, and I'm also the state chair. Cowlitz County does collect two sales tax. One is the 0.300 or 0.33, and the other one's the 0.020, and that's for our historic theater that we remodeled. And a lot of the facilities of the PFDs have suffered in the last 2 years due to the pandemic. Most of their venues were closed. They lost customers. They couldn't do maintenance. And it's hard to get the customers to come back to a facility that's been sitting empty for 2 years and hasn't had any updating done to it. So many of our facilities would like to remodel. A lot of them have master plans they're working on. Cowlitz has a master plan we're working on. We'd like to build a multi-use facility, and also update our equestrian center because we're located on a county fairgrounds. And with this extension, we'll be able to improve our facilities, and this will in turn create more jobs. And so on behalf of all the PFDs in the state, I'm asking you to support Senate Bill 6158.
Senator Wellman.
Yeah, just a quick question. It come to my knowledge that some public utilities, but I don't know if they're part of this, have been under really orders to update for climate impact. And so the changes that are required to align with the state's climate plan. Does that impact any of your facilities?
It most certainly does. I've had Maidenbauer Center being a prime example in Bellevue, in the legislature's helping them out with that. Yeah, that is, I can tell you in the Tri-Cities, like they are going to take down their Toyota Center and we'll start over again, in large part to comport with the new regulations. But yeah, that is having an effect on our, great question, thank you, on our facilities as well.
I have a question. The 65 years, how did you arrive at that as the
Right now, it is 40 years past there are like 3 different cohorts of PFDs, depending on when you started your PFD and when you started construction, and that's all in section 1 of the bill. You can kind of read the mess that's there. And then it's 40 years beyond that. When we made the changes, Mr. Mitchell said back in 2017, 65 years just gives us another 25 years. I might add that a lot of those PFDs are already inside that window. So it wouldn't be an additional 25 years for all the PFDs. I don't think that this, I'd have to ask Mr. Mitchell, but I don't think that this credit part of the bill has any fiscal impact to the state until like the 47, 49 biennium, which you and I will be doing something different by then, Senator, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that answers the question.
It does, thanks. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
That closes the public hearing on substitute Senate Bill 6158, and we'll move on to Senate Bill 5799.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Sam Brown, committee staff. Before you, Senate Bill 5799 concerns the sale of halal foods. It comes to you from the Committee on Agriculture, Water, Natural Resources, and Parks. Halal is a dietary law originating in Islamic teachings, meaning lawful or permitted. Foods that have been processed or prepared in a facility that follows these principles, particularly around the slaughter of animals, may be certified as halal foods. In Washington, the knowing sale of products marketed as kosher, which means made according to traditional Jewish dietary laws, but which are not actually kosher products, violates the Consumer Protection Act and constitutes a gross misdemeanor. Senate Bill 5799 prohibits the sale or offer for sale of any food product represented as halal when the person offering that product for sale knows that it is not halal and that that representation would cause the purchaser to believe that it is, in fact, a halal certified food. Doing so is a violation of the Consumer Protection Act under the bill and also punishable as a gross misdemeanor. The measure also exempts the production of halal food from the Food Safety and Security Act to the extent necessary to produce it in accordance with halal principles. A fiscal note is available. It shows anticipated costs to the Attorney General's office of $284,000 general fund state in the current biennium and $570,000 over the outlook period for additional staffing to investigate and bring claims under the Consumer Protection Act. This funds half an AAG position, 0.3 paralegal, and additional support staff. There's a House companion bill, House Bill 2059, sponsored by Representative Stearns, that currently sits in House Rules. With that, I'm available for questions.
Do we have any idea how many violations, is that the right word, that they would expect in a year?
The fiscal note didn't specify a number on that. The AGO did reach out and say in the last 10 years they have not enforced the Consumer Protection Act at all for the protection for kosher foods. So
in the last how many years?
Last 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hasagawa.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I thought I recalled seeing this on the white sheet in rules. Did this come back here?
Mm-hmm. It did.
And the fiscal note came in after that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. I'm trying to do too many things. Just bringing up, let's see. Nobody has signed in to testify on this bill after all that. So that will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 5799, and we will move on to Senate Bill 6125. Amanda.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee, I'm Amanda Cecil, staff to the committee. You have before you Senate Bill 6125, related to preserving records and artifacts regarding the historical treatment of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities in Washington State. This comes to you from the Committee on State Government and Elections. For background, Lakeland Village in Medical Lake was established in 1914, and it's a DSHS state-operated 24-hour facility that provides training, education, and healthcare for approximately 210 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In 2023, a significant number of historical records and artifacts related to Lakeland Village were found, including more than 3,000 records, record boxes of paper, tens of thousands of slides and photographs, up to 2,500 patient x-rays, more than 12 hours of film, and oversized bound volumes of scrapbooks and other artifacts. They also found an additional 500 boxes of patient files that are currently housed in the State Record Center. Under this bill, the State Archives, working with the University of Washington Institute on Human Development and Disability, and in consultation with DSHS and the Office of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, must organize, catalog, and store historical documents and artifacts identified at Lakeland Village. And working in consultation with state archives, the University of Washington must identify all the records and artifacts that are available and at risk of destruction, assess the condition of the records and artifacts and level of preservation required, and develop a preservation plan. Based on the plan approved by the state archives, records will be transported and stored in preparation for cataloging and digitization. The preservation plan must also include future plans for public access for historical and educational purposes, and this bill contains a null and void clause. There's a fiscal note showing total state costs of $716,000 in the 23-25 biennium and $1.4 million over the 4-year outlook, and the majority of that, $400,000, is in fiscal year 25 for grants for the University of Washington for student research and allocations for tuition support for students performing the work. The Secretary of State also identified $174,000 in fiscal year 25, and that would increase over time, and that would be for staffing related to the archiving and digitization. And DSHS also reported small costs related to staffing and ongoing costs for storage of the records. And with that, if there's questions.
Are there any questions for Amanda? I don't see any. Thank you for the briefing. Brian Hatfield, would you like to come forward? And then we also have Stacy Dim on Zoom. Stacy, you can go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Dim. I live in the 37th Legislative District, thinking of you, Senator Saldana. And I'm the Executive Director of the ARC of Washington State, a statewide organization advocating on behalf of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, signing in pro for SB 6125. Historical materials that we have tucked away in back buildings dating back to statehood at our state residential habilitation centers contain stories of real people's lives, lives that were hidden, largely invisible, but nonetheless mattered, and must be made available and reconciled to their families and to our collective community. Core costs in the fiscal note are directed to UW for research and to support the digitization of records, and that's critical. Other costs reflected in the fiscal note we feel are unnecessarily burdened by the state's overall lack of storage, and those costs should not be shifted onto the IDD community to pay for. Historical records have been at Lakeland Village, for example, for decades and can remain there with low-cost efforts to keep them safe while the work is conducted. The greater cost, of course, will be the loss of these records and what they tell us. Please preserve the digitization of and research efforts this bill was designed to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Brian Hatfield with Office of Secretary of State Steve Hobbs. We are signed in as other, but we hope to switch that to an enthusiastic pro if a substitute amendment that is going to be offered by Senator Wynn can be adopted. So mainly here to say thank you to the prime sponsor, Senator Kaufman, for listening to the concerns of our state archivist and her folks, as well as the folks at DSHS. We had a mass Teams meeting on Thursday night that included policy committee staff, fiscal committee staff, caucus staff, DSHS folks were there, as well as the senator. And I think we have a product now that will get to the overall goal, which is a good one. Make sure that first and foremost, none of those records are destroyed, and hopefully do it in a more cost-effective way over time. So with that, it's mostly thank you, and please support Senator Wynn amendment.
Thank you. Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brian, for your work on this. As I remember in state government, the total we were presented was something like 18,000 boxes of documents?
Yes, Senator, that's statewide, though, so it's not exactly at Lakeland, but that would be as we assume that this will move forward from just one facility, so yes.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you both for your testimony. That concludes the public hearing on 6125, and we will move on to Senate Bill 6315. Amanda.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Amanda Cecil, staff to the committee, before you with substitute Senate Bill 6315 concerning benefits available to retirees of the state's retirement system. This bill has two main components. First, starting with it provides a one-time 3% increase to the retirement benefits of Plan 1 retirees of the PERS and TERS systems. And that would be up to $125 per month or $1,500 per year. And this is the same proposal that was recommended by the Select Committee on Pension Policy this year. The second component of the bill directs the Public Employee Benefit Board to eliminate savings banks and to use any savings from those to reduce the Uniform Medical Plan Classic Medicare premiums. And so what that means is under today, the state self-insured option, the Uniform Medical Plan, or UMP, has payment amounts that are allowable for services, but Medicare is the first payer. And so when that happens, the difference between what's allowed and what gets paid gets put into a savings bank that can be used for services not covered by Medicare and also for deductibles. And so there's an example on the screen. So if you look at the table on the right-hand side, this is an example. This isn't what every scenario would look like. But if a biller, a provider, someone received a service that was $200, the plan allowed $100, UMP would allow $85 of that to be covered. If Medicare paid $80 of that, UMP would pay the full remaining $20. The member would have no cost share. And the remaining $65 that UMP did not pay would go into a savings bank that could be used for future services. Under this bill, the board would be directed to eliminate those for fiscal year 25 and use those cost savings to reduce the cost of the premiums for all the members, which takes me down to the fiscal note. So I'll start with that. That doesn't generate any savings to the state, but it would result in an estimated $9.2 million savings to the plan beginning in fiscal year 25, which would result in an estimated $27 per month or $324 per year savings to subscribers that select that plan. There's also a fiscal note for the Plan 1 COLA, which would be $17 million, $17.8 million in the 23-25 biennium from all state sources, $51.5 million over the 4-year outlook. And as benefit improvements like this are amortized over 10 years, I will give you the 10-year cost, which is $203 million from the near general fund or $364.5 million across all employers, including local governments. And with that, I am available for questions.
Are there questions for Amanda? Senator Mullet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the $9.2 million go to reduce benefits by, is that like a statutory requirement or is that just a legislative decision, I guess?
It is in the bill that the savings plan would be eliminated and that those savings would be used to reduce the cost of the premium.
Okay.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you. I see some of my constituents waiting to testify. Alan Burke, why don't you come up, and then we will go remote for Keitha Bryson, Tim Knopf, and Claire Olivers.
Chair Robinson, members of the committee, Alan Burke, Executive Director of the Washington State School Retirees Association, testifying pro with concerns. And the concerns aren't with the COLA, which is fine, and also even sections 4 and 5 that Amanda just talked about are fine. The concern we have is over the intent section of the bill, and that was added late yesterday afternoon at section 1. This section essentially directs the legislature to consider funding the COLA in conjunction with savings from changes in the existing retiree Medicare subsidy program. We acknowledge that the healthcare authority is in the process of considering revisions to the coordination of benefits component of Uniform Medical Plan Classic, an effort that may generate savings relative to current rates. However, these revisions will not be completed until July. Therefore, any effort to use prospective savings by the legislature to fund the 2024 COLA is premature. Over 36,000 retirees are now enrolled in UMP Classic. Many of these retirees have been using that program for over 30 years. Please let HCA finish their analysis and rate revisions before considering any savings that could be applied to pension funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim.
There. Let me be the first to say good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the Senate Ways and Means Committee. It's been a long morning. I am Timothy Knopp, TRS-1 retiree. I speak on behalf of the Washington State School Retirees Association in support of Senate Bill 6315. The cost of living adjustment provided by this bill is crucial to all Plan 1 retirees. After I retired in 2010, I saw no cost of living adjustment until 2018, 8 years later. Since then, I have received 4 small one-time COLAs from the legislature. However, even with them, I've lost 30% of my retirement's purchasing power to inflation. That's like losing $900 every month. Many older Plan 1 retirees have lost more than 50% of their retirement's purchasing power. Please pass Senate Bill 6315. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How's the neighborhood?
It's going great. Thanks.
Good. Nice to see you.
Thank you. You too.
Claire.
Hello, Chairman Robinson and committee members. My name is Claire Olivers. I'm the president of the Retired Public Employees Council of Washington. For the record, RPEC's position on proposed substitute Senate Bill 6315 is other. Our position is based on new sections 1 and 4. We've submitted a letter outlining our questions and concerns, which we haven't had a chance to get answered because of the tight turnaround. We are definitely on sections 2 and 3, the ad hoc COLA for PERS and TERS 1 retirees. We thank Chair Robinson for her leadership on the Select Committee on Pension Policy and for her efforts to address the inequity in the pension plans that have left PERS TERS 1 retirees without a recurring COLA. This one-time COLA is so important to our members now because many are struggling to make ends meet. An ad hoc COLA this year is an important and necessary stopgap measure to help with the inflationary pressures while the Select Committee identifies a path to an annual ongoing COLA in 2025. We look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Keitha. Staff, are they not with us? Keitha Bryson, can you hear me and can you accept the promotion to join us in the meeting? Okay, I guess we will move on. She's not accepting. Okay, thank you for those who did testify, and that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Senate Bill 6315. We'll move on to substitute Senate Bill 5924.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Susan Jones, and I'm staff to the Labor and Commerce Committee. Senate Bill 5924 is an act relating to access to personnel records. It's sponsored by Senator Cooter and others. By way of background, at least annually, every employer must provide an employee or must permit an employee to inspect their personnel files, which must be made available locally within a reasonable period of time. An L&I administrative policy provides that within a reasonable period of time generally means within 10 business days of the request unless good cause is shown. Under an L&I rule, every employer must furnish a signed written statement stating the reasons for an effective date of discharge within 10 business days of the request. Under the bill, an employer must provide a copy of the personnel file within 21 days after a request at no cost. Every employer must furnish a signed written statement to a former employee stating the effective date of discharge and whether there was a reason for the discharge, and if so, the reasons. The statement must be provided within 21 days of the request. Former employee means a person who separated from the employer within 3 years of the request. It also allows an employee or former employee to bring a private cause of action after 5 days' notice to the employer for violations of the provisions regarding personnel files and discharge statements. The action may request equitable relief, statutory damages up to $1,000, and reasonable attorney's fees and costs for each violation. The bill provides what records are included in a personnel file. And Amanda's going to cover the fiscal information.
I'm Amanda Cecil, staff to the committee. There's a preliminary fiscal note. Each agency in the state was asked to provide a fiscal note, so that's about 100 notes that are available. There are 13 that are still outstanding. Of the ones that have been submitted, most of those show a cost of $0. There are 8 that have non-zero but indeterminate cost, and an additional 8 agencies quantified at least partial cost. And I say at least partial because for example, Department of Transportation quantified an amount, but they also specified that there might be additional costs that they didn't quantify here. So of what has been quantified, the fiscal note shows a cost of just over $1.2 million in the 23-25 biennium from all state sources and $2.7 million over the 4-year outlook. And an example of what that would cover is a number of the fiscal notes cited that now they're taking up to 30 days to provide this information. And so going to 21 could result in the need for additional staffing to process that paperwork. There was also a statement in one note that provided that that they thought these might be used in future legal action, and so they might take more time in advance to produce the document and work with their Attorney General's office to make sure that they were prepared for release before the request had been made. I also noticed that in a number of places, agencies cited needing to gather data from remote record centers and that they weren't all available on site. And so those were kind of the main primary cost drivers that were noted. And with that, if there are questions.
Senator Conway.
Susan, my feeling about this bill has been considerably changed from the original bill that came through last year. Is that correct?
Some of the time periods have changed. It was, I want to say it was 14 days in the past bill, and now it's 21 days. There are other small changes, but that's probably one of the bigger changes.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator Hasagawa.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A couple of quick questions. Do employers now have to provide these records upon the request of the employee or the terminated employee?
They, under statute, they have to provide permit the inspection of the files, and it needs to be available locally and within a reasonable period of time. There's an L&I administrative policy that has provided that within a reasonable period of time. It's not a rule, and it's not a statute, that's within 10 business days. And then the rule regarding, there's a L&I WAC regarding discharge that says that they need to provide it within 10 business days.
Okay, so it's already in the rule. Second question.
Follow-up?
Yeah, well, it's not exactly a follow-up. I'm curious about this fiscal note because with 100 agencies out there that they've requested feedback from, and there was only 2 that I could see produced any cost at all to it. So don't they all have the same human resources procedures, and you explained that some keep off-site some of the documents.
The two with the largest fiscal notes in question are DOC and DSHS, and they both cited having documents in remote locations. So, for example, corrections would have documents at all of their facilities and not necessarily at headquarters, where the request would be coming in and coming out of. And that's not the case for every agency. It is the case for some.
Because it seems like if any agency would have a cost driver in that respect, it'd be like DSHS or something like that that's everywhere.
Yeah, they had the second largest cost.
Okay, Senator Kaiser.
Susan, thank you. Does this bill require that an employer have a personnel or create a personnel file?
It provides that it shall not be construed to create a retention schedule for the records.
So
or
an employer would
require
not
it.
be required to have a personnel file, correct?
The bill provides that it's not construed that they have to create a personnel file.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the briefing. We have several people signed in to testify on this bill. I'll start with folks who signed in person. Lisa Thatcher, Samantha Louderback, Bob Battles, Carolyn Logue. And following them, we'll go remote for Patrick McGaw, Brian Wright, Larry Shannon, Gordon Lecknott, and Jesse Wing. Lisa, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. For the record, Lisa Thatcher, representing the Washington State Hospital Association. Today, in opposition to the bill, to respond to Senator Conway's comment that this bill has changed, but with respect to the concern that the Hospital Association has had last year and again this year, it continues to not be addressed, and that's my focus of my conversation with you this morning here in testimony. I do want to acknowledge that Senator Kaiser has had lots of emails from me, probably more than she wants, and has indicated that we had 2 requested changes and 1 that she'd be willing to consider. The one, though, that remains still for us is the fact that this bill does talk about a personnel file. Personnel file does include the disciplinary records, and we think from a hospital's perspective, you may have patient information in that personnel record if it is related to care of a patient. And we've simply asked and continue to ask for a section in this bill that says that nothing in here would preempt federal or other state privacy laws. Our obligation to redact that information for HIPAA purposes and other healthcare laws. So that is our request. We would certainly appreciate this committee considering that amendment to the bill.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the committee, my name is Samantha Louderback here on behalf of the Hospitality Association here opposed to Senate Bill 5924. I'd like to start by being clear that our members have no problem with the intent in this legislation. Our members support having clear guidelines about what records should be kept in personnel files and how quickly we need to give them to an employee. We do not support a proposal that includes catch-all language that removes that clarity and the ability for someone to sue us for an administrative error. What does a private right of action mean for one of our members? It means having to defend themselves in court for an administrative error. It means paying attorney's fees and court costs. It means that our insurance companies want to settle, if they want to settle out of court, our insurance goes up. It's by firsthand experience that has resulted with hundreds of class action lawsuits under another piece of legislation passed by the legislature that we are afraid of a private right of action. We're human, errors happen. We'd like the chance to fix the mistakes that have happened. Thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you. Bob.
Bob Battles, Association, Washington Business State Chamber, State Manufacturing Technology Association, here in opposition of 5924. Appreciate and acknowledge all what my colleagues have said already. I won't repeat that, but I will start kind of in response to Senator Kaiser. While it may not require to create a personnel file, it says if those are created, and some of the items we're talking about is performance evaluations, payroll records. Employers create those just by the fact of having to do the job, so that it does require now a
keeping of these records. You've got the records, and they're not, doesn't talk about where you specify, where you put them. There is no creation of, quote, a physical file. It's wherever they're placed. You even heard the state agencies say they have a concern about where these things are being. Small business employers who still do their payrolls and write the front site, actually sign the front of the check, may keep something in their garage, for applications. This is a very, very big problem. It creates with the PRA litigation through, regulation through litigation. We also have a concern with the fiscal note. We agree that it shouldn't be zero. This is new requirements for agencies, and yet they're giving you a fiscal note of zero.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Senator Wellman. Yes.
Thank you. Just a quick question to your comment about what if we don't have, there's no specificity, there's no specificity for a personnel file. What is it? And I'm asking whether if there were a good deal of specificity, which I find very difficult between a mom and pop shop who just really has a payroll, but is not keeping what we would typically think of as personnel records, but now would be required to do it if there was a definition of a personnel record in the bill. Are you asking for that?
Yes, thank you for your question. In the section that outlines what's supposed to be in a personnel record, we appreciate, and then you get to, I think, letter G, and it says anything else that could be in a personnel record. That's a catch-all. We have no idea what that is, and we'd like clarity, so we know what should be in there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You must be subbing for Carolyn.
I sure am. Thank you, Chair Robinson, members of the committee, Katie Beeson, not Carolyn Logue, on behalf of the Washington Food Industry Association today, representing your independent grocers and convenience stores, some of the smallest businesses in our state. I won't reiterate the concerns that you've heard from all of my colleagues today, but and just emphasize our concern with the catch-all in the personnel record section about what it needs to contain. We believe that that provision should be removed so that there's very clear instructions for what our businesses need to put in a personnel record. And then we would also ask for the removal of the private right of action, or at the very least, the right to cure if we are to provide that. So that's all I got for you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Zoom. Patrick McGaugh.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Patrick McGaugh. I'm a resident of Seattle, speaking in support of SB5955. I'm here to tell you as an individual how I was denied access to my personnel files by our state's largest employer. I was working at Amazon.com in their drone delivery program as an aerodynamics engineer. In early 2021, I was labeled an underperforming employee and I was placed on a disciplinary action. However, I was given no explanation why beyond a superficial, you're not meeting the performance bar. I wanted context and I asked HR to see performance evaluations and I cited our current personnel file statute. They conceded in HR that they had performance evaluations, but that those were, quote, confidential and not part of my personnel file. Thus, they claimed they had no legal obligation to disclose. This means that I was held to an illogical standard, as on the one hand, they're telling me that I need to improve, but on the other hand, they will not disclose the criteria they actually use to evaluate performance. The next few days were stressful, knowing that my livelihood was on the line, but without being given clear guidance from management, but I voluntarily resigned shortly after. Washingtons have had this right to access their personnel files for 40 years. However, this is a dead letter law unless we have an enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Brian Wright.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. My name is Brian Wright. I'm testifying this morning afternoon on behalf of the Washington State Association for Justice in support of SB 5924. I'm an attorney. I represent people who are injured on the job, both under Washington law and under the Federal Longshore Act. A lot of clients come to me because they need information from their personnel file, information they can only get from the employer. For example, employer-paid contributions to workers' health care benefits must be included in the calculation of a worker's benefits, but that information can only be gotten from the employer in many instances. You cannot go to the insurance companies to get it because often there are negotiations between employers and insurance companies. Existing law requires employers to provide this information, but existing law provides a right without a remedy. This bill provides a remedy to the injured worker. It gives the employer adequate time, and it does not require the employer to put anything to create any new personnel file, but if it does create these documents, they must be given to the worker. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Larry Shannon with Washington State Association for Justice, speaking in strong support on 5924. And I want to comment on the fiscal note. It was last year, the fiscal note on this bill reached almost $6 million and just kind of kept creeping up. And it was evident as we reviewed it after this committee had their hearing, because the notes had just come in, that they were conflating their Public Records Act requests with requests that would occur under this bill for individuals' own personnel files. And as we spent a good part of the interim talking to a number of those agencies and working through this problem, we found a significant reduction. We're now down to less than 1/5 of what the fiscal note was last year, with continued reductions. And I would note that even OFM has mentioned that covering 40% of your HR requirements for agencies, that there is no additional cost. I want to also note one other element of this bill that hasn't been discussed. There's a 5-day notice before any enforcement action can be undertaken. And there's some discussion to clarify that. We're happy to do that. The point of that is to help get the file into the hands of the individual. Thank you so much for allowing us to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Jesse Wing.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Jesse Wing on behalf of the Washington Employment Lawyers Association. I advise employees on their rights and obligations as a living. This is not the same bill you heard last year. There have been many changes. We've taken into serious account the concerns raised by state agencies and by business. We've increased the amount of time to produce the file from 10 days to 21 days, and then you have the 5-day right to cure. We've limited the period of time from a former employee to 3 years, and absolutely clear in the bill that it does not require the creation or retention of files. The so-called catch-all is not a catch-all. The bill has been changed to explicitly state that the file that we are asking be produced is designated by the employer as records in a personnel file. An employer doesn't need to create such a thing. Thank you. This bill is long overdue to pass. We've worked very hard. This is a win for both sides.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 5924. We'll move on to Senate Bill 6247. Amanda.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Amanda Cecil, staff to the committee. You have before you Senate Bill 6247 concerning Public Employees Retirement System Plan 2, service credit for officers of labor organizations. For background, members of the state's retirement systems on an authorized paid leave of absence to serve as an elected official of a labor organization whose employer is reimbursed by the labor organization for the member's pay while on leave, while on the leave of absence may continue to earn service credit towards their pension benefit. Under this bill, that benefit is extended to a member of PERS Plan 2 that's on an authorized unpaid leave of absence to serve as an elected official of a labor organization, and it would require that the member or the labor organization to make monthly contributions for the period of the authorized unpaid leave of absence. There's no fiscal note at this point, but I expect it would be minimal, with possibly some cost for Department of Retirement Systems or the impacted agency to gather and ensure that that data is being reported. And with that, if there are questions.
Are there any questions for Amanda? Senator Hunt, do you have anything to say about your bill?
I think we have people that know more about this inside baseball than I do. I'll defer to them.
Okay, well, we'll see. We have two people signed in, both are remote, Peter Hart and Eric Wing. Peter or Eric?
I think I'm on now. Thank you, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Peter Hart, the National Secretary Treasurer for the Inland Boatmen's Union. Speaking in support of Senate Bill 6247, important legislation for our members of our union who represent over 1,800 mariners in Washington. 6247 would save the state time and money by creating a more efficient alternative reimbursement process and PERS for public employees. Current law requires a redundant process requiring unpaid leave to be reimbursed by a state agency first, and then that agency gets reimbursed by the respective union. Unnecessarily cumbersome and costly process, overdue in our minds to be streamlined. 6247 would simply allow a union to pay PERS contributions directly to the PERS account, saving state administrative staff time and money. The bill would not impact union members from other bargaining units who prefer to use the system as is. We urge your support and appreciate your consideration of this common sense administrative adjustment. Thank you for your time and stamina today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us. And Eric Wing.
I apologize. I can't get my video going, but I just want to say good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the Senate Ways and Means Committee. My name is Eric Wing, WSF representative with the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. On behalf of the 400 plus MEBA members who serve Washington communities as licensed and unlicensed marine engineers, we want to urge your support and passage of Senate Bill 6247, which will support union workers in the maritime industry by allowing the union to directly contribute to peers for union members on authorized unpaid leaves of absences. Under current law, public employees on a collective bargain leave must first be reimbursed by their employer and by their union, which creates a duplicative process and may mean workers miss out on contributions to their retirement and complicates whether a union officer is receiving service credit for that time. Senate Bill 6247 would enable our union to pay peers contributions directly to peers, as opposed to those contributions coming from the state agency and then the state agency billing the union, saving time on staff and money. We appreciate you for sponsoring and looking at this legislation and the support.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us and explaining the need for this bill. Okay, that closes the public hearing on Senate Bill 6247, and we will now move on to substitute Senate Bill 5955. Trevor.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Trevor Press, staff to this committee. The bill before you is proposed second substitute Senate Bill 5955, relating to mitigating harm and improving equity in large port districts. By way of background, a port district that operates an airport serving more than 900 scheduled jet aircrafts per day may operate a program of aircraft noise abatement within impacted areas. A port district may establish a fund for purposes of noise abatement. This bill creates the Port District Equity Fund, which can be used for grants to port districts to supplement noise mitigation programming. Qualifying port districts may apply to the grant program to facilitate the assessment and inspection of noise mitigation equipment that is no longer working as intended or is reported to have caused additional hazards or structural damage to property. And if a building instructor identifies that equipment is no longer working or that installation has resulted in additional hazards or structural damage, the port district must apply for resources to repair or replace existing noise mitigation equipment. The bill contains a one-time appropriation of $10 million to the newly created Port District Equity Fund, and Commerce in consultation with the qualifying port district must maintain a list of retail sales and use tax collected on qualifying construction projects and remitted to the state each year. Commerce will then give this information to the state treasurer, and the state treasurer must then use this information to transfer up to $10 million to the Port District Equity Fund per year. There is a partial fiscal note to the underlying substitute that identifies costs to the Department of Revenue that will likely not apply to the proposed substitute. I did receive a preliminary estimate of costs for the underlying substitute from Commerce, which indicates an estimated $200,000 per fiscal year for community engagement and translation, as well as coordination and tax verification. I don't anticipate a lot of change for Commerce. Finally, the bill provides the $10 million appropriation, and then the transfer to the newly created Port District Equity Fund of up to $10 million. Based on past and expected revenue estimates that I received from the port, it's likely that the maximum transfer will occur every year. With that, I will conclude unless there's any questions.
Senator Mullet has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, just to be clear, I thought this was like we were doing 10 million to do the thing, but what you're saying is this is 10 million for every year indefinitely, basically.
Yeah, so there's an appropriation and then there's the transfer.
Senator Conway.
I'm interested in the fact that obviously the airport's been doing a lot of remodeling and doing a lot of work at the airport. And so the idea of the bill is that the construction projects would be put into this equity fund. Is that correct?
Taxes from, so taxes that are graded from capital projects at the port.
So how much is that?
I have some information. I mean, it's over $10 million, or it'd be over $10 million of tax money per. I just received some information this morning. So in 2023, there was $24.5 million of taxes taken from the port for capital projects. In 2022, it was 15.6, and then they're anticipating, I think, for the next 10 years to have $375 million of tax revenue collected.
So that's lost money to the general fund, right?
It would only be $10 million to the general fund because that's the maximum that's allowed in the bill.
So the 10 million is actually capping the capital dollars that'll be transferred. Is that right?
The 10 million is capping the tax money that's collected from capital dollars, yes.
Thank you.
So it's 10 million per year.
Thank you.
Senator Hasagawa.
I understand it now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a pretty prescribed area that's being, that the bill addresses, because I have 3 major airports in my district. Actually, Sea-Tac is not in my district. It's on the fringe of my district, but I do have Boeing Field where planes fly very low over the homes coming into the field and leaving in Georgetown and Allentown. And also have Renton Airport where there's hitting the rooftops, and that's where 737s routinely fly in and out. So what is the actual geographic service area of this bill? And I've heard that it's like 10 miles north and south of the bill. Is that right?
I'm going to leave that for Maggie.
Yes, thank you, Chair Robinson and Senator Hasagawa. The program is limited to an airport that is serving more than 900 scheduled jet aircraft flights daily. And from that, the impacted areas are limited to be more than 10 miles, or the impacted areas are less than 10 miles beyond the paved north end of any runway, 13 miles beyond the south paved end of any runway, or 2 miles from the center line of any runway, extending 6 miles north and 13 miles south from the end of such runway. So this is specifically applying to the airports that have more than 900 scheduled jet aircrafts per day.
I'm trying to figure out if it impacts my district because
intended to, I think
it's
it's
north, 10 miles north, but does it go east at all?
It extends 2 miles from the center line of any runway.
From the center line. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What specific, there's some references to sound attenuation type equipment that might need improvement and pollution that might need improvement. What specific use does the money, are they putting in new equipment, repairing old structures? I'm just confused on what the money goes to.
So the current noise abatement program, the monies can be used for the installation of noise abatement programs or kinds of soundproofing structures. And this money is allowing for the replacement or reinstallation of those. So that can include programs that soundproof structures. It can include mortgage insurance for private owners of lands and improvements. It can include the redevelopment of any such lands for economic use that are consistent with the airport operations. Some of that is already in statute. So this is allowing for the reinstallation of some of those things.
Senator Kaiser, tell us about your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it would be a pleasure to say a few words about this bill, which we have worked on for many, many years. My airport communities, which includes many different cities in South King County, have been impacted by the operations of Sea-Tac Airport. This does not apply to any other airport area. And they had about 15, 20 years ago an FAA grant to provide noise mitigation insulation and windows to airport impacted within the certified DNL, it's called, the sound barrier, where people were most impacted with noise pollution. Those packages, we call them port packages, of 10, 15 years ago, were installed, but many of them are failing. They're failing because the moisture is getting inside the double pane windows or inside the noise insulation. And the repairs have not been done. So people are living with windows that are fogged up with mold growing inside the windows. And they are mostly people of color and elderly. And mostly they don't have their own resources to repair. We have been working with the Port of Seattle for some time, and I am really happy to say today that we have come to agreement on an approach that will provide the funding over a period of many years to repair these incredibly awful living arrangements for people who cannot see out of their windows, who are living with mold, and who are really lost because they can't sell their houses in the condition they're in. So we have an approach here that I think will deal with these issues, and I am thrilled to say that we've worked very carefully with the Port of Seattle to come up with a financing resource approach that includes a partnership with the Port of Seattle for the first time. And with that, I know many people have signed up to testify. I would mention that the folks who've signed opposed do not seem to be in King County and would not be affected by this legislation.
Okay, some of them are not present as well. So we'll go down the list. I'm going to start with folks who signed in as in person. So J.C. Harris and Kyle Moore. And please begin when you get settled.
Good afternoon. My name is J.C. Harris. I'm a member of the Des Moines City Council and a licensed engineer. But today I represent SeatacNoise.info, a group which has inspected over 300 homes with port package problems. We submitted a representative set of photographs to give you an idea of the range of these issues. They are not trivial, and I hope you have a chance to look at them. Over the past 6 years, the challenge for us has been that if we tried to make this a manageable task, it tended to get trivialized. But if we represented the true magnitude of the problem, then it was considered so enormous as to be put off indefinitely. This bill ends that loop. It is not perfect, but it is a very good start, and the perfect should never be the enemy of the good. And I want to emphasize that this is really about the future. No one expects every home to be helped tomorrow, but every city under the flight path has a desperate shortage of middle-income housing. SB 5955 is a meaningful step to protect that opportunity for the next, mostly BIPOC generation. If you lived under the flight path, you would know that this is more about basic fairness and public health than any photo we could provide. So as a representative of so many homes living with bad port packages, we applaud this step forward and urge you to pass SB 5955 as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson, committee members, and it's good to see my senator, Senator Kaiser, here. Thank you for sponsoring this bill. I'm Kyle Moore with the City of Sea-Tac and Head of Government Relations, and we support Senate Bill 5955. I really appreciate the Port of Seattle's effort in this and working with the bill sponsors to find a fiscal solution to help residents around the airport. The residents of Sea-Tac, we get the biggest brunt from the flights, about 1,000 flights a day over our residents. The airport comprises 42% of my city. And, you know, some of my residents are some of the lowest income in all of Puget Sound, and they're not able to pay for an upgrade to these port packages. And to give you an idea of how much these port packages cost, San Francisco Airport is currently doing this program, and it costs between $100,000 and $150,000 per home to do these port packages. And my residents just do not have the income to do that. There are about 9,500 of these packages out there that the port has been installing for the last 40 years. However, the FAA restricts the ports from using federal funds to upgrade or repair these noise insulation other than homes that were installed before 1983. So I've been going back to DC in conjunction with other cities and the port to try to change the FAA policy. But to be honest with you, the federal government moves at a glacier's pace compared to how state government works. And I will continue to fight on this, but I really think that this program, along with federal funds, could be used to help the residents in our community. And I want to thank Senator Kaiser for her work on this. And I really encourage you to vote for SB 5955.
Senator Wellman.
Thank you. I did look at the pictures that were provided, and one wonders if what we're looking at is mostly windows that were installed 10 years ago or so, in which case whether these had any kind of protection in terms of what they reasonably should expect from a dual pane or even triple pane window. One wonders if there's any liability on the part of the manufacturers. And certainly, although I don't think that the bill states it, we would not want to get into that loop again, and we would want to have some fairly good guarantees of the product and product liability if we're going to reinstall or install new, so that we had top quality, because this is going to be a continuing issue.
May I?
Yes.
So, you know, there's a maxim in engineering: if you do something enough times, you get really good at it. And the truth is, the port, after, you know, having many problems, if you were to get a new port package today, it would be outstanding. There's a reason why top-notch windows and HVAC systems have lifetime warranties. So this is the future. This is the whole point of this, is that this is something neither the state or local governments or anybody is going to have to think about again.
And the pictures you saw were from one of my residents, Trung Lee, who has triple pane windows. He had them installed about 10 to 12 years ago. One of the challenges is that some of the contractors have gone out of businesses. The warranty has expired on those products. And it just left him and his family without a path forward to fix this. He's on a fixed income. His wife had a stroke. He's a full-time caretaker, had to retire early to take care of him, and just doesn't have the resources to repair this. He can't even see out his front window, and it's really diminishing his quality of life. So thank you. I think that's a great question.
Okay, thank you. Let's see who else we have here. Do we have Tracy Buxton, Mayor of Des Moines?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. And then let me just say we'll go to Hamdi Mohammed and John Flanagan. John, I see you in the room if you want to come forward. Tracy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Tracy Buxton. I'm the mayor of Des Moines. I call it the runway city because every household in my city is negatively impacted by airport operations. And I'm here to testify in support of SB 5955. A little bit of history. Since its inception, our nation has invested heavily to create and retain a significant place in the global economy, which has strategically focused on the Northwest and the Puget Sound ports. So our state has a national and even global responsibility to retain and nurture this economic foothold here. But what will stand in the way? Our citizens, who are Americans with the magnificent powers of free speech and protest. So if we're to grow our economic health across our region and nation without protest, we must show that we care about these citizens and will protect them in the process. This bill does that. Please vote yes on SB 5955. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Rivers, you've had a hand up, and I apologize. Would you like to ask a question? You're good, I think is what that meant. We can't hear you, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So I have a question about if any of these communities have regulations or ordinances about house flipping. It would pain me to know that we were doing any of these repairs so that a flipper could then profit from the sale of a home that they picked up on the cheap. And the state was paying for part of their remodeling. I don't know who would have the answer, and I don't know if Tracy, who spoke before me, might know if her community has some actual building standards surrounding replacement windows for her community. But it would be interesting for me to know that. I think this is a great bill. I just have concern about some in the private sector taking advantage. Thank you.
Mayor Buxton, can you answer that quickly for your city?
This is primarily mitigation for failed packages, which would mean regardless of the flip or not, it's protecting citizens that exist inside of a corridor, a flight impacted corridor, that are supposed to have been mitigated. So these are primarily designed to repair failed mitigation already.
Okay, thank you. Let's have John go, and then we'll go to Hamdi.
I was going to support Commission President Mohammed, if that's okay.
My apologies. Hamdi, please go ahead.
Why? Don't sell the house. I mean, they're going to get less for it if they don't wait.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Hamdi Mohammed, Commission President at the Port of Seattle. I am testifying today in support of Senate Bill 5955. Since January, the Port of Seattle Commission and the staff have been working directly with the bill sponsors to advance a version of the policy that will benefit near airport communities and ensure both legal and technical feasibility for both the state and the port. The Commission appreciates the amended version that includes the 2-to-1 match program in the bill and the use of the tax paid on capital construction projects at SEA Airport. To reflect this, I am introducing a commission order for a sound installation, repair, and replace program, a first in Washington after a year of work and community discussions, including a town hall. I hope to share the order language with the entire committee soon. And let me just say, as the only port commissioner living in South King County, I've experienced airport noise firsthand. With most Washingtonians using the airport, its substantial contribution to the regional economy, we must collectively support and manage noise for nearby residents. I want to thank Senator Karen Kaiser for her partnership and sponsorship, and the committee for considering, and thank you for the time today.
Senator Hasagawa, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. I'm just wondering, is this appears to be a failure on a federal project that was sponsored by the FAA. And I'm wondering if the port has initiated any compensation or lawsuits to try and expedite. It was testified earlier that, the federal government moves at the speed of a slug. So I'm just wondering if you've started lawsuit proceedings or whatnot to try and get some support from the FAA again to make up for all of this that seems to have been their problem that they initiated.
Thank you, Senator Hasegawa, for the question. The Port of Seattle, including myself as a commissioner, just last year, both Representative Tina Orwell and many of the South King County local representatives actually went to DC to lobby the FAA directly to advocate for a repair and replace sound installation program. We have talked directly with our Washington State delegation. Both Senator Murray and Congressman Adam Smith actually have a version of the sound installation replace and repair program that I'm trying to put in place. They have a bill that is similar to that, and they've been pushing for it for many years. And so I would say our Washington State delegation has been in strong support of a sound installation, repair, and replace program. But unfortunately, those bills have not passed, and we haven't had much success there. But that's not going to stop us for continuing to push and try to hold the federal government and the FAA accountable to support the repair and replacement program. However, it's taken many years, and I think with this particular program that we're standing up, it does include an equity lens. We are looking at the most vulnerable population to be able to provide this repair and replacement for them. But as far as a lawsuit goes, the Port of Seattle does not have an active lawsuit against the FAA or the federal government.
Okay, thank you. John, did you want to add anything?
I'm basically just here to answer any questions that the commissioner wanted to refer to me.
Okay, great. So I think we're finished with Port of Seattle. Thank you for being here. Let's see here. We've got Brian Davis, and then Sharon Parker, Jacob Delridge, Denise Utley, Sheila Brush. Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Senators. Brian Davis from the Burien Airport Committee. Substitute Senate Bill 5955 would help resolve some significant problems with which our community has been wrestling for decades. Notably, we've heard for years from residents in the Boulevard Park section of Burien about so-called port packages, which included noise mitigation measures like triple pane windows and enhanced insulation that have failed. Living along the flight path decreases property values, and many of the people who own these homes cannot afford the repairs. They must, as a result, live under conditions that aggravate harms to their health. Last year's abandonment of the search for a location for another major airport guarantees that residents of these airport-adjacent cities will have to live with the addition of tens of thousands of additional flights per year at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We're well aware of the economic benefits the entire region derives from the growth at Sea-Tac, but the cost of that growth falls disproportionately onto folks who are already disadvantaged. Substitute SB 5955 would help compensate our residents for the sacrifices they're forced to make for the sake of that greater economic gain, and we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Parker. Sharon, go ahead. Who is that up there, I wonder?
Sorry, I was unmuted.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Parker. I live in Burien, and I was on the Burien Airport Committee for 4 years. And before that, I was the noise officer and sound insulation program manager for King County International Airport at Boeing Field, which is the only other airport in the state of Washington that has had a sound insulation program. I can offer a lot of comments about what happened in the early stages of the Port of Seattle's implementation of air program, anybody with a hammer and a pickup could be a contractor. And that led to very disproportionate, inconsistent qualities of craftsmanship in the installation of the products that were provided at that time. Also, in those early years, and we're talking about 80s and 90s, the status of insulated windows was pretty bleak, and the window supplier that POS Port of Seattle used went out of business. So these poor homeowners have for decades suffered the consequences of a lack of administrative oversight and inconsistent craftsmanship. So I support SB 955 overdue, I think.
Thank you.
Prime sponsors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jacob Delbridge.
Hi, can you hear me okay, Chair?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. My name is Jake Delbridge, and I'm here today as a resident of the 34th Legislative District in Boulevard Park, Burien, which Brian Davis here spoke about. Our neighbors here in the community greatly appreciate the work of Senator Kaiser, Senator Wynn, Representative Orwell, and fellow sponsors, and Commissioner Mohammed for their testimony today, and of the legislature for passing House Bill 2315 in 2020, and for being committed to the fundamental purpose of supporting the public health and welfare of Washingtonians, knowing that airport communities bear the burden of associated and disproportionate health impacts for our children and adults. However, House Bill 2315 and associated efforts were never funded. With the airport growing at an astounding pace year over year, flight traffic increasing exponentially, and with failing and only half-completed sound mitigation measures installed on homes over 20 years ago, doing little to abate the noise of planes flying directly overhead every minute and a half at decibels over 80, it's more important than ever that these efforts that the legislature intended to fund 4 years ago receive sustainable funding today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Denise Utley.
Hi, I'm Denise Utley. My installation of the port package was in February of 2000, not 10 or 15 years ago, 24 years ago. You can see behind me, this is one of the windows I'm still living with. It's very pretty, don't be jealous. The port paid, at that time, the port paid $44,000 for my port package to have it installed. The port contracted window manufacturer at that time, for me and for hundreds of us, was Alpine Windows. 5 months later, in July of 2000, Alpine Windows declared bankruptcy. Any warranty that we had on our windows, again, mine 5 months into it, was gone. No warranty, $44,000 for one home. No warranty. My windows began failing within 3 years. This included fogged glass, mold, as you see behind me, leaking, and water damage to my wood framing and drywall. This is not normal wear and tear. No. The port contracted the manufacturers. The port picked the list of contractors. The port paid $44,000 of somebody's money for this.
Denise, I need you to wrap up, please.
The port doesn't stand behind any of it. I've now had to pay out of pocket to have my windows replaced. Why am I paying to undo the damage caused by this program? Please support this bill and correct the damage caused by this program before continuing to expand it further and damaging more homes.
Thank you. Sheila Brush. Sheila, we see you.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. My name is Sheila Brush. I'm a resident of Des Moines and with Quiet Skies Puget Sound. I'm here in support of this bill, but I'm here also to speak of a data collecting error that we noticed with your online portal. We sent you all the information, but I would like to state it publicly because there's a lot of ruckus online feeling that we're being targeted, which is not the case. When this bill and its companion House bill was first initiated, we noticed a large amount of con. So I did a records request to find out where they were coming from. And it was overwhelming that they're actually coming from outside of King County. In fact, it was over 700 votes total. And of those votes, 335 were in support that lived within this area, and 350 were outside of this area. I'm sorry, I have to put my glasses on. They mostly reside in Anacortes, Squam. The written comments, but they're afraid that their taxes are going to go out. What we're asking you is to somehow put bumpers on your online portal. So if it's not going to affect the person, the people in that county, that they can't weigh in into your online portal, because the data is now skewed, and it's happening again with today's. If you look in there, it's the same people over and over. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 5955, and Senator Wynn is going to take over.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We'll bring up staff for Senate Bill 6221.
Good afternoon. Alicia Kinney-Clausen, staff to the Higher Education and Workforce Development Policy Committee. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6221 regarding the Washington National Primate Center. The Washington National Primate Center is housed at the University of Washington and is one of 7 U.S. centers in the National Primate Research Center program. The Primate Center conducts research on non-human primates through studies that are applicable to human health. The bill before you requires the Primate Center to annually publish in a publicly available place on the website data that includes the number of non-human primates that are used in research, breeding, born, purchased, or sold at the center, injured or died and resulted in an animal welfare citation by the USDA, killed or died as a part of research, and other requirements that are specified in the bill. The website must also provide information about the research studies, funding, inspection reports, conservation efforts, and accreditation for the center.
Michelle Ali-Shahi, staff to the committee. Turning to the fiscal impact, a fiscal note is available for the substitute bill and is in the EBB. The National Primate Research Center estimates costs of $278,000 in the 23-25 biennium and $834,000 in the 4-year outlook. The costs are for a clinical veterinarian and quality assurance specialist to collect, review, and verify data outlined in Section 1, subsections 1F and F, G, and H in the bill. This would be data on non-human primates in the previous year that were killed or injured as part of research, a test, or a study, injured or died due to causes not related to research at the center and either showing symptoms or were treated or both for unintended illness or an infection. The center has indicated that other costs associated with implementing subsections F through H, as well as other bill sections, can be absorbed within existing resources. With that, we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no question, Senator Wellman.
I'm just trying to understand why this bill came forward, and have there been reports of mistreatment of animals or of animals not being treated in a way even though they eventually died? I don't know where this is coming from.
I think there are some people here to speak about that today.
Thank you. I should have looked. Sorry.
No worries. And then with that, we'll go ahead and bring up Lisa Jones-Engel and then Morgan Hickel. And I believe online as well, we'll just get prepped for Hannah Thompson-Garner.
Welcome. Oh, we're taking us both at the same time. There you go. I'm sorry. I apologize.
There, no worries. I think you're up first.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lisa Jones-Engel. I'm PETA's Senior Science Advisor for Primate Experimentation. And prior to this position, I was a member of the UW community for 17 years, 14 of those as a scientist in the Washington National Primate Research Center, also as a faculty member, and I served on the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. PETA supports the bill before you, which will provide citizens with a better appreciation of the university's use and disposition of all the species of monkeys in the Primate Center. We believe that this bill, put forth and supported by Senator Solomon, requesting data that are readily available in the reports that the Primate Center routinely prepares for its own internal use as well as for its funders. This is a significant step in ensuring that the openness and engagement will be the new norm. Publicly funded research using any non-human animal, and I would say especially research involving the breeding, sale, and use of an endangered primate, should be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan.
Chair and members of the committee, I'm Morgan Hickel with the University of Washington, testifying other today. The Washington National Primate Research Center is committed to transparency about the non-human primates housed there. In fact, Oregon passed legislation last year with similar, although not identical, records requirements that the center has already voluntarily implemented and posted on their website. We also post additional transparency information on our website, including federal regulations, inspections reports, accreditation, and more. I'm happy to follow up with a link to our website. We respectfully request for this bill to be amended to align with Oregon's law. This does get us to pro. This keeps standards consistent with our Pacific Northwest counterparts while still supporting our shared goal of transparency. And finally, since the center has already voluntarily implemented Oregon's law, amending the bill to align with Oregon's language gets our fiscal note to zero. We appreciate your consideration and thank you.
Thank you. And then Hannah, if you are online. And then your audio is not quite coming through if you want to turn your mic on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Hannah Thompson-Garner, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the Northwest Animal Rights Network, a local nonprofit based in Seattle. I speak on behalf of our members and supporters today when I urge you to support SB 6221. This bill would give us access to unfiltered inspection reports and is a step in the right direction. It is important to uphold accountability and transparency at institutions that use public tax dollars. The Washington National Primate Research Center has received hundreds of millions of dollars in the last decade, millions of which are dollars from the taxpayer. In 2024 alone, the research center's breeding facility received $2 million in federal money from taxpayers. NARN and its volunteers spend hundreds of hours researching the center, and a person should not have to spend hours a day finding out how many animals the primate center has, how many have been used in studies, how many have died on accident, and how many have died on purpose. And this information should not be years old. We need this information in a digestible format that is up to date and reliable. Please support SB 6221, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions from members, that'll go ahead and wrap up the testimony. Oh, Senator Wagner, sorry about that.
I guess it's not my question, it was Senator Wellman's question. I didn't hear an answer in there that there's allegations of mistreatment or misuse. So are there some allegations out there? Because nobody testified to that.
There are the USDA reports that the University of Washington provides do note any violations of the Animal Welfare Act. So there have been consistent issues at the Primate Center.
Okay. Thank you so much. That'll wrap up the hearing for Senate Bill 6221. We'll go ahead and open up for Senate Bill 6254. The staff comes up.
Hello again, Alicia Kinney-Clausen, Higher Ed Policy Staff. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6254. In 2022, the legislature passed Second Substitute House Bill 1835, which established the federal application for financial aid and Washington State application for financial aid outreach and completion pilot program under the State Board for Community and Technical Colleges. The bill before you modifies and expands this program and creates a new financial aid certification program for educators. First, the Financial Aid Outreach and Completion Program is expanded from 2 educational service districts to every educational service district. The State Board, in consultation with OSPI, must select community and technical colleges to participate in this program, and the State Board may consider tribal colleges or community-based organizations depending on the needs of the educational service district. Second, the outreach specialists are renamed out to become outreach and enrollment specialists. In addition to their financial aid, outreach, and completion responsibilities, these positions must now also assist students in exploring college services and programs to increase their academic achievement. Finally, a financial aid certification program is created to be administered by the Student Achievement Council. This program must be available at no cost to secondary school teachers and counselors, as well as staff at the institutions of higher education and community partners. By 2026, OSPI, in collaboration with the Student Achievement Council and the Professional Educator Standards Board, must offer continuing education credits to in-service educators about financial aid. The bill updates reporting requirement to have the first report be completed by the state board beginning in 2025, and adds a JLARC study on program outcomes, which is due in 2027.
Michelle Ali Shahi, staff to the committee. Turning to the fiscal impact, a preliminary fiscal note for the substitute is available and in the EBB. In the front table, the fiscal note estimates costs of about $11.8 million GFS in the 23-25 biennium, and about $34.5 million GFS and $35 million total funds in the four-year outlook. And this is for the community and technical colleges and JLARC. For the CTCs, the estimated fiscal impact is about $11.7 million in the current biennium and about $34.5 million in the four-year outlook. This would be for 134 outreach and enrollment specialists based on the ratio of 1 specialist to 600 high school seniors for 7 of the 9 ESDs, and for state board administrative costs. For JLARC, the estimated cost is $518,000 in the 25-27 biennium and $153,000 in the 27-29 biennium. And this would be to complete the review of the financial aid outreach and completion program by December 27. The fiscal note is not available for OSPI or for the Professional Educator Standard Board. Although not in the fiscal note, WASAC did provide an estimate for an earlier proposed substitute that is representative of their costs. They estimated $203,000 in the 23-25 biennium and $423,000 in the four-year outlook. And this would be for the financial aid certification program, working with partners to offering continuing education, and for developing recommendations to the legislature. With that, we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Woolman has a question.
Or two. Yes, thank you for this. A couple of things. Number one, I'm aware of a very sophisticated, at least one, very sophisticated commercial product that's currently on the market that actually pulls together all the college information about the opportunities of scholarships and financial aid from colleges across the entire country. I thought it was a very sophisticated program and seemed to be very comprehensive, although it didn't have individuals working with students, but had information for students and their families. Additionally, last year we passed the beginning of the high school and beyond plan platform for the state, which colleges had asked us already to include information about the financial packages that might be available to students and even the programs that might be available to them, and to make that connection. Was any of that thinking included in the thinking of what you're now proposing that you know? Or I don't see that there's a connection particularly, and it seems like this might be a significant duplication of effort. Yes, so that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, several of the things in this bill came out of a report that was issued in December that was worked on jointly with the Student Achievement Council. I'm happy to send you that report, and maybe some of the things you mentioned are also included in that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and bring up our testifiers. Arlen Harris. And then also on deck, we'll have Ben Mitchell and Melissa Beard. But Arlen, whenever you are set.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wynn and members of the committee. My name is Arlen Harris with the State Board for Community and Technical Colleges, here today in enthusiastic support for Senate Bill 6254. This bill expands navigational supports by exposing students to college and career services, which can further improve post-secondary enrollment. This is an expansion also of a pilot that was presented out of legislation last year, where through our community colleges, a financial aid navigator was at the 2 lowest performing ESDs as far as FAFSA completion in our state. And in those high schools, we saw double and triple completion of FAFSA, presenting opportunities for post-secondary education, whether a community or technical college, university, or apprenticeship with our state financial aid. We have the best state financial aid in the country, and this is a phenomenal tool to get that into the hands of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arlen. Ben.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nguyen, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ben Mitchell, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Foundation for Tacoma Students, testifying today in support of Senate Bill 6254. Washington has low rates of FAFSA completion, but if we can raise our FAFSA completion rates by 10%, from 52% to 62%, we will bring in more than $21 million in federal Pell Grant funding for Washington students. And a 10% increase is not pie in the sky. The existing program that my colleague Arlen Harris just referenced and that this bill proposes to expand is associated with FAFSA completion rates in the 2 pilot regions of increasing of 14% and 10%. A statewide expansion of this program, as proposed in this bill, will come with a cost for sure, but we believe that the financial aid this bill will unlock for students will exceed its projected fiscal costs. It's a sound investment in our state's workforce and economy, and I commend it to you for support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Melissa.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Thank you for this time, Vice Chair Wynn and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Beard. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs with the Council of Presidents, an organization representing the 6 public 4-year institutions here in Washington. Arlen and Ben stole everything that I was going to say, so I'm going to take a moment to answer Senator Wellman's question. And in my experience, Senator Wellman would likely agree that our high school counselors are overwhelmed with lots of duties, and one of the duties is helping students with post-secondary options and filling out the financial aid form. I think what this does is brings the experts from the post-secondary system into the high schools, helping the students and lessens that burden on our high school counselors.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and wrap up the testimony for Senate Bill 6254. We'll go ahead and move on to Senate Bill 6300.
Hello again, Alicia Kinney-Clausen, Policy Staff to Higher Education. Before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6300. This bill allows an individual to demonstrate eligibility for the Washington College Grant through receipt of food assistance benefits or Apple Health for Kids. Under current law, an individual can demonstrate financial eligibility for the college grant by filing a federal or state application for financial aid or participation in one of the following state public assistance programs: aged, blind, or disabled assistance benefits, essential needs housing support, or pregnant women's assistance. Under the bill before you, an individual can demonstrate financial need through receipt of the free Apple Health for Kids benefits or state food assistance benefits. These new ways to qualify have staggered implementation dates. Beginning in 2025-26, you can demonstrate eligibility through receipt of free Apple Health for Kids or basic food assistance or Washington food assistance if the individual is a student in the 10th, 11th, or 12th grade. And then beginning in 2027-28, you can demonstrate eligibility through the above mentioned pathways or any individual that is a recipient of Washington food assistance or basic food assistance.
Michelle Ali-Shahi, staff to the committee. Turning to the fiscal impact, a preliminary fiscal note for the substitute is substitute bill is available. However, the fiscal note for the proposed substitute heard in the policy committee is in the EBB, and it is more representative of the costs in the substitute bill. In the front table, the fiscal note estimates costs of $466,000 in the 23-25 biennium and $1.4 million in the four-year outlook for the Student Achievement Council and DSHS. For WASAC, the estimated fiscal impact is $439,000 in the current biennium and about $1.3 million in the four-year outlook. And this would be for 2 FTEs for program administration and to conduct outreach and provide certificates to income-eligible high school students. In the fiscal note, WASAC has indicated that costs for the Washington College Grant are indeterminate. However, based on a nonpartisan model for high school students who are recipients of Washington's food assistance programs, award costs are estimated at about $547,000 in fiscal year 26 and about $1.5 million in fiscal year 27, for a total estimated cost of about $2 million in the 25-27 biennium. The substitute bill states that any student who is a Washington Basic Food Program or Food Assistance Program recipient is eligible beginning in academic year 27-28. The estimated cost for adults or non-high school students would be about $12.8 million in the 27-29 biennium. The Washington College Grant fiscal estimate for students who are recipients of Apple Health for Kids is indeterminate. For DSHS, the cost is at $27,000 in the 23-25 biennium and about $79,000 in a four-year outlook to notify about 57,000 basic food program recipients of Washington College Grant eligibility. For Healthcare Authority, the fiscal estimate for the substitute bill is currently unavailable. And finally, in the fiscal note for the substitute bill, some of the higher ed education institutions have estimated indeterminate future costs for financial aid offices, depending on the number of students who may receive the Washington College Grant through this pathway. With that, we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, Senator Randall, would you like to talk about your bill?
Sure. As I think everyone on this committee has heard over and over and over, we have the most generous financial aid program in the country, and it's because of our continued work to make sure that students can afford a pathway post-high school. One of the challenges that continues to exist is that poor students have to prove they're poor over and over and over again in order to access the resources that we have made available to them. And for many, that feels insurmountable, and that they don't believe that this financial aid and the tools are accessible. So this is an effort to make students who are already receiving safety net programs that income qualify and align with the Washington College Grant income eligibility, makes it a little bit easier for them to know that they'll receive the Washington College Grant should they choose to pursue college or post-secondary education.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And we'll bring up Joel Anderson to testify.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Wynn and members of the committee. My name is Joel Anderson, and I'm here with the Washington Student Achievement Council to testify in support of Senate Bill 6300, our agency legislation that was funded in the governor's budget and would automatically qualify recipients of public assistance like SNAP for the Washington College Grant. We strongly encourage all students to complete a FAFSA or WASFA, while recognizing that these forms still pose significant barriers to low-income students trying to access financial aid. There's also ample research that has shown early guarantees of financial aid drive higher rates of both enrollment and graduation from post-secondary programs among low-income students. This bill helps us remove the what-ifs surrounding financial aid awards, not just for high school students trying to figure out their next steps, but also for adult learners in our workforce who have previously seen post-secondary education as unaffordable or out of reach. These populations, again, are already income eligible for the Washington College Grant, and we urge your support of this bill to help more future students access the benefits available to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll wrap up the testimony for Senate Bill 6300, and then we'll bring up the staff for Senate Bill 5978.
Afternoon, Senators. Michael Bezanson, staff to this committee. For a brief background, if a school district is unable, this is presenting 5978. If a school district is unable to prepare a balanced budget, the school board may petition OSPI and request permission to include receivables collectible in the future in order to balance the budget. And if such permission is granted, it must contain binding conditions designed to improve the district's financial condition. If a school district has been on binding conditions for 2 consecutive years and is unable to provide a satisfactory financial plan, the district is considered financially insolvent. In these circumstances, a financial oversight committee must review the financial condition of the district and recommend either enhanced financial oversight or dissolution. The bill that's before you would authorize OSPI to act as a guarantor for the county that has agreed to provide a loan to a school district that is in binding conditions and facing long-term financial distress. OSPI must adopt rules to implement this new authority, including a process for how OSPI will determine whether it will act as a guarantor and a process for enhanced financial oversight if a district defaults on the loan. The enhanced financial oversight must be in place for at least 1 year and require the district to submit a viable 2-year financial plan to OSPI within 45 days of default. The bill also includes a $10 million appropriation from the general fund for the purpose of providing contingent guarantor funding for circumstances when OSPI acts as the guarantor and a school district defaults on its loan. To be eligible for these funds, the county must sign a request letter to OFM and the appropriate legislative committees. If during a legislative session, the county must notify the appropriate legislative committees and submitting a request to OFM. OFM must also notify LEAP and the appropriate legislative committees if contingent guarantor funding is approved and what funding was actually, the funding level that was approved. In terms of a fiscal note, the fiscal note includes the $10 million appropriation that's in the bill, as well as about $16,000 in rulemaking for OSPI as required in the bill. But because OSPI is acting as the guarantor of the debt, this is considered state debt and is subject to the constitutional debt limit. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Senator Schessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael, 2 questions. OSPI really doesn't have any money, so they are going to be coming to us because they can't print it. But the $10 million fiscal note, is there any school district in the state that currently qualifies or one in recent memory that may have qualified?
There are 5 that I'm aware of right now: LaConner, Mount Baker, Marysville, Tukwila, and Prescott, that are under binding conditions. Whether or not they're defaulting or whether or not they're going to go to their county for a loan, I do not know.
Could you send me that list? Yes. I don't have a notepad right in front of me.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Senator Billig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, my question was how many are in this condition right now, and Michael just answered, so thank you.
Oh, perfect. Senator Robinson, would you like to speak on your bill?
Thank you, Vice Chair Wynn. I'm bringing this bill forward on behalf of the Marysville School District, which is in my district, and the superintendent is here to speak to it as well. But they approached the Snohomish County treasurer for the possibility of a loan to help them, pay their bills. And the treasurer, it's my understanding, treasurer determined that they chose to not offer them a loan, and in conversations said that if there was a possibility of the state or OSPI being a guarantor, that would have made it possible for them to do that. So exploring this idea, and I look forward to the testimony. There is a $10 million appropriation in the bill. I went against my own rules. I didn't catch that when the bill was drafted, so I will have an amendment to remove that appropriation from the bill.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and bring up Zach Robbins. And then I believe the other folks online are not necessarily here, so I'm just going to call out their names: Gordon Lucanote, Jeanette McKenzie, and Bobby Fergon. But Zach, whenever you are set.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Zach Robbins, the proud superintendent, 1.5 years in now, of the Marysville School District. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 5978. School districts throughout Washington are on the edge of being in binding financial conditions. The binding conditions legislation is a structure to assist districts, but that legislation has not been updated in a long time. Marysville is just one of several school districts in binding conditions because our revenues don't cover our obligations. When we first went into binding conditions, we knew we didn't want a handout. We wanted to help ourselves with a loan that we would pay back with future apportionment. The interest rates from private banks were astronomical, so we went to the county treasury and we were denied primarily because there was no guarantor on the money. SB5978 addresses this. The Marysville School District isn't the first district to enter binding conditions, and we definitely won't be the last. There are several school districts lining up behind us, increasing the urgency of the binding conditions legislation being updated to address today's challenges. I'm thankful that our lawmakers recognize the urgency of this matter. Please support Senate Bill 5978. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Seeing no other questions, I don't believe any of the other folks are online. Perfect. We'll go ahead and close out the committee hearing for Senate Bill 5978. We'll move on to Senate Bill 5849. 5789. Sorry about that.
Senator, Senate Bill 5789 is before you. In terms of background, the School Construction Assistance Program provides funding assistance to school districts for major new construction projects. If a project meets certain eligibility requirements, school districts are responsible for securing local funding for construction projects, and if they're eligible, the state would provide partial funding based on formulas, allowances, and costs related to aspects of the construction project called recognized project costs. A recognized project cost, for instance, is construction costs, architecture and engineering fees, furniture and equipment, other related costs. Included in this is sales tax up to 7%. The remaining sales tax above 7% would be entirely paid for by the school district. Non-recognized costs are those costs that exceed formulas, allowances, and costs under SCAP. What these would include the sales tax above 7%, square footage rates above the SCAP formula, and the price per square foot that is also higher than the SCAP formula. These would also be paid for by the local districts. The percentage of recognized project costs that the state will pay for is determined in the RCW, and it's called the funding assistance percentage, and this varies by the wealth of the district and the number of students. The bill that's before you, the SCAP formula, will be modified so that the state will pay for the full sales and use tax levied on all costs chargeable to the school construction project. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, excuse me, the fiscal note. The fiscal note is a little dated. That's in the EBB, just because it's looking back at December's SCAP levels. There's been more drop off, so the total fiscal note is roughly $58 million in fiscal 25 and escalating to about $254 million in 25-27 and growing thereafter at a rate of about 4.9%. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Senator Mullet, would you like to speak? Oh, sorry. Okay, perfect. Would you like to speak to the bill?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, it's not a question for Michael. I guess I was just clarifying. This is all money coming out of the capital budget. There is no impact whatsoever to the operating budget in this bill. If anything, I think the impact of the operating budget could be positive in the sense that some schools that might not be able to move forward now would move forward, I think, if this bill were to pass. And it kind of came to me a couple years ago when I was in Eastern Washington, the Colfax School District, and they mentioned that when they were trying to get their local community to support their bond, if they could say to their local voters, every dollar they vote is going to stay right there in Colfax and support their local school, it would strengthen their argument and help them pass their bonds. And so that idea kind of resonated. I know there's a lot of us that come from school districts that oftentimes don't benefit from the current SCAP formula. No one goes backwards. Everyone only goes forward in this proposal, and we're not creating a whole new formula. We're just having the capital budget enhance the local school district reimbursement for their sales tax they paid.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to testimony. Clifford Traceman, I see you are in person. And then remote, we'll have Jerry Pugh and then Tim Eyman as well. But Clifford, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll be super brief, long day. I'm Clifford Traceman, state lobbyist for Highline, Bellevue, North Shore, and Seattle Public Schools, testifying in favor of Senate Bill 5789. Just as a point of reference, like for Seattle schools, if this bill were to become law, that would be $16 million a year that could stay in the local community to invest in the construction of new buildings. These buildings are not only important to the schools, but the communities as well. These are community assets, and that would be a huge advantage for public school districts. As you know, the SCAP, the School Construction Assistance Program, has been antiquated for years. There's been bills that have passed the Senate and have not fared as well in the House. Until we have a broader SCAP formula change, a bill like this would go a long way to at least bridging the gap and helping us until we've solved the broader SCAP issues. So with that, I suggest that we pass the bill, if you would, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Tim. Nope, not there. Okay, never mind. So that'll close up the hearing for Senate Bill 5789. We'll get ahead and move to the next one, Senate Bill 5849. Oh, I'm sorry. Was Jerry online for this one? Oh, he is. Jerry is there. Okay. Jerry.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee members. I'm Jerry Pugh, Superintendent of Colfax School District. In 2018, the Colfax community passed a bond for $18.9 million. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 5789. Wouldn't it have been great if I could have told the Colfax voters that the school district would be able to use an additional $1 million in sales tax to take care of even more critical physical facility issues? Passing a school district bond is difficult to do. When successful, many districts need to leverage every dollar towards their facilities, as they may not have the capacity to run another bond for 10 to 30 more years. Schools not having to pay sales tax on local bonds allow schools to remodel and complete critical facility needs that would otherwise be passed over because of the lack of funds. This includes making our facilities more energy sufficient and compliant. Please support Senate Bill 5789. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And now that will wrap up the testimony for Senate Bill 5789, and we'll go to 5849.
Thank you, Senator Nguyen. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Trevor Press, staff to this committee. The bill before you is substitute Senate Bill 5849 relating to a computer science competency graduation requirement. It comes to you from the Committee on Early Learning and K-12 Education. By way of background, the Washington State students must meet various requirements to graduate high school and receive a diploma, including completing a required number of academic credits. This bill does three main things. First, it requires all students to show competency in high school learning standards related to computer science in order to graduate from high school, beginning with the 2029 graduating class. Second, it requires OSPI to review and update state computer science learning standards. And then third, it requires the State Board of Education to collect information from school districts about current computer science offerings, plans to assess competency, and what districts need to ensure students are ready for the graduation requirement. The State Board of Education must report their findings with recommendations that the legislature could take to assist districts by October 31st, 2025. There is a fiscal note that was just released this morning, which specifies an indeterminate cost, as OSPI does not know how many students will meet the newly created graduation requirement through a computer science course, a different subject matter course where new learning standards are embedded, or through demonstrating competency in another way. As a high water mark, if all students were to meet the requirements through a standalone computer science course, OSPI specifies that this would require a new teacher at each of the 355 high schools in Washington that do not already offer a computer science course, as well as laptops for classrooms use for an estimated cost of around $65 million in fiscal year 25, and then $43.7 million per fiscal year thereafter. However, costs could be significantly lower if students opt to meet the competency requirement in one of the other ways afforded in the bill. The State Board of Education also anticipates a cost of $106,000 in the 23-25 biennium and $120,000 over the 4-year outlook period for a contract with experts on competency-based learning to develop assessment develop assessments and proficiency targets for the new learning standard, as well as for staff to perform a data collection and reporting. With that, I will conclude unless there are any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator Wellman, would you like to speak on your bill?
Thank you, Vice Chair. You may recall that about 3 years ago, we already passed a bill that required that every high school in the state of Washington provide a computer science course as an elective, and that elective could replace either third-year science or third-year math. 85% of our high schools already do provide that. Nothing required that to be in person, and in fact, many computer science courses are available in Running Start, College in the High School, as well as online courses that are available through any number of creditable sources. One of the things we did learn from the fact that we made it an elective was that very few girls were taking the opportunity, and it was much more skewed toward males. And so one of the things that we've learned over the last several years, in addition to that information, is that around the world, Europe, for instance, at a conference that I attended with the EU, they are making it their North Star. Every school, every graduate from the European Union will have not only computer science, but also coding. We didn't add coding to our bill. But as you can see over the last several years, where 2 years ago we were thinking about AI, and now we're thinking about what its impact is on every job and every classroom in the country. We're increasingly an economy that is based on a digital foundation. We want to make sure that our youngsters going forward have what they need to thrive in that digital economy. And so that this bill will, there are currently 21, I think, between 15 or 20 different courses of computer science. What we're requiring OSPI to do is to figure out what is the core that we wish our youngsters to leave the school with. We're already seeing computer science integrated into kindergarten and first grade, and I have no doubt that in 4 years from now, there will be many students who will have that core of information without having to take another course, but that may be the way some go. Thank you very much for considering this bill.
Thank you so much. And then with that, we'll bring up Ana Hernandez-French. And then I believe online we'll have Jennifer Boutel. But we'll start with Ana.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wen and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ana Hernandez-French, joining you today on the ancestral lands of the State Chess Band of the Squaxin Island people and the Nisqually people, here on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction to testify other on Senate Bill 5849. While OSPI believes that subjects such as computer science or financial education are foundational skills that all students should have access to and demonstrate competency in, we have some questions we want to work through related to implementation. What's important for me to highlight for you today, however, are the local school district costs to implement these systemic shifts and new requirements. The local costs of these types of statewide shifts vary widely district to district. Therefore, as noted, the fiscal note shows as indeterminate. When you think about the administrative time needed to plan and adjust master schedules, additional educators, or additional pay for new computer science courses, or time for certificated educators to review student demonstrated competency, our prototypical model does not easily reflect these changes, leaving local impacts that often go unfunded by the legislature. Open to any questions.
Thank you so much. Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the committee for the opportunity to speak in favor of this important legislation. My name is Jennifer Boutel, and I teach computer science. Diversity in the technology workforce is not improving. As a middle school computer science teacher in Tacoma, I see firsthand the stark inequities that lead to this flattened trend. Although we are just 40 miles from Redmond, most of the 140 seventh graders that I teach at my Title I school have never met anyone who works in the technology industry. They do not see themselves as future software engineers, and they are not shy in telling me so. Fortunately, they have this weird lady who keeps insisting they give coding a try. There is nothing more rewarding than watching them debug a complicated problem and realize that they can do this. Unfortunately, many of our youth outside of the east side of Puget Sound will never have this experience. In my district, although we are the third largest in the state, we offer only 11 computer science courses across our high school system, less than some of our much smaller neighbors. In the absence of a graduation requirement, computer science programs will continue to take a back seat when school district budget priorities are set. In the age of AI, drones, and robotic manufacturing, we can't afford to continue this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, then I'll wrap up the testimony for Senate Bill 5849. And we'll bring up staff for the next one, Senate Bill 6031.
Senator Nguyen, members of the committee, Richard Ramsey, committee staff. Senate Bill 6031 modifies the student transportation allocation to accommodate multiple vehicle types for transporting students. It comes to you from the Early Learning and K-12 Education Committee. To provide some brief background, to provide transportation allocations to school districts, the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction uses the STARS formula, which is a regression formula that uses prior year expenditures, student passenger counts, and district characterizations to calculate the expected cost of to and from transportation to schools. The transportation formula also provides an allocation for transporting students in district-owned passenger cars using a private vehicle reimbursement rate if the school district deems it advisable to use such vehicles after the school board has considered the safety of the students being transported and the economy of utilizing a car in lieu of a school bus. These are cars designated for carrying 10 or fewer passengers. Turning to the bill, district-owned passenger cars used in lieu of school buses must be included in the overall determination of the district's annual student transportation allocation, rather than generating reimbursement at the private vehicle reimbursement rate. The transportation distribution formula may not mandate the type of vehicle to be used for pupil transportation. School districts are encouraged to use the vehicle type deemed by the district to be the safest and most cost-effective manner for transporting its students, including using school buses and vans, and may use transportation allocation for this purpose. Students transported in district or owned passenger cars must be included when calculating average distance to school and a number of locations served. When reporting the number of miles driven, school districts must disaggregate data by vehicle type. Turning to the fiscal effects, there is a fiscal note from the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. One-time costs are $130,000 in fiscal year 25. However, there's also an indeterminate cost given changes in the transportation formula that would be collected with this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, Senator Braun, would you like to speak to your bill?
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Chair. So this bill really is as simple as Richard described it. It's very straightforward. I came out of a meeting I had with my superintendents in my district last fall, and they had a lot of things to say about transportation. We have wrestled with transportation formulas in the legislature for many years. And I had happened to when I drive to work every day, I interact with several buses, generally speaking. And when I passed it, was had only a couple children on it, and it made me think, and it may have been at the beginning of its route, I have no idea, but it made me think, why do we always use the large school bus for we solve every problem with one answer, and maybe we shouldn't. So I asked the question of the superintendents, and they said, well, it's because we can't. The rules don't allow us to. And I'm like, well, why don't they? And this is what that bill does. It says you can make a decision on what the best vehicle for the task at hand is based on, as long as it's safe and it fits the need. And it's really as simple as that. So I encourage your support.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll bring up the testifiers. Rick Chiza, I think you are in person. And then just on deck will be Jerry Pugh online. Welcome, Rick.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Nguyen and members of the committee. Rick Chiza with Public School Employees representing 30,000 education support professionals, including many dedicated school bus drivers. I'm testifying today on Senate Bill 6031. PSC does not believe this measure would be the best use of limited resources. Senate Bill 6031 would encourage and incentivize school districts to transport public school students in district passenger vehicles that are not the yellow school buses. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, school buses are the safest way to and from school, and even the smallest reduction in the number of bus riders could result in more children being killed or injured when using alternative methods of transportation. As an alternative, we recommend the committee give consideration to Chair Wellman's proposal, Senate Bill 5873, that takes a more comprehensive approach. We encourage you to move that measure forward and take additional time to study the potential safety and efficiency impacts of SB 6031.
Thank you so much. Jerry.
Good afternoon. Once again, Vice Chair and committee members. Jerry Pugh from Colfax School District. We are a district of about 530 students in southeastern Washington. 4 out of 5 of our students are bused to school each day, and on average, our buses drive a combined 650 miles a day. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 6031, allowing school districts to receive funding for students transported by school district vehicles that pass the strict WSP inspection, allows us flexibility to transport students safely to and from school. It also creates, it's a creative opportunity to help school districts work through the chronic problem of school bus driver shortages. When our district uses a non-yellow bus driven by a staff member, we cannot use that student on our ridership count for what essentially is required student transportation. Ridership funding only happens when a school bus driver is operating the van. I also would ask that you consider an amendment that allows certain vehicles to be included in the depreciation schedule, like school buses. For example, a 10-passenger van costs us about $87,000. Adding that on the depreciation schedule would benefit the school greatly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Wellman, is that a question? Sure, yeah.
Just to add a little information, which I think is relevant to all of our school districts, is that the significant population that we have of foster children who are out of district, who we want to bring back into their home district so that they have that continuity of being with their friends is really important. Understanding that, unfortunately, we do have more and more children who are qualified as McKinney-Vento, meaning they're homeless, and they may be sleeping in a different place every night, or they may be sleeping in a car somewhere, and we have to go and get them. And then finally, there are many special education students that are too fragile to ride the school bus, and that may be just one child, but then we have to send a paraeducator or someone out with them just to pick up that child. And so looking at those special purpose districts, primarily special purpose riders, I was very supportive of Senator Braun's bill because I felt it really addressed a sweet spot, a spot that needed consideration.
Thank you so much. And that will close the hearing for Senate Bill 6031. We'll go ahead and move on to the next one, Senate Bill 5882.
Senator Wynn, Senator Robinson, members of the committee, Richard Ramsey, committee staff. Substitute Senate Bill 5882 relates to increasing the prototypical school staffing to better meet student needs. It comes to you from the Early Learning K-12 Education Committee. The bill phases in additional staff allocations for teaching assistants, office support staff, and non-industrial aides in the prototypical school funding model over the course of 3 school years. The final allocation after phase-in would result in the funding formula looking like teaching assistant ratios of 2 FTEs per elementary school, 1 FTE per middle school, and 1 FTE for high school, office support and other non-instructional staff aides, 3 FTEs in elementary, 3.5 in middle, and 3.5 in high school. Turning to the fiscal effect, there is a fiscal note in the EBB of $71 million in 2025 and $720 million over 4 years. However, I received communication from OSPI this morning that they have a higher estimate of the cost of $111 million in 2025 and $771 over 4 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and jump in. We'll go ahead and jump into the testimony. Marissa Rathbone, Julie Salvi, and Tyler Munch.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. My name is Marissa Rathbone, here representing the Washington State School Directors Association's strong support of Substitute Senate Bill 5882. School directors prioritized amply funded staffing levels for this session, considering student needs and the significant funding shortfalls districts are experiencing across the state. Districts continue to rely on local levies to fulfill basic education requirements, so our districts need more ample and equitable allocations from the state to create the most effective and responsive learning environments. This bill helps to respond to that need. We are grateful for this proposal to increase foundational staffing allocations as soon as possible so that districts have the increased capacity to deliver on our commitments. We hope you will see this bill through final passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Julie Salvi with the Washington Education Association, speaking in support of 5882. This legislation is focused on the state's role in funding paraeducators and office workers in our schools. These education support professionals serve vital roles in the operations of schools every day. They provide one-on-one instruction to students. They interact with our families. They serve on behavioral support roles, ensure safe and supportive environments in lunchrooms and at recess, and so much more. Over 3 years, this bill implements the staffing that was recommended by the state's Quality Education Commission and enacted by the voters in Initiative 1351. It is time to recognize these roles in our state funding formulas and support these vital workers in our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tyler.
Good afternoon. Tyler Munch here on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction's office to testify pro. Thank you, Senator Stanford and Senator Wellman, for introducing legislation that increases student access to teaching assistants, instructional staff, and other classified staff. Classified staff are crucial to school operations and ensuring students receive a quality education. OSPI is in strong support of this bill. The staff units allocated in the current prototypical model do not provide adequate instructional support staff to the program of basic education and the social, emotional, and academic needs of students. Pardon. This bill moves our state closer to funding staff at levels essential to supporting students' needs and that are consistent with staffing levels recommended by the Staffing Enrichment Work Group. We would also like to see policies adopted that provide a living wage to these professionals so that they are able to live in the communities that they teach in and so that they're compensated fairly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll go to the next group, Charlie Brown and Rick Chiza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Charlie Brown. I'm here today on behalf of the South Sound Superintendents, a coalition of school districts throughout Pierce County and some in King County. I am in support of this legislation. Part of our legislative priorities this year is to drive state funding into the school districts where we are already hiring staff and paying funds out of our local levies that were never envisioned to be coming out of local levies. We hire a lot of para-education professionals, and part of our agenda this year was to use the prototypical school model to fund para-educators. We very much appreciate this legislation and ask you to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Nguyen and members of the committee. Again, Rick Chiza with Public School Employees. Testifying pro on Senate Bill 5882. This is a very important logical step that will equip our public schools to evolve and keep up with the current and anticipated student needs. It's important to remember that most current K-12 staffing models rely heavily on outdated realities and needs of students. It's past time to catch up with today's public schools. Paraeducators are providing individual and small group instructional support to students who need it most, and office staff who often meet students in time of basic personal need, as well as crisis situations, providing compassionate help, care, and direction. You can make meaningful progress by increasing staffing allocations for paras and school office support staff. These are the caring, experienced, and essential support professionals who engage with and provide critical supports to students every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, we'll move to our remote testimony. Mallory Larson, Liv Fine, and Dave Larson. Fina. I'm sorry, Liv Fina, and then Fien? Am I saying this wrong? I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. Fina.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Feel free to go first.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair Wynn. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Leave Finna. I'm the Director for Education at the Washington Policy Center, and I'm here to tell you that our research shows that this bill is bad policy because it would cut the ratio of teachers in the schools. Washington State's teacher ratio is already low. Of the 125,000 full-time employees in the public schools, only 50.5% are classroom teachers. This bill would make the ratio of teachers to total staff even lower. We have an education emergency this bill ignores. 61% of Washington students failed the spring administration of the state Smarter Balance test in math, and 49% failed the English test. In an emergency, every available dollar should be spent on increasing the number of teachers, trained teachers, focused on helping students recover from their COVID learning losses. This bill would shift resources out of the classroom and away from addressing this education emergency. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I have a legislative memo on the bill that I will send to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mallory.
Good afternoon. My name is Mallory Larson. I'm a parent in the 1st and 32nd legislative districts representing Washington State PTA, speaking in favor of Senate Bill 5882. Shoreline, like many districts across the state, is facing a budget crisis because state staffing models do not support the current real-world needs of our students, and our school districts are paying for those unfunded positions with levy funds. As a volunteer at my son's school, I have observed the benefit of paraeducators working in collaboration with teachers. These are vital and foundational roles which, if not supported by the state model, will be reduced to the detriment of our students' education, safety, and mental health. This bill does not reduce the amount of certificated teachers. It increases the amount of teacher support that many school districts have determined to be necessary and have been funding through levies for years. It increases equity across all districts by reducing the reliance on levy funds, and it is a great example of the progress we need to stabilize K-12 funding. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dave.
Vice Chair Nguyen and Committee, I'm Dave Larson, Tuckahoe School Board Director, testifying in support of adding FTE for paraeducators with the request that the allocation be done equitably rather than equally. A recent report from the Education Law Center shows that Washington State is one of the few states that has a regressive education funding system because it provides a higher per student allocation for districts with low poverty rates than for districts with high poverty rates. NAEP score shows that Washington State has some of the largest income-based achievement gaps in the country. In a recent editorial, the Seattle Times called for the legislature to fund education equitably. The amendment to this bill to make this bill equitable is not complicated. The legislature has done this before temporarily with counselors. In this case, it needs to be permanent. I urge an amendment to SB 5882 to allocate the additional FTE equitably that is proportionally more for high poverty schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hannah.
Hello, my name is Hannah Blackburn. Thank you for the time today. I am here in support of 5882. I am a voter in every election, a parent to 2 students in the Shoreline School District, a PTA president at Brookside Elementary, and regular volunteer at schools. Due to the state's inadequate funding of public schools, our district had to make cuts that are directly impacting student success. Paraeducators are often the duct tape that really holds the school together. And I volunteer currently weekly to help fill the gap of the lack of paraeducator hours in our school. This means that I teach literacy in small groups to first graders who are English language learners. Well, I'm glad that I can help. I'm not experienced in the way that our paraeducators are, and relying on volunteers to fill this gap is not equitable for schools who can't find enough volunteers, and it's also perpetuating a gender pay gap because oftentimes it's women that are desperately trying to fill that need.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all that you do at your schools. I don't believe any of the other testifiers are here, Jeanette McKenzie or Bobby Pergon. So we're going to go ahead and close the hearing for Senate Bill 5882 and move on to Senate Bill 5956. I'm going to hand it off to our Chair Robinson.
Senator Robinson, Senator Wynn, Richard Ramsey, committee staff. Substitute Senate Bill 5956 relates to the maximum per pupil limit for enrichment levies. It comes to you from the Early Learning and K-12 Education Committee. To provide a bit of background, a district's maximum enrichment levy is the lesser of $2.50 per $1,000 of assessed value, or the maximum per pupil limit, which is set at $2,500 per pupil for districts with fewer than 40,000 students, and $3,000 per pupil for districts with 40,000 or more students, and that really only applies to Seattle. Under this bill, the maximum per pupil limit used to determine a district's maximum enrichment levy is changed beginning with taxes levied for the collection in calendar year 2025. Under the new bill language coming to you from the committee, a district's maximum per pupil limit of either $2,500 or $3,000, depending on the district's size, must be multiplied by the district's regionalization factor as determined in the Omnibus Appropriations Act for the prior school year. There is a fiscal note on the bill. It was on the original bill. It was requested on the on the 9th of January. The local costs are $26.5 million. And over 4 years, the costs are $125 million. However, with the substitute Senate bill, these costs are likely to increase. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff? Senator Mullet, are you formulating one?
I was going to speak.
Yeah, I do have a question, Richard. So, I guess, Richard, can you, if the bill were to go through, like right now, like there's a bare minimum of like, originally it was 1,500 and it's been adjusted for inflation, and then the maximum, like how does that, what's the difference between like the bare minimum somebody would get in the higher levels, like if the bill were to pass, I guess, like what's the change?
So the amount of the inflation that's been applied to the let's say the levy amount. So $2,500 has grown to $2,988.
Okay, so it's grown to $2,988. Okay,
yeah. And it's estimated to be $3,130 in 2024. $3,000 has increased to $3,586, and in 2024 is estimated to grow to $3,779.
And what is the bottom number grown to? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, and then if this bill were to pass, would some districts be able to add another 18% on top of that then?
I don't believe that's that's envisioned. So there is the appropriations bill specifies the amount of a regionalization factor, 6, 12, or 18%, or a different amount.
Oh, I see. So that number you just gave assumes which regionalization factor was allocated to those schools, I guess.
I don't know.
Okay.
Senator Billig has a question.
Thank you. And sorry, Richard, I probably could answer this if I got to the fiscal note, but I didn't get there in time. And I didn't want to miss you. You said that there was a cost to school districts. My understanding of the bill is that it would create an opportunity for more revenue for districts.
I don't believe it's a cost to school districts. I believe there are local costs that would, essentially be paid for by taxpayers, if you will. The school districts would benefit.
Okay. I'll look at the fiscal note. I don't completely understand it, but thank you.
Senator Wellman.
Thank you very much. I don't feel that the discussion that we've had, which is terribly complex, was something that is easily understood with a bill that it actually is, I think, easily understood or should be. We have a situation in our state, across the state, with every school district. You've heard about the binding conditions that some school districts are in. I am conscious of all the different expenses that we should be paying and are not paying. If you look at our transportation funding, we have underfunded that and required, even though we have prohibited school districts from using enrichment levies for for regular expenses, we have made them use those enrichment levies just for that because we are not funding the things that we're supposed to be funding fully. In this particular case, and in this year of a supplemental budget, in looking around in some ways that could be helpful to, admittedly, some school districts, would that we could handle something that would help every school district, but this is a supplemental budget year, and we looked for something that we could do that would be essentially revenue neutral, would require nothing as far as the state was concerned. We found that we could make a tweak that would help some school districts, some admittedly in my district, but others in the San Juans and other places around the state. Approximately 11 districts would benefit, but they would benefit. And what it says is you have already been given authority by your district, by the voters in your district, to levy us at a certain dollar amount. But because of the regionalization factor, those districts are not allowed to use the full amount of the levy that they could. This would permit them to use the full levy they have been given by the voters. And hopefully, within the other bills that we're working on that will pass this session, as well as other plans for next year, we'll be able to address some of the real deficits that schools are seeing, and where they're forced to use their enrichment levies, and we don't want them to do that. Those levies are supposed to be going for programs to impact the student and learning. Hopefully that's somewhat clarifies, hopefully.
Okay, let's call up. We've got quite a number of people signed in to testify. I'm sure we'll learn more about this. Let's start with Tyler Minch and Julie Salvi, and then following them, Charlie Brown, Nora Burns, and Melissa Gomboski.
Chair Robinson, members of the committee, Tyler Munch here on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction to testify in support of this bill. The current levy system regionalizes cost of living differences between districts with state funds, but locally funded levy staff are not afforded the same logic and do not receive the additional funding provided to their state-funded peers. Allowing districts to use local dollars to prevent layoffs is not OSPI's preferred policy. We believe the state should bear more of this burden by covering a larger share of education costs. Until then, the state should allow communities to support their public schools. Adopting this policy will help over 700,000 students retain access to staff providing crucial services. Fixes to our levy model alone are not enough. We also need robust LEA for districts. Please consider increasing the state's investment in LEA, and please pass this bill and let communities support their schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Julie Salvi with the Washington Education Association, testifying in favor of this bill. This bill addresses one of the issues in our levy and levy equalization systems. Those systems changed in the McCleary implementation, but now some of the cracks are starting to show. The levies were put onto a dollar per student basis, yet when we also regionalized salaries, that meant that that dollar per student would not buy the same level of staffing in one district versus another. So we would support this as one of those fixes. We would also strongly recommend that you look at levy equalization and the levy equalization system. As I mentioned yesterday, there are over 100 districts that have fallen out of that system, and it is one that is not supporting a vast majority of our school districts, and we would like to pair those fixes together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlie Brown, Nora Burns, Melissa Gomboski, and then Marie Sullivan will have you come up after this group.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I am Charlie Brown. I'm here today on behalf of the Tacoma School District and the Federal Way School District. We're signed in other on this bill. We have grave concerns that this bill simply furthers the inequities that regionalization creates in the education funding system. I think you've all heard me say, and you'll hear me again say it, that we are facing a funding crisis among school districts this year. You just had a bill where 5 districts were named as being in binding conditions. Some of this is due to lower enrollment. I will grant you that. But a lot of it is also due to the fact that the state is not fully funding the basic costs of education, including MSOC, including transportation, including special education. Doing this bill helps about 12 districts. Some say it's up to 22 now. There's still 250 or so who do not get assistance through this. And this bill simply asks your local voters to carry the costs that the state should otherwise be covering. If you do this, I would beg you to go ahead and do LEA that gets it back up so everybody qualifies back into LEA. I think that there was a bill out here by Senator Braun on levy equalization earlier, raising that number to $2,250. That's probably a good place to go. I don't know if you've got the capacity to do that. I sent you a letter today on MSOC asking you to fund about $255 million of shortfall just in insurance and utility costs alone. I'm asking you to truly do education funding for all the districts across the state of Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Nora Palatau-Burns on behalf of the ESD 105 Schools Advocacy Coalition. Before you today is Other to express our concerns on 5956. We appreciate the sponsor bringing this important conversation forward and want to be clear that we do not wish to stand against financial relief for any of our state school districts. However, we do want to recognize that this bill offers a solution to less than 5% of the state schools. This approach will have the unintended consequence of exacerbating the inequities rooted in our flawed regionalization formula while disproportionately favoring property-rich districts. The state's reliance on local property tax levies to fund basic educational services is a system that creates a disparity in funding, with the state failing to meet its obligation to ensure uniform and adequate education funding across all districts, regardless of local wealth, which was underscored by the McCleary decision. This bill aids 12 out of the 295 school districts in Washington this year. There's been suggestions that the bill supports property-poor schools by promising levy equalization funds within the state operating budget. We would be supportive of a guarantee of LEA funds, yet no LEA legislation is making progress this session. Without it, this does not invest in the districts that need additional funding the most, districts with high concentrations of students in poverty, and fails to provide for essential needs like special education funding. Our goal should be to foster an equitable education system where every child, regardless of their economic background or district property value, has access to the same quality of education and opportunities. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Ranking Member Wilson, honorable members of the committee, I'm Melissa Gomboski, pleased to be here today on behalf of Spokane Public Schools, Evergreen, Vancouver, and Richland. Unfortunately, expressing concerns as my colleagues have about this policy. Senator Wellman, we know that you would do anything for schools and that if you could provide a comprehensive solution that you would. But I still want to express concerns that my colleagues have. This bill does help 12 school districts in the first year. We know in out years, perhaps there are other districts that could go ask their local voters. However, those are only regionalized school districts. Next year, it's my understanding there'll be no school districts in Eastern Washington that even have regionalization. So we most certainly do not want to stand in the way of the districts that will be testifying after me that this is financial solution for them. But we would ask for a more comprehensive solution. Perhaps you could look at MSOC, you could look at special education or transportation. We believe that there should be a financial solution for children in Bellevue. We'd also like to see that solution in Spokane, in the Hilliard or East Central neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Marie Sullivan. And then following Marie, Cliff Traceman, Dr. Brent Jones, Dr. Kelly Aramaka, Dr. Ivan Duran.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. I'm Marie Sullivan, representing the Eastern Washington Quality Schools Coalition. After the McCleary fix, only 8 districts east of the crest of the Cascades got regionalization. 8. Next school year, not a single Eastern Washington school district will get regionalization. That means this bill is of absolutely no benefit to any Eastern Washington school districts, even though many are seeing increases in their assessed property values. Here's why that matters. In 2020, East Valley, Spokane, voters approved a 4-year levy at the $2.50 per 1,000 assessed value. That's kind of wonky to tell you now, but now because of assessed values, they've actually gone up to the $2,500 per pupil, which means it's the same place that those who are asking you to pass this bill. However, because East Valley doesn't get any regionalization, it will leave $2.4 million uncollected that's voter approved, even though they have a 61% poverty rate. We're concerned that this bill just widens the divide between East and West. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen.
I'm going to be very brief just to set up the panel. I'm Clifford Traceman, lobbyist for Seattle, Highline, Bellevue, and North Shore Public Schools. North Shore could not be here today, so I'll be representing them. In all my years lobbying for K-12, I've never seen a single piece of legislation that would help more districts quicker than Senate Bill 5956. I urge your support. It would do so at no cost to the state. And I'm going to turn it over to the superintendents who will talk about why this bill is so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Robinson, K-12 Chair Senator Wellman, and our champion, Senator Peterson, for bringing this bill forward today. I'm Brent Jones, the superintendent of Seattle Public School, and I'm here testifying in support for Senate Bill 5956. Although the state has rightly accounted for regionalization in our state apportionment, regionalization was not accounted for in what we could collect in our local enrichment levy, much of which is currently paying for special education staffing. As a result, our levy dollars have diminished buying power compared to our state apportionment dollars. This bill is a critical step in fixing this, not just for Seattle, but for many other districts as well. If this bill were to pass, it would mean up to $16 million for the 24-25 budget and $27 million a year for 25-26 and ongoing after that. This has no cost to the state budget. No other legislative proposal this season would have such a great positive impact for our teachers, principals, kids, and communities. In addition, we are all advocating for an increase to the local effort assistance, LEA funds in the state budget to support districts that have limited ability to raise funds through the local levy. Districts are hurting everywhere, and we need many tools to address the unique budget challenges facing school districts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson, K-12 Chair Wellman, and committee members. I'm Kelly Aramaki, Superintendent of the Bellevue School District, testifying in support of Senate Bill 5956. Thank you so much for hearing this bill today. Last year, just as we were coming out of the pandemic, Bellevue, with 4,000 kids who qualified for free reduced lunch, faced a $31 million budget shortfall. This led to Bellevue being among the first in the state to have to close schools to balance the budget. Board meeting after board meeting, elementary kids and their families who loved their schools pleaded with us to find other ways to cut our budget. Despite closing 2 schools this coming year, Bellevue is facing another $10 million budget deficit, followed by a $15 million budget deficit in 25-26 and another $15 million budget deficit in 26-27, including the potential of closing yet another school. This bill would bring Bellevue an additional $10 million annually, substantially closing our budget gap with zero fiscal impact to the state. 103 districts receive regionalization and could benefit, 12 right away. It is true that this bill itself does not help all districts, but the belief that everyone should benefit from this one solution or no one should benefit will only harm kids. By allowing districts who have the ability to pull themselves off of a financial cliff, this gives you, the legislature, the resources to then use other tools like LEA funding to provide equitable supports to all districts, including the 5 who are currently in binding conditions. I encourage the state to use every tool available, including this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Robinson, K-12 Chair, Senator Wellman, and our local champion, Senator Kaiser, for bringing this bill forward today. I'm Dr. Ivan Duran, the proud superintendent of Highline School District, testifying in support of Senate Bill 5956. I agree with my colleagues. Although the state is rightly accounted for regionalization or apportionment, regionalization was not accounted for in what we collect in our local enrichment levy, much of which is currently paying for special education staffing and services. If this bill were to pass, it would mean upwards of $5 million for the 24-25 budget for Highline and $9.5 million a year for the 25-26 school year and beyond. This is all at no cost to the state budget. We are currently facing a $16 million deficit over the next 3 years. To start, we are reducing $8 million for next year, and this will have significant ability on our ability to be able to meet the needs of our students and our educators. I want to thank you all for the work that you do to support the K-12 education system throughout the state, and please know we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. We're now going to turn to online testimony. Mary Templeton, Fred Rundle, Dr. Chris Granger, Ami Thompson, and Anku Mancini. Is Mary ready?
I am. Yes, here I am. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chair Robinson. What an honor to be here. And let me say, you folks know how to party it up on a Saturday afternoon. Yes. I know, I took precious time for that. All right, Dr. Mary Templeton, Superintendent of the Washougal School District. We're down in Southwest Washington. We're about 16 miles from the Portland metropolitan area. And my friends, it's expensive to live here, to run a business here, and to run schools here. Because of that, we have a 6% regionalization, which is a nod to the fact that we need a bit more buying power or a boost in our buying power. All we're asking for is that we could get an additional boost in our buying power for our local support. So we are going to lose $700,000 of that locally approved support if this bill does not pass. So I implore you to pass the bill. We are looking, like everybody else, at about $3 million worth of cuts next year. It is a statewide issue, and I will end this way. Hope is high because actually it's working. Our students are rising, our educators are growing in their confidence, our administrators are strong and confident, and we are investing in public education in the state of Washington, and we could sure use your help and your support with this sort of bill, but also with your belief in public educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Fred Rundle, proud superintendent of the Mercer Island School District. Just 18 months ago, I began my tenure as the superintendent of the Mercer Island School District with a negative fund balance. Our team has utilized every tool and resource possible to repay a $2 million interfund loan and begin the 23-24 fiscal year with a modest fund balance in the black. We have been creative, making difficult decisions and reductions to match enrollment declines and never taking our eye off the responsibility of educating our students. We're already overspending in special education by $6 million. I can only venture to guess what the negative fiscal impacts would be without regionalization enhancements to state apportionments. I ask that we look to the future and seek your approval to access a tool overlooked when the McCleary legislation was written and amended, but sits right at our fingertips. If we're applying regionalization to state apportionment, let's remove a legislative barrier by affording us the same ability to add regionalization to our local levy. At no cost to the state, our local communities can extend our levies just a little further, $2.1 million in our case, and reach even more students. We will continue to attract, retain, and return our students and ask for our levy and LEA formulas to be given an opportunity to escalate. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Chris Granger.
Thank you, committee members, for being here today. Since 9 o'clock this morning, I've seen you sit there and listen to all these bills and support the students and staff and communities of Washington. I've been the superintendent in Blaine School District for 5 years, and I've seen the challenges of reduced levy collections due to changes in levy capacity that do not account for cost of living differences across the state in the same manner that state funds do. In Blaine, we'll be reducing our staff for the second consecutive year, in large part due to the flawed funding model that has us in many districts staring down financial insolvency. This is a local frustration for our voters that they can no longer generate the funds they once could due to the changes of the McCleary fix. We have capacity in our voter-approved measures to account for the requested changes, which should have been applied when McCleary was implemented, and would have an immediate impact of an estimated $750,000 and lower our needed reduction this year by 30% with no impact to the state budget. Thank you for your time and consideration of this improvement, as well as your ongoing commitment to the state of Washington, its residents, and students.
Thank you. Ami Thompson.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Thompson, and I'm the superintendent of the Bainbridge School District. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 5956. On Bainbridge Island, we are considering closing 1 or 2 of our 7 schools. Our community is hurting. Our staff members, families, and most importantly, our students are being greatly impacted by this budget crisis. Of approximately $64 million budget, we received just over 75% of our funding from the state, about 2% from federal funding, and about 4% from our local schools foundation and parent teacher organizations. This leaves over 16% of our budget being funded by local levies. These positions and programs being funded are not extravagant or extra. They are part of basic education for some of our highest need students. We all know that major changes need to be made to the structural model of K-12 funding in our state. I acknowledge that this is a short session with limited resources. That's why the passage of Senate Bill 5956 would be so powerful to so many districts. This would be a true game changer, which would include approximately $1 to $2 million for our district next year and reduce greatly the number of cuts we need to make. While I know it's not a fix for all Washington students, I ask you to consider why you might vote no on this bill when your yes vote could have an impact on almost 731,000 K-12 students in Washington state for zero cost from your already limited budget. Please vote yes. Please allow me as a district leader to do all I can to help support the students, staff, and families of Bainbridge Island. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And our final testifier, Anku Mancini.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and committee members, and thank you for having me today. My name is Anku Mancini, and I serve as the Advocacy Chair for Northwood Elementary PTA and the Advocacy Co-Chair for the Mercer Island School District PTA. But today, I'm speaking with you as a concerned parent of a second and third grader who rely on adequate funding to support appropriate staff levels at their school. I support 5956 because it allows us to recognize the need to fund districts in a way that is commensurate with their cost of living. My children were heartbroken earlier this year when their beloved library teacher was faced with losing her full-time employment due to a lack of funding and chose to leave their school. Now, the library that they used to escape to when they needed a break from a noisy recess, or if they just wanted some extra time to read, is closed 2 days a week. The story is the same at other district libraries as well. As we eagerly await measures to address the challenges with state education funding, please pass 5956 so that local communities can choose to fund the library teachers and the host of other teachers and staff that our children desperately need. Thank you.
Senator Rivers, I just noticed you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not really sure the best person to answer this question, but I wonder if there's any language in here that prevents any extra funds from being bargained away as tri-pay for the teacher. And also, is there no concern that with this bill, we're creating another McCleary, basically, by allowing rich districts who can raise endless dollars to far exceed the capabilities and therefore funding of the poorer districts?
Senator Wellman, do you want to respond to any of that?
Yes, there is not the language that of tri-pay that you talked about, which hasn't been something that we've been considering, for a long, long time. It was certainly before the McCleary, quote, the McCleary fix was something that was thought to be being addressed. So no, it's not in this bill. The other part of this is that obviously the system, the entire system, 295 districts needs an overhaul in terms of funding. When I get all the different, I get all the SPED funding. I get all the SPED funding and the differential, how much each district is paying out of enrichment. I get the MSOC. We're so far behind in fully funding our obligations with MSOC, which is maintenance, supplies, and operation costs, which we're supposed to be paying and we're not. So this is not necessarily the fix. This is part of, and certainly could be included or incorporated into, as I've shared with others, my commitment to look at an entire system fix for the next budget, which is the beginning of, the biennium, and not a supplemental. So I'm doing what I can for who I can right now in every aspect, but hopefully we're looking at the entire system next year.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 5956, and we'll move on to Substitute Senate Bill 6264. Trevor.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Trevor Press, staff to this committee. The bill before you is Substitute Senate Bill 6264, relating to supporting the implementation of competency-based education. For context, competency-based education is defined as an education where, among other things, students progress on evidence of mastery and learn actively using different pathways and varied pacing. This bill does four main things. First, it directs the State Board of Education to develop and recommend a process to identify and designate schools and school districts that are implementing competency-based education and identify costs associated with this process. Second, it directs OSBI to adopt rules to authorize full-time enrollment funding for students enrolled in competency-based education programs identified by the State Board of Education. Third, it requires the Washington Interscholastic Activities Association to include a review of whether a rule would create any potential barriers related to students participating in competency-based education in its rule adoption process. And then fourth, it requires the Superintendent of Public Instruction to develop and update a standardized high school transcript and require the State Board of Education, in consultation with various groups, to develop or adopt a format for a competency-based education high school transcript that can be used by all public schools. There is a preliminary fiscal note to the underlying bill that should have similar costs to the bill before you. The fiscal note specifies an indeterminate cost, as OSPI does not have a prediction for the number of full-time equivalent students that would be funded as a result of the bill. The costs of the specified portions of the bill are $263,000 in fiscal year 25 and $312,000 over the 4-year outlook period, primarily incurred by the State Board of Education to develop and recommend a process to identify and designate schools and districts that are implementing competency-based education and identify associated costs. There's also funding for staff at OSPI and the State Board of Education and the Workforce Training and Education Coordinating Board to create competencies, develop rules, and update and develop standardized high school transcripts and competency-based high school transcripts. With that, I'll conclude unless there are any questions.
Are there any questions for staff? I don't see any. Thank you. Senator Wellman, would you like to speak to your bill?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. Although competency-based may be a new term in our thinking about education, it's not a new term in terms of our use of it. We have been actually using competency-based education for years. In fact, the type of experiential learning that is the heart of competency-based education is the way humans learned from the beginning of time. These new things, books, are just an add-on that have happened in the last couple of thousand years. So basically what we're doing is understanding that for many children, the way that they learn is to be involved in a project that teaches them and causes them to use the learning. It's become more and more widespread across the state. We already have many schools that are big picture schools or other competency-based type schools where children pick a project and then learn specific things that are part of the basic education system and learn it by the doing. What we find often is that children feel more engaged, they're excited about school, and in fact, in schools where they're using competency-based, the truancy or the children staying home from school is greatly reduced. One of the things that people are concerned about has been transcripts, and there is a movement to provide, in some schools they provide a competency-based transcript showing what the student has done. It's a portfolio, really, of activities where the teacher has verified that the student has reached the learning that's required within that particular competency. Or sometimes they give a transcript, a competency-based transcript, as well as a traditional transcript. One of the things that people have, parents especially, have been concerned about was will higher education accept these transcripts or students who've come through the competency-based system? And I just did a quick check, and I couldn't, I don't want to read the hundreds of schools, but just so that you know, MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Oberlin, Northeastern and Northwestern Universities, NYU, Purdue, Sarah Lawrence, Tulane, just a few that I picked out that absolutely accept these transcripts. One of the things that business has told me is that when I look at a transcript of a young person coming through the K-12 system, normally the normal transcript tells me that on a particular day they answered such and such questions, and that's all I know about the student. When I look at a competency-based transcript, a portfolio, it tells me so much more about what that student is capable of. And so we're very excited. We have 20 schools that have been through one consortium to focus on transitioning to more competency-based schools within their district. And we have another 20 signed up that ready to begin or just have begun as part of the second cohort. So we're very excited about bringing this bill, which essentially puts the foundations in so that the system is smoother and operates better. It's just the foundational part of embedding competency-based in our system. Thank you for hearing the bill.
Thank you. Okay, we have 4 or 5 people signed in to testify. Andy Silly, are you here? Is Andy online? No. Okay. Michelle Whitehead, Sarah Garriott, Mary Long, Jennifer Hine-Withy. Michelle Whitehead.
Hello, my name is Michelle Whitehead. I am in the 5th Legislative District. I am testifying in pro for SB5955. Thank you, Senator Wellman. I have a child with disabilities who has attended and transitioned to 8 schools in 7 years, from preschool to 5th grade. She is currently repeating 4th grade again. To find the correct placement school for my daughter has been the challenge of my life. I truly believe this model of instruction should be taught at all levels of school, from kindergarten through high school. This learning model focuses on mastery of subject, allows the student to collaborate in their learning journey, works with the student at their pace, and proves academic performance before they move on to the next level of academia. This model should be the gold standard for students with disabilities. It is my goal to get my daughter into a competency-based education model. Please pass this bill and make a way for learners like my daughter to find her forever home, find her forever safe place to learn, and find her free and appropriate public education haven of deserved expert level and academic instruction. I've also sent in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. Sarah Garriott.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Sarah Garriott, and I'm testifying in opposition to this bill. In 2019, the state defined mastery-based learning and created a work group to provide recommendations for the development of mastery-based pathways to earning a high school diploma. In 2020, this work group explained in their report that they decided culturally responsive, sustainable education needed to be taught in combination with mastery-based learning. They saw their directive from the state as, quote, an outstanding opportunity to develop culturally relevant or sustaining instructional practices that embed recognition of students' cultures in learning process, end quote. They decided to use the New York State Department of Education's Ladson-Billings 3 pillars, including critical socio-political consciousness. The Washington State School Board of Education acknowledges that this was, quote, not reflected in state policy, and state does need to update the current definition of a legislative mandate. I recommend that no further funding be taken to further this program until a full investigation of this serious violation is undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Long.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and committee members. My name is Mary Long, testifying on behalf of Conservative Ladies of Washington, testifying from Spokane in opposition to Substitute Senate Bill 6264. Competency-based education threatens to widen the opportunity gap for students of color, low-income students, English language learners, and students with disabilities who are more likely to face barriers to accessing the technology and support needed to succeed in this model of learning. In districts in Washington that have piloted these programs, results have not proven to be a positive investment for student achievement. The FTEs and program costs estimated in the fiscal note summary is incomplete and leaves many holes in projected funding. This lack of attention to detail and appropriate time in constructing the estimates ensures the taxpayers and legislators will have no idea how much it will cost. There are several sections with new rules, and the financial impact seems overly simplified without due diligence. Our state, along with the country, is already suffering from years of fiscal mismanagement. Citizens are struggling, and this is not a wise use of taxpayer money. We urge you not to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Hine-Withy, and I'm from the Family Policy Institute of Washington, and I'm opposed to this bill. I would like it noted for the record that signed in, there were 476 cons, 4 pro, and 1 other. Some quotes from the Board of Education's Mastery-Based Learning Collaborative report. The Mastery-Based Learning Collaborative is placing a high priority on culturally responsive sustaining education and student agency. Through mastery-based learning, Washington can actively decolonize our education system by ensuring the curriculum reflects multiple cultures and not just the dominant narrative, facilitating students' connections to place and community, and ensuring student ownership over their own learning experience. The Mastery-Based Learning Collaborative has taken an idea with great potential and turned it into a vehicle for social justice that is deeply unpopular with parents. Since 2020, enrollment is down by almost 50,000 students. This is mostly because of social justice ideologies such as culturally responsive education. So I urge a no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute Senate Bill 6264, and we will move on to Senate Bill 5852.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Trevor Press, staff of this committee. The bill before you is Senate Bill 5852, relating to special education safety net. By way of background, the Safety Net Award Committee may award safety net funding to school districts if that school district can convincingly demonstrate that all legitimate expenditures for special education exceed all available revenues from state funding formulas and that it is maximizing its eligibility for related state and federal revenues. Under state law, awards must be adjusted for any audit finding related to special education funding. Under this bill, when determining award eligibility and amounts, the Safety Net Award Committee must limit its review to relevant documentation that illustrates adherence to award criteria. The committee may not make determinations regarding the content of individualized education programs beyond confirming documented and quantified services and evidence of corresponding expenditures for which the district seeks reimbursement. In addition to the provisions pertaining to award eligibility and adjustment, the bill also directs OSPI by December 2024 to develop a survey of districts with 3,000 or fewer students that requests feedback about the safety net application process, including questions to identify which components are the most challenging. And then by December 2025, OSPI must use the feedback to implement a simplified, standardized safety net application for all school districts. There is a fiscal note which specifies a total cost of $581,000 in fiscal year 25 and $1.2 million over the 4-year outlook period. This cost is primarily due to an estimated $579,000 per year of additional awards being approved to school districts. With that, I'm concluded unless there are any questions.
Are there any questions for Trevor? I don't see any. Thank you. Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're getting near the end, so I'll be brief. This, and Trevor did a great job of explaining the bill. Simple bill brought to me by a local school director in my district, but coordinated through the school directors across the state and with OSPI. This is simply addresses one of the remaining factors we have in properly funding special education. We've worked with the percentage, we've worked with the multiplier in recent years, made good progress last year. One of the remaining items is the safety net, and this is a particular problem for rural schools that don't have the level of funding or level of staffing to put together the application, just put together applications. And what it does is says if you make a small error, a clerical error that doesn't affect the underlying merit of the request for assistance, that you shouldn't be thrown out. It's a pretty simple, straightforward process. It also asks OSPI to do surveying and look for a simpler way to do this in the future to minimize errors. And the fiscal note, when it gets right down to it, it's a matter of we're turning down roughly $500,000 worth of claims per year, not based on the merit of the claim, but based on small infractions in the application. That's just wrong, and we shouldn't do it. This bill fixes that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Charlie Brown, are you still with us? Why don't you come up and testify, and then we'll go remote for Katie Howell, Kelsey Hamilton, and Sue Ann Booby. Charlie.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I am Charlie Brown. I'm here today on behalf of the South Sound Superintendents. Once again, I want to thank Senator Braun for bringing this bill forward. We're absolutely in support of this. I've heard several stories over the years of school districts not being able to access safety net because they simply made a minor error on the application that cost the school districts money. It's not fair, and I agree with Senator Braun. Let's move this forward. Thank you.
Okay, great. Katie Howell.
Good afternoon, Senators, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Howell, and I'm the Executive Director of Student Support in the Chehalis School District. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 5852. Currently, the safety net process is time-consuming and an administrative burden, especially for smaller districts where staff, such as myself, have more than one role. Since safety net funds are only available for qualified students who exceed at least 2 times the average per pupil expenditure, my district considers the time and effort of staff to complete safety net applications against the potential for funding. Completing the application for students who barely surpass the threshold is usually not justifiable, and here's why. After gathering and reviewing all of the paperwork, such as IEPs, staff costs, behavior intervention plans, extended school year plans, contract staff invoices, etc., for each student, if it is not perfect and straightforward to understand, it will likely be significantly penalized in the review process. Sometimes simple mistakes cost thousands of dollars. After hours of reviewing paperwork and tracking down documentation and hoping it's in the system right, we hope to receive funding. I'm asking for you to support this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Kelsey Hamilton.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Hamilton, School Board Director from Chehalis. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Washington State School Directors Association in support of Senate Bill 5852. As of just last year, 4 or more errors on safety net paperwork equated to a total loss of reimbursement. This bill would remove all penalties for non-substantive errors in submitted paperwork. We appreciate that OSPI, the processing entity, has made some voluntary changes to penalties for this school year. This bill would codify the removal of penalties so that we can count on predictable and reliable funding for reimbursement. This helps districts to continue serving our high-need students to give them tools and resources they need to be successful. Our staff are incredible, and their time is spread very thin in direct service to our students. The safety net paperwork process adds additional and significant workload. This bill would simplify the application process and cut down on staff time, which will save our districts money, but more importantly, it will allow staff back to directly helping our students. We ask that you help us fulfill our constitutional and moral duty to meet the needs of every student and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Ann.
Thank you. And I just want to give a shout out to Senator Braun. I stand before you today as the Special Ed Director for Mercer Island School District, a representative of the School Alliance, and as a member of OSPI Safety Net Review Committee. We are very appreciative of Senate Bill 5852. I'm testifying in support on behalf of all of those I represent. This bill will have an immediate and direct positive impact on our workload and budgets. Last year, districts statewide submitted 5,000 IEPs for safety net funding. Each of these IEPs requires at least an hour of review from a teacher and administrator and another hour to get the data ready for OSPI review, such as invoices, POs. This bill will save over 10,000 hours of administrative work, time that can be better spent working with students and families. This doesn't count the hours that the Safety Net Committee also spends reviewing the compliance of IEPs. In conclusion, we thank you for considering this bill that will have an immediate relief to districts in time and effort without sacrificing the need for OSPI to monitor districts and serve and service implementation. Sorry. Thank you. Just thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. That concludes public testimony and the public hearing on Senate Bill 5852, and we have our last bill of the day, Substitute Senate Bill 5851.
Senator Robinson, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Trevor Press, staff to this committee. The bill before you is Substitute Senate Bill 5851, relating to Holocaust and genocide education in public schools. By way of background, current law strongly encourages public middle, junior high, and high schools to include instruction on the events of the Holocaust and other examples of genocide and crime against humanity. OSPI developed best practices and guidelines for this instruction that must be followed if the education is offered. In 2022, OSPI published a report with recommendations that address this topic, and many of these recommendations are included in the bill before you. This bill does three main things. First, the bill designates April as International Genocide Prevention and Awareness Month to provide space for formal recognition of the Holocaust and other examples of genocide and crimes against humanity. Second, the bill strongly encourages public schools to offer at least one Holocaust and genocide education standalone elective, available at least once during grades 6 through 12. And then third, beginning with the 2027-28 school year, public middle schools, junior highs, and high schools must provide instruction on the Holocaust and genocide education when this topic aligns with the social studies learning standards. There is a fiscal note to the underlying bill that should not differ significantly from the bill before you. The fiscal note specifies a total cost of $150,000 in fiscal year 24 and $342,000 over the 4-year outlook period, all general fund and all incurred by the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. Of this amount, $48,000 in fiscal year 25 and $63,000 in fiscal year 28 is for contracts with nonprofits for developing and vetting age-appropriate materials and guidance resources for grades 6 through 12, and then $102,000 in fiscal year 25 and $198,000 over the 4-year outlook period is for additional staff at OSPI to manage these contracts. With that, I will conclude unless there are any questions.
Are there any questions for Trevor? I don't see any. Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to be the last bill of the day. Thank you for hearing the bill, and I'll try to be brief. This bill, as you might imagine, the urgency came from the events of October 7th and all the things we've seen since then. But really, it has its foundation, the bill that we passed out of this committee and ultimately out of the floor of the Senate and off to the governor eventually in 2019, sponsored by Senator Rivers, which had OSPI partner with the Holocaust Center for the Humanities to build out a curriculum for education on the Holocaust and genocide studies. That curriculum's been in place for a number of years. It's voluntary. It's used by many of the districts, but not by all the districts in the state. It gets great reviews for being inclusive and being well thought out. They have a great speakers bureau. So we've done a lot of the work here, and we have the opportunity to respond to a rise in anti-Semitism across our country and here in our state, one that we should take head on and do it in a way that informs our youth about the Holocaust and gives them the understanding to apply this tragic historical event to current events where we see genocide activities in other parts of the globe, in Western China and Northern Africa, and help them better respond to some very challenging events things we have to deal with in our future. So I'd encourage you to, as you look at the cost of this bill, it's money well spent to prepare our young folks and understand where humankind has made mistakes in the past and how we can do better in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair. Almost called you.
We're all forgetting how to speak. Thank you. Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to share something with the committee that's a little bit unique, and I will admit I'm culturally out of my depth, so I hope I explain this correctly. Today is Sabbat, and I have some constituents who didn't feel it would be proper to testify in person. So hopefully we can pay special attention to the written testimony that we get either today or in the future.
Thank you. Okay, well, we have a number of people who signed in, and I'm going to start with people who signed in as in person, so hopefully they're here in the room with us. Paul Regelbrugge, Lynn Smith, D. Simon. And following them, we'll have Oliver Miska and Nizama Judarija, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you, Senator Braun. Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. I'm Paul Regelbrugge, Director of Education for the Holocaust Center for Humanity. We're grateful for your support and funding last year, enabling us to advance this important work in our partnership with OSPI, setting the table for passage of Senate Bill 5851. Holocaust education uniquely teaches not us and them, but what can and does happen when hatred of others goes unchecked. Our lessons and resources address all key skills for English language arts and meet core standards for history, social emotional learning, ethics, civics, and DEI. In addition to the lessons of the Holocaust, we feature programs and resources regarding the Rohingya, Uyghur, and Bosnian genocides. Our Speakers Bureau includes survivors from Rwanda and Cambodia. This legislation will allow us to expand that work with other organizations that represent communities that have experienced genocide. We believe there can be no greater investment for our state than to empower students to recognize and fight hatred, including anti-Semitism, in all its forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Lynn Smith, and I'm here in support of the bill. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Holocaust Center for Humanity. I'm a parent of 3 young adults who are graduates of our Washington public school system, and I'm a business professional who has worked at private, public, and philanthropic organizations in the state for over 20 years. I have hired scores of young adults from our communities, and I hire for character and critical thinking. And the resources that have been used to date for Holocaust and genocide studies support those very qualities. As Senator Braun indicated, we have the data to back this up. We have the opportunity to scale this to all of our schools, and passage will send the message to donors that our elected officials are our partners in this work. Budgets reflect our values, and I know we all value instilling in Washington's next generation the lessons of history and civics that will enable them to lead this state with character and empathy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Richardson and members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Braun, for introducing this bill. Thank you so much. I am Dee Simon. I'm the CEO of the Holocaust Center for Humanity. I am also the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. This legislation is the culmination of decades of work by our center. We're in a successful partnership with OSPI, delivering current, vetted, high-quality resources to over 1/3 of the school districts in our state. We provide ongoing evaluations to OSPI that demonstrate our impact. The Holocaust Center for Humanity is ready and prepared to help implement this legislation. OSPI has included this fiscal note to ensure that its role in this partnership continues. We're grateful that in the last year, the state recognized the importance of this by funding Holocaust and genocide education. We now hope to cross the finish line with this final legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I will continue with, again, folks who signed in as in person. Do we have Rebecca Erev? Uline Flower? And then I see Nancy Sapiro, so let's have you come up. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Aline Flower. I'm an attorney at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but I am here today in my personal capacity. I testify in support of SB 5851 for its clear, established legal definitions. History matters. This bill courageously counters the latest form of Holocaust denial, namely the flattening of history, which dangerously risks replacing historically informed civil discussions with shouting matches and slogans. Clearly defining the Holocaust in no way diminishes other genocides. On the contrary, it reflects the essential purpose of this bill to recognize and denounce genocide everywhere. We must teach the history of the Holocaust, the best documented genocide that history has ever known, so that we remember, so that we learn to see and document and prosecute every genocide everywhere, past and present, and so that together we can prevent another genocide from ever happening again. History matters, lest we forget and repeat. This bill is setting the example. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. Thank you for your fortitude today. For the record, my name is Nancy Sapiro, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Jewish Federation of Greater Seattle in strong support of Senate Bill 5851. The Jewish Community Relations Council is a network of 35 organizations across the Puget Sound region representing a broad diversity of our community. The JCRC and its member organization represent tens of thousands of Jews across Washington state. At a time of rising anti-Semitism and hatred, it's more important than ever to teach our children about the consequences of apathy and dehumanization. All of us, especially the most vulnerable in our community, will be less safe if this legislation is not passed. The JCRC and our membership strongly support the passage of 5851. By passing this bill, we can make a smart investment that ensures all of Washington kids can learn foundational and universal lessons about how to disrupt the building blocks of hate and how to be upstanders in our community, creating a brighter future for all Washingtonians. Please support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Nomi Lamb? Osama Imara? And I believe the other folks who signed in person, I have Sai Khan. Is there anybody in the room who would like to testify on this bill before I go to online? Okay. So I believe Oliver Miska and Nizama Judarija are online. Is that correct? And if you are, Oliver, would you please go ahead?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Robinson and Senate Ways and Means Committee members. For the record, my name is Oliver Miska. I'm a teacher and board member of Washington Ethnic Studies Now. We train teachers and develop ethnic studies curriculum with communities of color across Washington state. Currently, we're facing a dilemma. We're faced with bias and discrimination establishing themselves in our schools. So we're really tasked with answering, how do we address these controversial topics in the classroom? And I'm a teacher, and so I know it's hard. As the current bill stands, even with its amendments, it excludes communities affected by genocides in having a seat at the table and developing their own curriculum and telling their own stories. The amendments ensure only a single organization teaches about these other genocides. Our coalition includes Bosnian, Rwandan, Sudanese, Khmer, Jewish, Ethiopian, other ethnic communities, just want a seat at the table. And they know that inclusion isn't always true, just symbolically, it can be tokenized, and they want to know that current contracts are not meeting the needs of our extensive multi-ethnic coalition. So undocumented and erased genocides need extra support in being written into our school books because they have been erased by the nature of genocide. So we ask that you amend Senate Bill 5851 to include investing in other nonprofit organizations led by communities affected by genocide from underrepresented communities, because nothing about us should be made without us. So there's many people that have experienced threats for speaking up on this issue, and I'm the white face that gets to stand up here because I can take that risk. And so I'm standing for a lot of women of color that cannot be up here today that are leading this charge. And so thank you for your time, and I appreciate all your work and your hard day hearing all these testimonies today.
Thank you.
Nizama?
Yeah, Nizama.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and Senate and Ways and Means Committee members. My name is Nizama Judaria, and I'm a genocide awareness advocate with the Bosnian American Institute. Today, I'm testifying in opposition unless the bill is amended. I would like for you to place yourselves in my shoes for a moment. You arrived to America in the early 2000s, start a life as a refugee, leaving war-torn Bosnia, bracing yourself for the best. You grow up quickly, supporting your parents, who are beginning a new start, pocketing their traumas of losing a parent and siblings, a close memory, and a faraway land. You adjust differently. You view the world with caution. You understand that from the start you didn't get a fair chance due to the systematic oppression your country faced in war. How will your peers and educators understand you? No representation of Bosnia in the classroom, little to no discussion about the tragedies that minority communities survived in the world around us. Who are those brave individuals who survived these egregious periods in our recent history? It almost felt like the Twilight Zone for I and other children who beat the odds in countries ridden by genocide. The time to incorporate inclusive genocide studies into ethnic studies is now. Our youth deserve to be given a well-rounded education that ignites empathy and consideration for each other, a critical progressive notion to creating future leaders who have a proactive passion for holistic justice. We are asking for you to amend SB5851 to include funding for more than one expert nonprofit that is led by underrepresented communities. The current amendments are still not equitable. We want expert nonprofits led by underrepresented communities affected by genocides to be responsible for working with the community to develop curriculum and professional development. We want a seat at the table representing our communities and creating a new start for our identities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Michelle Ryder.
Apologies. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Ryder, and I'm a resident of the beautiful Puget Sound, tuning in from Canada, and my position is other. I support Senate Bill 5851 in principle, but not as it currently stands. I'd like to see the bill and budget amended to include language that requires funding from more than one expert nonprofit in developing the curriculum. And I also want to see language that explicitly includes genocides from across different regions of the world, including our local communities impacted by genocide who should be at the table. The goal is a more diverse and inclusive implementation of law currently in force. Genocide is not a thing of the past. Right now, Israel is in the dock at The Hague on charges of genocide. We need genocide and Holocaust education that is diverse, representative, and global. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mira Badari, and then Ray Levine, and then Leslie Maxwell. Is Mira available? Okay, we'll move on to Ray Levine.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and committee members. I'm here as an individual constituent. I've signed in as other. I am also urging you to amend Senate Bill 5851. I'm Jewish. I lost family in the Holocaust. I am for Holocaust education. I don't think there's really any opposition to that. What's needed is equity in the curriculum development to include the many Washington families who have experienced and fled genocide. Please add to the bill precise language that directs OSPI to partner with several nonprofit organizations with expertise in genocide education, including nonprofits led by communities impacted by genocide in different regions of the world and from different times in history. And the funding needs to clearly reflect that inclusion. Just as my family carries pain from the mass graves of Eastern Europe, there are Washington families from Rwanda, Cambodia, Bosnia, and the genocidal war we are witnessing now in Gaza who can provide first-person documentation to educate us all. I urge you to make the bill genuinely inclusive and ensure that the funding is in place so that these voices and experiences are reflected in the development of curricula and best practices. Let's make sure it's never again for anyone. Thank you, and thank you also for being so present for the lengthy day and hearing us all.
Thank you for joining us. Leslie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leslie Maxwell. I'm thankful for this opportunity to be here to testify on this bill. The revised bill is a bit more inclusive in its text, yet its implementation will still be by one expert nonprofit, the Holocaust Center for Humanity, and to be truly equitable, it should be a team of people representing groups subjected to crimes against humanity. Also, I'm curious why the month of April, the first day of April, is the day of jokes and pranks, April Fool's Day. Also, April is Autism Acceptance Month. Christians celebrate the crucifixion on Good Friday, and then that's the Friday before Easter Sunday. Easter is usually in April. So pranks, neurodivergence, religious holidays, and crimes against humanity seem like a strange combination to see highlighted in displays in schools during the month of April. No amount of Holocaust education will ever convince people that people of Jewish ethnicity were then entitled to illegally immigrate to Palestine. I wonder, what is the point in educating others on the crimes against humanity with the intention to never again? When we're seeing a genocide happening right now and we call, write, email, protest, testify,
You need to speak to the bill, please.
And we're just ignored with our pleas for never again. So I would like for the bill to be amended.
Okay.
Have OSCI collaborate with a more inclusive nonprofit or multiple nonprofits to guarantee that there is true inclusion and representation of the.
Please wrap up your testimony now.
And sensitive to the cultures of the students in the classrooms here in Washington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rose Nelson. And then Liam Kroll, and then Hannah Lidman. Rose, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. My name is Rose Nelson, and I'm from Vancouver Public Schools, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 5851. Throughout my 17 years in education, my overarching goal has been to guide students towards graduation as civic-minded individuals who contribute positively to society and who are also good humans. Senate Bill 5851, focusing on the integration of Holocaust and genocide studies, resonates deeply with this objective. Understanding the historical atrocities of the Holocaust provides students with a profound comprehension of the consequences of hatred rooted in group identity. By incorporating Holocaust and genocide studies into the curriculum, we equip students not only to comprehend past events, but also to analyze and confront contemporary issues. This education empowers them to be agents of positive change, potentially averting future atrocities. As stewards shaping the next generation, it is our collective duty to instill in students the values that lead to positive societal contributions. Mandating the study of the Holocaust and genocide in our schools aligns with this duty, and I fervently express my support for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Liam Kroll.
Thank you, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. My name is Liam Kroll. I'm a junior at Interlock High School up in Bellevue and the founder of my own history project, Forgotten Europe project, dedicated to teaching and documenting crimes against humanity in Central Eastern Europe, recently involved with the Holocaust Center in Seattle. In testifying pro today for this bill, the primary point I want to bring about to discussion is that Holocaust education is not just about the past. It's about an ongoing struggle against hatred and prejudice in all its forms that we and our state must commit itself to in educating our students and my peers. Over the summer, I met a nun from Eastern Poland. Her name was Sostra Maria Wanda. She was only 9 years old when Soviet authorities entered her home and deported her family in cattle cars to Siberia. There she became an orphan, her parents already victims to the relentless labor and starvation campaign that killed millions. Her story is not alone. Bosnia was 30 years ago. Rwanda was 30 years ago. These stories will never end unless Washington State commits itself to creating education and mandating education that promotes understandings of these students. Washington State students must learn and understand this to truly develop an understanding that is key to combating hatred in all its forms. In doing so, Washington State is making a critical investment for its students that must not be ignored. Thank you, and I strongly urge a pro vote for this bill.
Thank you for joining us. Hannah Lidman, then Linda Clifton, then Solomon Kane, then Sarah Kareem. Hannah.
Good afternoon, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. My name is Hannah Lidman, and I live in South Seattle in the 37th District. And I have two young children who attend Seattle Public Schools. Now they are in 2nd and 4th grade, but in the 2027 school year, when this bill takes effect, they will be in the 6th and 8th grade. And this bill will impact them, and I strongly support Senate Bill 5851. The Holocaust, genocide, and crimes against humanity should be a required part of their education, not just because of how important it is, but because such history should never be repeated. The job of this committee is to make sure that millions and billions of dollars be spent appropriately and on behalf of the people. The important work of this amended bill is to ensure that millions and even billions of lives never again be consumed and lost to hate and fear. That this generation and future generations learn from the past to protect our collective future. If that isn't a good use of our public funds, I don't know what is. Please pass Senate Bill 5851. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Linda Clifton.
Thank you, Chair Robinson and the committee, and especially for staying so late. I'm Linda Clifton from Seattle, from the 43rd District. As a child, I watched my immigrant grandmother lighting candles, a long line burning quietly for hours. She spoke no English, so it was years before I understood she was remembering a long line of family members lost in pogroms and the Holocaust. I urge passage of 5851 because I am shocked that many of our children do not even know what the Holocaust was. As one who helped settle Bosnian genocide refugees here, I support the bill's scope. The Holocaust left us many records from which we can learn how an honorable, diverse society can suddenly turn on its own citizens to murder them en masse. We must learn the warnings, the subtle slides into hatred and exclusion, the tipping over into slaughter. And that's why I support this bill. Please pass this bill. It's thoughtfully crafted. It builds on years of work to deepen and expand the quality and access to needed resources that have already been developed. The minimal investments needed are public dollars well spent that will have a positive impact for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Solomon Kane.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Solomon Kane. I am the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Seattle, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 5851. I wish we lived in a world where we didn't need this piece of legislation, and yet we have seen a surge in anti-Semitism in recent years. If we are truly concerned about addressing anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms, while helping to make Washington State a place that fosters empathy, compassion, and understanding, then we must ensure that every student in our state has access to Holocaust and genocide education. The investment of funding in this legislation is an investment in fighting hatred. It is an investment that fosters understanding and tolerance in Washington, and it is an investment to ensure that the worst of history does not repeat itself. I urge you to support Senate Bill 5851. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you. Sarah Kareem, and then we'll go to Ella Hassan, Noreen Awan, and Sarah Duke and Sally Shaw. So we'll go back and get Sarah Kareem.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Robinson and the Senate Ways and Means Committee members. My name is Sarah Kareem, and I'm a parent to children in the Mercer Island School District, and I've been deeply involved in the last few years in the Mercer Island School District to further equity and belonging, including by providing professional development workshops on this subject to educators in our district. I'm here today to testify on Senate Bill 5851 as it currently stands, and I would like to request that this bill be amended to include that the curriculum is set by more than one organization. Genocides occur throughout history and they've impacted millions of people, including my families on Mercer Island that I know personally from Rohingya, Palestinian, and Bosnian communities. I do not want this burden of emotional labor to be held by individuals in our communities who are currently being genocided, including in Palestine. For this reason, I would like this bill to be amended to include a consortium of nonprofits with expertise on many genocides, and those organizations also be funded. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ella Hassan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Ella Hassan, and I speak from Redmond, Washington. I'm a parent at Lake Washington School District. I'm voting con on this bill because it needs to include the most relevant genocide to this country, which is the Native American genocide. We live on their land, after all, and such education will give children more empathetic perspective towards the Native tribes and advocate for their rights. Also, this bill needs to include and be equitable towards other institutions that address other genocides such as Bosnia, Rwanda, Namibia, and lastly, live now in Palestine. It's a live broadcasted genocide. Giving the money to one institution will produce biased perspective and will not give an opportunity to other communities to give their narrative and perspective. They need a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Noreen Awan.
Good morning, Chair Robinson and Senate committee members. For the record, my name is Noreen Awan. I am Pakistani Muslim, a parent and community advocate. Family history steeped in colonization, expulsion, and displacement, like mine, and genocide for others, must be told by those who've experienced it. I urge this committee to help mandate meaningful inclusion and equity in genocide curriculum and professional development by amending Bill 5851 to include the following. Allocate funding for more than one expert nonprofit that focuses on teaching comprehensive Holocaust and genocide education, thereby creating an ethnic studies curriculum that is all-encompassing of our histories, and to work in honest partnership with underrepresented communities affected by genocides in creating this curriculum and professional development. If this bill is not amended, it will, in effect, mandate one story and leave others behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Duke.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and committee. My name is Sarah Duke. I am the parent of a fourth grader in Lake Washington School District. My child is biracial, and this is probably one of the most diverse student bodies in the state of Washington, also the second largest student body of almost 30,000 students. We have 34% of Asian and Pacific Islander background, 10% that are Latino Hispanic, and 8% who are multiracial or biracial. And I'm advocating for an amendment to this bill which recognizes inclusivity and equitable teaching of genocide. There's been more than 20 genocides since the Holocaust. And in my family, my child's paternal grandmother lost all of her siblings in the partition of the Indian subcontinent. It's never talked about, it's never shared, and this is silent history that my child is not able to learn. And so I want to ensure that she gets a holistic picture and a holistic understanding of genocides around the world because they do keep occurring. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Shaw.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chair and committee. As a Jewish constituent in rural Pierce County, I join the chorus of others in supporting amending and funding more than one Washington organization as a curriculum resource. Best practices are that we not get all our news from one source. We're hopefully teaching our kids to consult multiple sources. Best practices are that when doing research, we consult numerous sources in order to get as complete a picture as possible. Likewise, when developing a curriculum, a number of sources should be considered. Otherwise, there could be unintentional omissions of truly relevant and compelling information. The point of this bill is never again. Kids need multiple and recent examples showing that the Holocaust wasn't a one-off. I realize that the Holocaust Center for Humanity attempts to do that, but it seems to me that they're focusing mostly on the Holocaust and mostly on anti-Semitism, and there's so much else that needs to be, these kids need to learn in our public schools so that they know that the slogan, never again, is a call to vigilance. Please, OSPI needs to contract directly with another similar organization or organizations directly impacted by genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe there may be one more person, Rebecca Erev. Rebecca, if you can hear us and you want to accept the promotion, please go ahead. She's way at the top. Rebecca? Oh, okay, she's coming.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Arab. Hello, committee. I am here to vote con on this bill, and I joined the last few people who spoke to the importance of having a variety of nonprofit and other organizations represented to get funding for this bill outside of the Holocaust Center. Our educational system, as a former public school teacher, I know that our educational system really needs to bring more information to our students about the history of genocide in this country, on Turtle Island in the United States. And so I support that a variety of organizations and communities be represented in the funding of this bill, and that not half, not the whole amount be go to the Holocaust Center. I'm also a Jewish constituent, and I also believe that never again is now. There is a current genocide happening in Gaza, Palestine, and we're educating our students. This is the future, and we need to help them understand that their particular stories are important and their voices are heard and that we care about them. So thank you for revising this bill to be very specific about a variety of other communities who have experienced genocide and are experiencing genocide. And thank you for making sure that the funding is allocated to a variety of communities and that's specified in the bill.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. That concludes the public testimony and our public hearing. I just want to remind members that Monday's exact agenda has been published. Amendments are due to staff at noon tomorrow. They will be released on the EBB at 4 o'clock tomorrow. And if it's at all possible, get requests in early, because the code revisor's office is likely to get backed up. And we start at 10 on Monday morning. Thank you all for a productive and long day.